Hold on just a minute. I just woke up. So I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm going to be there soon. I have to put some makeup on, but I'm going to be there soon. How is everybody? Well, let's change the title, shall we? Let's change the title of our silly little show. A silly little show. Oops. Wake. Tina Peters is a crook edition. Awake and bake with Lolo. Oops. With Lolo. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. Hi. Oh my gosh. Hi, everybody. How are you? How are you? How are you? Was waking up to Neil Diamond. Oh my God. Sweet Caroline. Times never seem so good. I've been inclined. Good morning, Monday. I have just woke up at 6:20. Well, 6:19. And got everything done except for my makeup. And so I'm just going to do that now while we get ready because we're so friendly. We're so friendly. Always puts me in a good mood. Oh, that's so sweet. I love that. I'm coming. I promise you I'm going to be there soon. I just got to put some makeup on. I got to put some makeup on. There's a campfire for you to look at. I got to put some makeup on. Here I am talking to you and not putting on makeup. Put on makeup so you can see your friends. Yeah. Oh, the hair is looking extra crazy today. I'm going to tell you all my beauty secrets. You're going to be amazed. You're going to be amazed. Anyway, yeah, so hope everybody's doing good. I hope you're doing good today. Hi, Scott. How are you? Badger. I'm going to be on screen soon. I promise. I just, and I checked Tina Peters. She's not live yet, so we're cool. We're cool with that. Anyways, I hope everybody's having a really great Monday. I really do. Let me put some makeup on. My eyes are puffy. All right. Listen, people. Oh, there's not. You know what one of the best inventions was in like modern history is concealer. Okay. Can I tell you that I think concealer is like one of the best inventions of the whatever century it was in? When was it invented? When was concealer like invented? I don't think it was that long ago. Oh God, I got like major chin acne. Does anyone get chin acne? I get it. It's annoying as fuck. It's annoying as fuck. Oh, I took stuff over here. Da 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 da. Doodle-doodle-doo. Oh, that's probably too much blush. That's too much blush. Lady, you're never gonna get away with that. It's like the old ladies on the TV that eat too much blush. Yeah, free chin acne. I'm so done with that. I'm done with chin acne, okay? Hi, Jared. Good morning. I'm sorry I'm not on yet. I'm just putting my makeup on because I woke up late. I woke up 10 minutes ago. Okay. Okay, so I'm basically presentable, but not perfect. Not perfect. That's funny. Girl, there's nothing perfect about me. There is so nothing perfect. I'll come on camera and do the last of my makeup on camera because I don't have anything. I don't have any awards to win. During your teenage years? Well, guess what, Jared? When you're 60 and a woman, you get chin acne. And it's fucking stupid as fuck. I'm going to tell you right now. It's dumb. I'm going to put a little bit of mascara on because I'm not getting a lash fill right away. Because it's a little, I'm going to have to make these lashes last. Because we can't. Hi, we gotta be a little more frugal. Gotta be a little frugal. A little frugal in the household. We gotta be a little frugal in this household. I know. I'm telling you, Jared. I know. I guess I'm going through adolescence like constantly. I'm pretty much okay with not going through that anymore. Okay. I don't know. I'm not gonna put on any more blush. I'm gonna put on blush like those old ladies do, where they like can't tell how much blush they've put on, and I'm gonna end up being that lady. Everyone's gonna be like, "Oh God, here she comes again! Here she comes again! The woman with too much blush on." That's one of my greatest fears of growing old is that I'll be that woman that smells like perfume, and that smells like perfume and has too much blush on. That's going to be me. That's definitely going to be me. I'm going to be that crazy. Well, I guess I already am that crazy old lady. I think that ship sailed. There are worse smells. Yeah, I know. Well, I don't actually wear I don't wear perfume or anything like that. I mean, I do, but I don't. You know what I mean? I only do that when it's like a special occasion. I mean, just for coming on air, I don't. But anyway, yeah, too much blush and no blending. Did I blend? I blended. I know. I'm telling you. And my coffee's making. Because I literally, okay, you guys, you have to understand. What time is it now? 6:38 or something. I woke up at 6:19. Like literally the cat hit me in the face at 6:19 and I woke up and I fed the cats. I made the coffee, but I haven't poured the coffee. And of course, you know, didn't get my makeup on in time. Well, and here's the other thing. Like when I wash, this is so dumb, but when I don't really know how to do all that stuff, right? So I take a shower, I sleep on my hair wrapped in a t-shirt, and that's how the curls come. Otherwise, I don't know. I can't make these. So anyway, some days my hair's curly, some days it's not. Anyway, so those are the beauty struggles of an aged woman. I'm here to show you what a day in the life of an aged woman. I need this coffee. I need to go get my coffee. Hold on. I'm back home from July vacation. What? Well, it's been 2 hours. Well, it's 2 hours later here, and I'm still barely awake. Yes, Carla. I love you so much. Sister. Lily woken from her cat nap by a cat. I know. Literally, I'm laying there snoozing away. And here comes Gus. And I know, leave some mystique. Sorry, you're right. That hasn't worked for me so far, Max. So I'm going full Truman Show at this point. I thought about it. Last night I was like doom scrolling through I don't know which one it was, but it has like, videos. It could have been the YouTube vertical videos on my phone. It could have been like something else. I don't know. Anyway, what was I going to say? Fuck. Okay, I'm going to go get my coffee and then I'll be right back. Hold on just a minute. Ow! That hurt. That hurt. Oh, did I unplug that? Oh, shit. I did. Excusing me. Welcome back, Gal. Aw, Gal, I missed you so much. It's been such a weird time. I feel like all of us have been so busy, I don't think this cup is for hot drinks, but I don't really care. Because I need a large cup. And this is a large cup. So I'm going to pretend it's a coffee cup. It's funny because I can't hear you guys, but somehow I still feel disconnected if I don't have my earphones on. Isn't that weird? God, technology is so weird. You guys, if you missed it, you missed a gaming session yesterday. That's right. We did oh wait, what happened to my camera? Oh, okay. Sorry. You missed a gaming session yesterday because we, I just want this to turn. Don't be freaking out. Oh my God, my camera. It's one of those days. You missed it. Why'd you miss it? Well, why'd you miss it? I wear earphones to keep my ears warm. Trump in Georgia is so horribly wrong. Oh my God, that was terrible. That was so bad easily. That whole thing was so bad. And I apparently hate myself because I scheduled a dentist appointment for right when I get back. So I'm listening to Lolo at the dentist. I get a lot of that. I get a lot of people like listening to me at the dentist office. It's okay. I'm actually really happy to be in your ear when you're at a stressful, or not stressful, but you know what I mean, just an appointment. Combination, poor notifications, and other full screen activity. Ooh. Who was on? I feel so disconnected. Like, I don't know. I don't watch any of the corner people anymore. I don't. They come up in, like, Rebecca's comes up in my feed, and Stormtroopers comes up in my feed. Even though I know I don't subscribe to them. I think I did at one point. I definitely did to Stormtrooper. I don't think I might have subscribed to Rebecca at one point, but I don't recall. These are people from the Freedom Corner in DC where they stand outside the gulag, and it was the denouement of the kids on the lawn. The real denouement, if you will. The extended version. The EP version. Well, that's okay. Other full screen activities, okay, I guess. It doesn't matter. Just kidding. Hubby was off work. Fun. Did you guys do something fun? I hope you did something fun. Did you do something fun yesterday, Izzy? I think that's so fun. I want a husband. I don't want to get married again. I don't want to live with someone, but I want to monogamously date. Is that something? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Like, I don't need to live with you. I just kind of want to know that, you know, you're a person who prefers, like I'm your person or whatever. Not, you know, not creepy. Anyway, I don't know what this hubby. J6er is now in Gen Pop. Oh, that's good. That's probably for the best. I don't know why they were ever not in Gen Pop. I need a pen pal. I do. I do need a pen pal. That's what I need. I need a pen pal. That's what I need. So you see, it's very, very flexible. It's a very flexible assignment. I don't know why Tina Peters hasn't gone on yet. Hold on, let me fuck it up with her a little bit. Warden stated it was for their safety, circa March 2021. Okay, that time has way passed. But anyway, so I don't know what everybody's watching. I don't know what people are watching. I think originally because they wouldn't get vaxxed. Oh, right. That's probably true too. And they're just a fucking group of, like, racist assholes. And probably would just have caused a lot of problems in Gen Pop, as angry as they are. So I can see where maybe they wouldn't. Hurricane Debbie makes landfall. I just want to...
Rainmaker, the flood maker, not so much the wind maker. It was windy. We did have power outages to the north today, and a lot of folks in Marion County can attest power's still out there in some spots, but mostly
landfall in Florida's Big Bend.
No shortage of rain. In fact, we got it through 3 o'clock in waves. It's not going to rain all time, all day. It's just going to be periodic rain. You'll drive into it. You'll drive out of it. Okay. It'll start pouring.
So Debbie is very bad rain. Be careful out there, please. Let's see. Wait, is it on? No, it's not on yet. Oh wait, it's really early there too. God damn, I think everybody is three we're supposed to get 1.5 feet of rain. Oh, give me coffee. I'm sorry. Please be careful. Be really careful. I hope there's no, like, flash flooding or anything like that. I'll be watching. I'll be keeping an eye on the weather. Not like that's going to help you at all. But, you know, it just feels like the right thing to say, too. 3 kids in a trench coat. Yeah, I'm concerned. Give me coffee. Keep me posted. Yeah. We need to, yeah, absolutely. No, it's just really, we've got so many wonderful friends in the path of that storm. So I hope it just kind of peters out and is as disappointing as storms can be, right? I love it. I love it when storms are disappointing. I think it's amazing. It's almost midnight. Let's see, what time is it? 7? Yeah, it's about 10 minutes until 7 a.m. So wait, are you midnight before me? No, you're midnight after me, right? So you're midnight Monday right now. Well, midnight Tuesday, right? I think. Right? Because you're in the future. You've already had your Monday, right? I think that's true. I think you already had your Monday. Yeah, let's see. But yeah, so it's a 7. Yeah, they're not open yet. They're not open yet. I've seen 2 interviews with ContraPoints. Separate. In the last 2 months. Did something happen with ContraPoints? Or is it just people are paying attention, which is what they should. Damn. Anyway, okay. Well, let's go over the headlines. I'll do the headlines. I'll do the headlines. It's time for the headlines right now. It's time for the headlines. You're backwards? Oh, yeah, you're ahead. Yeah, you're in front time, way backwards and other things. Hey, man, are you sure about that? Are you absolutely sure about that? Oh, here we go. Fears of slowing U.S. growth jolts the markets. I can make you feel better about stock markets if you want me to. Stocks tumble across Asia, Europe, and the Americas, which is generally what happens. Natalie has been quiet. I know, but she had 2 interviews in the last month that I've seen pop up on my homepage. So I'm just curious if there was something. Did she release something? Okay. Stocks tumble across Asia, Europe, and the Americas. Blah blah blah. What are we at now? Let's talk about where we're at right now. Of course, there's no. Fuck that. I don't care. The stock market is one of the dumbest indicators of anything ever. That's just ever. Oh, wow. Where's DACA? Where's DACA? Somebody know where DACA is? Protesters cheered. Oh, Bangladesh. Bangladesh. Yeah, there's some. Okay, I want to read this. Bangladesh leaders resigns and flees country after protests. The country's army chief said an interim government would be formed as demonstrators successfully challenged Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's harsh rule. Hold on, I'll show you this. Okay, whoops. That's pretty large, people. It's pretty large. This is Bangladesh. I would imagine yesterday. So, Bangladesh's prime minister fled the country. So people broke into her house, or the house of the prime minister. I don't think it's her house. And they were hungry, and they took stuff, which makes perfect sense when you're hungry. All right. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina of Bangladesh has resigned, and the army will oversee the formation of an interim government, the country's army chief said. So did they have a coup? What? Ms. Hasina, 76, has ruled Bangladesh since 2009? I did not know that. I'm in Los Angeles. I'm in California. Yeah. I'm in Los Angeles. Where is she going to be? Where is she going to live? I mean, don't tell me. Don't dox her. No personal information in the chat, please. Okay. Let's see. She was forced out by weeks of protests that began peacefully and then transformed into deadly clashes with security forces. The Army Chief General Wakar Uz-Zaman said he had consulted the country's political parties and civil society before making his announcement. The student-led protest grew into a broader movement seeking the removal of Ms. Hasina, who was seen as an increasingly authoritarian leader. On Sunday, the deadliest day of the protest, almost 100 people were reported killed in clashes between security forces and demonstrators across Bangladesh. Ms. Hasina, one of the world's longest ruling female leaders, had blamed the violence on her political opponents and called for, quote, resisting anarchists with iron hands. Ms. Hasina played a pivotal role in the politics of Bangladesh, a nation of around 170 million people that proclaimed its independence in 1971. She won re-election to a fourth consecutive term in January. She's the daughter of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the country's charismatic founding leader, who was killed in 1975 in a military coup when Ms. Hasina was 28. She served as prime minister from 1996 to 2001 and regained power in 2009. Under her leadership, the economy, boosted by investment in the garment export industry, saw rapid growth, and average income levels at one point surpassed those in neighboring India. Bangladesh also saw rapid development in education, health, female participation in the labor force, and preparedness against climate disasters, including flooding, a national priority in a Delta nation. But her critics said that she tried to turn the country into a one-party state, and the protests that began last month reflected broader discontent against her rule. Oh. The bear story in Claremont's New Yorker profile. Oh, okay, listen. Let me tell you. Okay, the bear story, RFK cannot get out of his own way. I'm going to tell you right now. He cannot get out of his own way. I cannot believe this kid. I cannot. One day, in the fall of 2014, and he tells this story himself. Oh, look, there's a picture. Look at that. There's a picture. One day, in the fall of 2014, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., was driving to a falconry outing in upstate New York when he passed a furry brown mound on the side of the road. He pulled over and discovered that it was the carcass of a black bear cub. Kennedy was tickled by the find. He loaded the dead bear into the rear hatch of his car and later showed it off to his friends. In a picture from the day, Kennedy is putting his fingers inside the bear's bloody mouth, a comical grimace across his face. When I asked Kennedy about the incident, he said, "Maybe that's where I got my brainworm." After the outing, Kennedy, who was then 60 and recently married to Hines, got an idea. He drove to Manhattan and, as darkness fell, entered Central Park with the bear and a bicycle. A person with knowledge of the event said that Kennedy thought it would be funny to make it look as if the animal had been killed by an errant cyclist. The next day, the bear was discovered by two women walking their dogs, setting off an investigation by the NYPD. This is a highly unusual situation, a spokeswoman for the Central Park Conservancy told The Times. It's awful. In a follow-up piece for The Times, which was coincidentally written by Tatiana Schlossberg, one of JFK's granddaughters, a retired Bronx homicide commander, commented, "People are crazy." People are crazy. People are crazy. Yeah, this is a good one. The New Yorker, Claire Malone's New Yorker profile. I cannot with this fucking guy. Yikes. How the Prime Minister's crackdown weakened her grip on power. We'll continue to read that. A beautiful place. Yes, Washington State is a beautiful place. Did you listen to the Triumph the Insult comic dog version? No! Where is that? Triumph the Insult dog? I laughed a lot. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm scared.
Great help, Bobby, and great for you. Yeah. So you found a dead bear on the road, because it's been a tough week, Bobby. They're calling me weird. I just need you to tell this story to make me seem less crazy by comparison, okay? So you pick up the bear because you want to skin it and eat the bear meat. It's a small bear, so you pick it up, you put it in your car. You just had a long day of falconing, okay? And now you want to eat a bear. We got to make this extra crazy, Bobby, because ever since the black thing where I said she wasn't black and she was black, what is she? Anyway, you want this bear. You want this bear. This yummy bear to eat. But the falconing went late, so you have to go to Peter Luger's. Then that goes late, then you have to catch a plane. Stay with me, Bobby. So you can't eat the bear. Can't eat the bear. You have to dump the bear somewhere, so you threw it in Central Park. Got it? Maybe it's not crazy enough. I got it. You dumped an old bike, too, to make it look like the bike hit the bear that you wanted to eat but couldn't eat because after you falconed, Peter Lucas went long and you had to catch a plane. This is a big help for me, Bobby. Everyone's helping out. Lindsey Graham is saying he strangled a goose. He's very loyal. Great guy.
This is great.
Guy.
That's fantastic. Oh, my God. I think that is fantastic.
Great help, Bobby. And great for you. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
you found a dead bear on the road.
You found a dead bear on the road. Oh, Donald Trump Jr. is trying so hard to make her look bad. And he's just a failure. I love it. Oh, stop. Miranda Devine is an evil cow who's just very lonely. Oh, this Peter Thiel interview was... We did it, Joe. Imagine how Native American... Billy. Imagine how Native Americans feel. Why is everyone allowed to have their own country except us? Billy Mays is so funny. Imagine how Native Americans feel. Why is everyone allowed to have their own country except us? Why must we cater to illegals who hate us? Billy for the win. That was a good one. I think that's funny. Oh, here we go. Here's Mike Flynn. Mike Flynn, who takes time to format his fucking tweets. Okay. This is really bad and shows how much the American people have been lied to and told to shut up. And nobody likes to be told to shut up, do they? Mikey Flynn. Crowd strike. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Here we go. Oh, wait. Tina needs to do that. Tina has a thread for that. Let me do this. I'm going to do this. Oh, yeah. Okay. Has a thread for that. What's a good pun on crowd strike? Let's see. Clown strike. That's it. That's the hashtag. Clown strike. I love it. Craig Oliar. This could be the only way this could be weirder is if dumping was a typo and they meant to start the word up with an H. U.S. presidential candidate RFK Jr. admits to dumping dead bear in New York Park. Humping dead bear. Is he really still running? Is it? I mean, really? Can he? I mean, really? Come on. Is he running? Is he really running? Come on now. He can't possibly really be running. Oh my God. I certainly do love all these things. Oh wait, what are you guys talking about? My chat's not caught up. Oh, here we go. No teal. Yeah. I believe you'll love the closeness of water, mountains, and ocean. Oh, yeah. It's a black swan. It's another black swan. It's another black swan. It's another black swan. Yeah, no, the Northwest is really beautiful. California's okay. I mean, you know, go to Disneyland. Have fun at Disneyland. Disneyland's fun. I like Disneyland. I would go again. It's just too expensive. Yeah, but I'm a big Disneyland fan. All right, let's see. Well, let's go back. We don't need RFK on our screen, do we? No, we don't. Tina Peters is a crook. Yeah. Tina Peters is a crook. Yeah. Okay, let's see. What else is happening? Let me check some other headlines. I did wonder what was happening in Bangladesh because I had seen the protests. So I'm very glad. That. Okay, let me just read a little bit of this because I need to learn more about this, and maybe you do too. For those watching from the outside, you went to Disneyland in 1983. I'm going to tell you, it was. I love Disneyland. It's so much fun. I don't care who knows it. I love Disneyland. I like having my beliefs suspended. No, my disbelief suspended, whatever that is. What is that? My beliefs? No. Okay, doesn't matter. Let's see. For those watching from the outside, Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina of Bangladesh presented a compelling story. She was among the world's longest-serving female heads of government, a secular Muslim in colorful saris who fought Islamist militancy, lifted millions out of poverty, and deftly kept both India and China at her side. But this seeming success came at a heavy cost. Over the past 15 years, Miss Hasina has deeply entrenched her authority and divided the nation. Those who kissed the ring were rewarded with patronage, power, and impunity. Dissenters were met with crackdowns, endless legal entanglement, and imprisonment. The sustained protests that convulsed Bangladesh in recent weeks were a backlash against Miss Hasina's formula for power: absolute, disconnected, and entitled. She cracked down hard, and the resulting challenge to her rule was a crisis largely of her own making, analysts said. The student-led protest started as a peaceful expression of opposition to quotas that reserved sought-after government jobs for specific groups. The violent response by government security forces and vigilantes from Ms. Hasina's party set the country to the verge of anarchy. Ms. Hasina, 76, deployed every force at her service onto the streets, including a feared paramilitary unit whose leaders have in the past faced international sanctions over accusations of torture, extrajudicial killings, and forced disappearances. Oh, you were 5? Oh, that's great. Yeah, so that's the story. So one of the longest serving female leaders is in exile right now because she fucked up, it sounds like to me. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't really know. That's funny because that story tells me things, but it doesn't tell me a lot of things because it feels to me like has there been a shift in her leadership? But chummy looking photos with Pootie on the Googles. Oh no, well then forget it. I mean, I don't know. Seems like they're done with her. The 70s and 80s were part of my favorite. I love all of them. I love all the decades. I didn't like the 70s when I was in the 70s because I was a kid. But now in retrospect, I can appreciate it. Teresa, good morning. Good morning. It's great to stay up late. Which I did. I stayed up late. Okay, so can I just explain to you about the market? Can I explain the stock market to you easily? And not you easily, but I mean, can I explain it easily so that you can understand and whatever? If you're feeling anxious about the dip in market, don't. Because all that is some retirees, I'm sure, and really rich people losing money. Okay? That's all that is. And what they're doing is they're going to buy at the low. So when everything tumbles, that's when people who are probably pretty terrible people go into action and start buying, which then will drive the price back up because this is all about not supply and demand, but, nothing. It's about nothing. It's about nothing. The stock market is a fantasy land of some indicator, and it's not. It's an indicator of how greedy companies are. That's what it's an indicator of. So, as someone who worked on Wall Street for a decade, I can tell you that this is not the end of the world. No market crash will ever be the end of the world, ever. And I was a margins clerk in 1987 when it crashed, so I know what a crash looks like. And crashes still are, Jesus Christ. I just don't even know how to, you guys obviously know. But the bottom line is that it's just an opportunity to buy. It's just a fucking opportunity to buy. Nobody's selling except for the panic patties. The panic patties will always panic. I buy low. I promise I'm not. Oh, yeah, no. Sorry, Kathy. I'm sorry. Buying low is actually smart. Yeah. Buying low is actually really smart. But what I'm saying is the hedge fund managers and the other people who do that are not very nice. And they're doing it because they're predatory. So it's a whole different environment. So thank you for that clarification, because I'm not saying that you're bad if you buy low, because obviously you're not. But it's the market will come back, number one, because of greed, and it's just the way it is. I don't know. I guess I'm just like, I'm really begging people, don't get too panicky about this, okay? This shit happens, and then it comes back. And much of the selling activity is automated. That's right, because they have triggers to sell shares. So, yeah, they have limit orders. They have all kinds of things in place. They have short sell. They have stuff that drives the way the market performs, and the individuals are along for the ride. I'm sorry. This is about the market is about institutions like pension funds and hedge funds and mutual funds and other things where they use those prices to gain. So, yeah, most activity is automated. Well, I mean, it is, but there's an awful lot of trading that goes on. But the big institutional traders can drive large blocks of shares, and that can really push a market. So, yeah, I mean, it's, I don't know. It's just all greed. I mean, as someone who's been there, it's just a bunch of greedy people. I'm sorry. And it doesn't mean anything. It certainly doesn't. I mean, it might react to things in our economy, but it is not our economy. The market is not the economy. It just isn't. So, I don't know. And yeah, I guess the rich people want us to panic when they panic. Well, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Lolo, I think I still have a pic of me and my sister with Winnie the Pooh. Oh, little baby. Or someone in a costume. I don't know. Yeah, it could have been Winnie the Pooh, I guess. Scott, I found a Van Halen CD 1984 that someone had discarded. Tried playing in my car. Oh my God. Van Halen 1984? It's an amazing album. Are you kidding me? It's like one of the most amazing albums. Stop it. Yes, Max. Most active. Yes. The drum kicks on the start for Hot for Teacher. Oh, yeah. That's right. And that's a Van Halen. I can't remember what his name was. What was the drummer's name? Something Van Halen. Anyway, he's very good. Panama. No, Van Halen. I saw Van Halen in live like 4 times. I love Van Halen. I totally love that. So I'm into it. Where's my coffee? Where's my weed? Have I smoked any weed this morning? No, I have not. I think we're on TikTok, but I'm not sure about that. Let me see. Let's see what's happening on TikTok. Oh, live visibility restricted. I sort of hate liking VH. Why? Life's too short. How many? I have 115 viewers. Oh, that's fun. Hi. Trashy. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know. Here's the thing about like entertainment, music, art. I definitely value art that makes me feel happy, right? Or takes me somewhere else. And sometimes that can be bad art. It can be common art? I don't know. It can be not intellectual. I don't know how to describe it. So I'm okay with that. It's like all the people who said, why do you let your child watch TV? Why do you let them watch like movies and shit like that? And I'm like, first of all, why would I try to control some, like that level of activity? That seems incredibly dumb to me. What a waste of time. And she was, like my kid grew up really interested in movie making from a young age. I think because I showed her a lot of movies about pop that was installed in otherwise than by my will. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's, you're kind of subject to the radio kind of thing. Or we were back in the day. God, remember when radios were like normal? Like, you would, oh, my Get unloose. Get untangled. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Sammy for musicality, David Lee for vocals, and a good frontman. Yes, totally. I actually liked Sammy Hagar as the lead. I mean, I love David Lee Roth. Don't get me wrong. I really did. I really loved him. But I don't mind Sammy Hagar. David Lee Roth. No, I know. Well, see, and people don't. I totally understand that. I was married to a Van Halen purist. Okay, I know. The reason I went to Van Halen is because my husband at the time loved Van Halen and was a drummer, so he loved going to concerts. Max is staying out of this convo. Blah, blah, Van Halen, blah, blah. We are millennials. I don't know. I'm not a millennial. LOL. Classic rock radio outside Pittsburgh sounded exactly the same yesterday as it did 35 years ago when I moved out. Oh, you were in Pittsburgh yesterday? Outside Pittsburgh sounded exactly. What does that mean? Yeah. I mean, I think radio really controlled what. I mean, that's a good point. It's like you're given the stuff to listen to. That's interesting. Oh no, you weren't. Yeah. So I don't know. I understand people being like, oh, I can't stand that music. I totally understand that, and I totally respect it. I'm just saying, I don't know. I just really liked it. I probably liked it more because my husband did. You know, like, oops, is this plugged in? No, it's not plugged in. That's what the problem is, girlfriend. What is going on? What? Why aren't you plugged in? Isn't this you? Isn't this you? Isn't this you? Oh, that's what happened. Okay. Why in the world would the cord need to come out of the fan? From the fan? What? What? Where do I plug this in? Oh, right there. Oh, God, people. Come on now. All right, there we go. Jesus. I'm like sweating, and I'm like, where am I sweating? I don't know when it opens. Probably soon. I don't know. Some assholes were in my old neighborhood. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. I feel like Nine Inch Nails was mocking Van Halen with teeth. I didn't listen to a lot of Nine Inch Nails. I'm so sorry. I probably should have. I don't think my music taste is really incredibly developed. Like I would say someone like Oomph knows a lot about different music and stuff like that. And PGH doesn't want to accept it. It's not. Pittsburgh doesn't want to accept it. It is not a major city. Pittsburgh isn't it? Isn't Pittsburgh a major city? I don't know. Just a gigolo everywhere I go. He's been everywhere. He's from everywhere. Well, apparently you did spend some time outside Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Anyway, all right. What's next? Let's see. Tina Peters is a creep. Tina Peters is a creepy girl. All right, hold on. Let me find something more interesting. Let's see. What's live right now? Who's live right now? Hurricane Debbie. All right, that's fine. Rain on a Tin Roof is live. I love that. I love it when they go live. Ambient Rain on a Tin Roof is one of my favorite streamers. there's really not much happening today. I gotta be honest with you. Grew up outside Pittsburgh. Yeah. Well, I can see the Chuds are awake because one of them is on my thing, and she's got 123 people watching her. Be a bigot. Oh, that's great. I think that's awesome. You know, I like my little show. I know I'm not a bigot or anything like that, but I'm just saying, I like my little show. I don't really get it. I don't get it, people. I really don't. I don't know. I just do it. Now at this point, I'm just waking up and doing the show. Because there's nothing else to do. Okay, let's see. Is there anything else? Mac the Knife. When I learned the lyrics, I was laughing. I had no idea what the subject was. What is the subject? I thought it was a gangster. About a gangster. It's not too cool. Hurricane Debbie has balls. Did you see that? That was funny. I thought that was funny. Oh, here we go. Wait.
Well, we have that.
Let's hear this idiot. I can't stand it. I know. You're going to hate me, but don't hate me so much, okay? Please don't hate me. Let's listen to Sebastian Gorka. It's a Gorka. Harris's running mate expected today?
A video of congratulating the governor of Pennsylvania. So, could be that. They have a real challenge here because the party...
The Gorka reality check.
The party of the bi-coastal elites. It's the people
I knew it.
who, their biggest problem is the signal of the Wi-Fi and
Chud reviews. No, I don't think so.
Who runs the Democrat
It's been 2
Party.
years. I think if it was going to happen, it would have happened by now.
It's not the party of minorities.
Fascist with an accent.
It's the white, rich, bi-coastal elite. And the fact is that has to
He's going to say that over and over again. Bi-coastal elite. Nominee.
And if they're picking Shapiro, it's just reinforcing this, elitist attitude and the new Democrat Party.
Yes.
I mean, that's why the
Not
choice
like
of J.D. Vance was so brilliant from President Trump. This is a guy who grew up in the working class, who was a Marine, who understands
grew up in the working class. Mother was an addict of all things. My God.
Minorities in the last
was anyone else's parents an addict?
I'm not going to give advice
to
the Democrats live on Newsmax. But now it looks like the choice is just going to reinforce this negative image they have of being the party of the elite.
And that's a great point.
That's a great point.
Pennsylvania is going to be so huge in the upcoming election, but Governor Shapiro, if
almost
it's,
a swing
in fact,
state.
he is going to be the VP, does it move the needle in Pennsylvania? But also, is there an appeal, Doctor, to the rest of the country? Does Governor Shapiro, is he going to make any difference to the rest of America? Like you say, J.D. Vance appeals to that working class.
Oh, okay. Does he? Bring? Really? Yale?
This is a really
appeals
interesting
to the
question.
Yale working class?
Because,
I guess. I don't know.
You, me,
I'm not high enough
all
for
of
this
our
either.
viewers on Newsmax, we're freaks. We're political
Well, you're
junkies.
weird.
We love this stuff, right? And if somebody like me has no name recognition of this individual, if Josh Shapiro wasn't on my radar screen prior to this leaked video, then what effect is he going to have nationally? This is a person with...
They are so scared. Okay, I'm not gonna make you go through that. The Republicans are really frightened. Okay, they realize that their candidates. Well, Trump is a mess, right? And then J.D. Vance is also a mess, and it basically has the personality of a paper towel. His tie reminds me, we need to Photoshop a crime scene tape on Trump. That's a great idea. We should do that. He should be surrounded by crime scene tape. Oh my God. Yeah, Gorka didn't have the governor of a swing state on his radar, and he's the sophisticated one. He doesn't know who Josh Shapiro is, but he's a political wonk. Okay. This is what he does for a living. This is what he does for a living. And he doesn't know who Josh Shapiro is. What? No, that's not true. That's not true. Apparently it is. So, Josh Shapiro is at once a coastal elite in a state that doesn't meet the coast, according to Max, which is true. Although people perceive it to be part of the coast. I'm sorry. Like, they perceive it. Or they're going to make it, even if they don't perceive it. So, Josh Shapiro, apparently, is someone who Sebastian Gorka never realized was a person. And now he realizes it. So, here's the thing. I think they know, first of all, that they're going to lose because they don't have enough votes. They have lost ever since 2016. They have overall lost in terms of power. No, he's not related to Ben Shapiro. Not everyone with the last name Shapiro is related, number one. Number two, coast of Lake Erie. I thought it was a coast on the other side. I thought it was a coast. It's perceived by all of us, not the smart people, but all of us dummies perceive it as a coastal. But only in the sense that we're all related, Jared. That's right. Only in the sense of we are all humans, carbon units. But no, they're not related. I don't think Ben Shapiro would ever be on anybody's VP list. So I don't think that's a danger. Anyway. Oh my god. So, yeah. It's the circle of life when it moves us all. Chat is disabled for that live stream. Did you see the WAPO story about MAGA voter outreach? Training slides, be normal. Be normal, be normal. I did not see that. What? What, Max? Who doesn't love a Philadelphia beach? All right, okay. All right. Oh my god. Technical. So technical, people. There you go. Oh well. I gotta smoke some pot. It's not working. Okay. I gotta set out, like, I have a bunch of old vapes that I think still have stuff in them. Yeah, like this has something. Oh, there we go. Is Myrtle Beach, South Carolina any good? I don't know. I don't think I've been to Myrtle Beach. I like South Carolina, but I've heard good things about Charleston. I think that's a good. Is this working? Is anything working today? Anybody? As if normal was into maggots. Sense of reality. Well, if they have to write it down, I mean, come on now. If they have to write it down, that's a problem. Okay? Like, that's the problem. I think Waltz is the best choice. You do? Okay, I do not think he's the best choice. Okay? And here's my criteria. Do you want to see my criteria for a vice president? I don't think you want Tim Waltz because he looks like Joe Biden. And it's not that I think they shouldn't live from Joe Biden. Shouldn't like Joe Biden. I'm just saying, I think he looks like Joe Biden. And that, I think, and he's an old white guy, like with white hair. And I don't think he's a good choice. I'm sorry. That's my spite. I know everybody likes Waltz. My daughter likes Waltz. I don't think he has. I don't think he has. I think it should be Mark Kelly. But it's not going to be because I guess she's not going to go to Arizona. But I thought Mark Kelly would be a good choice. Because he's an astronaut and he can like apply to all the, or appeal to like I think he could appeal to Midwest voters. But I don't know. I guess Waltz, I don't know. I don't know that much about Waltz. Isn't he the same age as Kamala? Is he? Because to me, he looks like an old, really old white guy. Maybe I'm wrong. But I'm telling you, I'm the one that's the problem because everybody seems to like Tim Waltz, or Waltz, whatever his name is. Is it Tim? I don't even know if it's Tim. I don't know. Is he the same age? I don't know. You have to be gentle with this one. I mean, does this one have anything in it? I can't tell if any of these have anything in them. I just keep vapes. I get Lolo's optic reasoning, but some come to qualifications and vote getting your... Well, you know what? That's the thing. If you guys really believe... See, I'm the one out of step on this one. I think that I'm the one that's out of step, not you guys. Because I think you guys... he has a teenage kid. Oh, cognitive state of mind is a big factor to consider with these older politicians. Well, yeah, but he's not. He's only 61. Okay, that's not old. Okay, that's not old. Damn it. Pete is the only one I can see as president someday. I also liked Pete Buttigieg, because he really can talk. He's really good on the stump, and he's very smart, you know. But I guess not. I don't know. She must be choosing Josh, right? She must be choosing Josh Shapiro because she's going to Pennsylvania, and that's where she wants to make that thing. 61 is the Max. You need to shut up right now. Oh, Trump and Biden. No. And you know what? Here's the thing. I'm going to say this again. My favorite moment of this week, or maybe last week, I don't know, was when Biden was talking to reporters about the prisoner swap, the prisoner exchange. And at the end of it, he's walking out, and someone, probably Ducey, yells at him, "You don't think so? I think he would. I think he would get in, but maybe not." Well, Nancy, hey, listen, let me tell you about Nancy Pelosi, too. You can hate Nancy Pelosi all you want, but she has been the most effective Speaker of the House in history. You have to look at how she whipped votes, because that's the job of the Speaker. The job of the Speaker is to whip votes in the House of Representatives. And that bitch knew how to do that. She did not bring a bill to the floor unless she knew she had the votes. And she did. So I'm going to tell you right now, you can hate on Nancy Pelosi all you want. That bitch is one of the smartest people on the planet and one of the most effective Congress people on the planet. Period. Full stop. So, see, the thing is, you're old, 7 decades. See, I'm 60. I don't feel 60. I don't feel 60 at all. So, or whatever 60 is supposed to be. So I'm like, you know what? It's just a number. It's just a number. I can't with it, because otherwise, we're just going to die. So it's not like, everybody does reach these ages. OG Van Halen, Solo, Sammy, and Tim Waltz for VP. Paul J comes in and weighs in on all of the whatever. Oh, I'm not saying it's not old. I'm just saying I don't feel like, and I don't think 61 is the beginning of old. I think it's changed now. If you're getting Medicare and shit like that, it doesn't make you old. Max. Max, I really think you and I need a show. It's like The Odd Couple. I love you, Max. You turn 59 in a few weeks. Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Boop, boop, boop. I don't know. Yeah, it blows. I don't want to die. That's really what that's what old age means to me. I don't want to die. But, that happens too. Been listening. I'm 55 but 13 mentally. Oh, your dad died at 63. I'm so sorry, Jared. That's so young. My mom died at 68. I understand. I felt that was way too young. Way too young to lose her. Life. Life. Go figure. Life. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. Go figure. That's my new show. Life. What are you going to do? That's the new show. Your uncles died at 45 and 50. Jared, what the fuck, man? You are very immature. You are very immature, Max. I know this about you. You can be very immature. Oh, Washington neighbor got your ballot filled out. Yes! Viva la Lola. Spinal stenosis closing in on you? Oh, babe, I had a friend that had that. I don't want to go into too much detail for you, but can you get, do you have to go through physical therapy a lot? I'm 46, so not much longer for me. Stop it, Jared. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. That's not true. That's not true. People outlive other people all the time. It doesn't matter. You're fine. You know, just don't eat too many kangaroos. 46 is the end of young. That's right. Surgery. Oh shit. Back surgery. Fuck. Back stuff is just the worst. Of course, here I am sitting all curved over and everything. Straight. Yeah, back stuff is the worst. Oh, look. You have had 2 Okay. I'm not gonna try. Stop trying. Stop trying to read that word. Stop it. Stop it. Let's see. What else? What'd you guys do this weekend? I don't feel like I did anything. I slept yesterday. I really slept a lot of the day. And Saturday? What the fuck did I do Saturday? Hi Mike. I had stenosis and had an ablation procedure for that and the 2 bulging discs. Did it help, Mike? Did it help? I feel like I'm hearing more and more about stenosis. And how did you get... Do they just do x-rays and MRIs to diagnose that? I wonder. At 46, I was still out in the clubs. Yeah. At 46... What year was that? 22? No, I wasn't out in the clubs. Oh, wait, no, not 22. 2012? Wait, when was I? I don't remember. I can't do math. You caught up on the Peters trial? Damn, I didn't catch up on it. Fuck, man. Kathy, you're amazing. Scott, where are you again? 90s and humid. I stayed in central air. Yeah. Yes, I did 2 rounds of physical therapy first. Wow. And those are intense, right? That actually can hurt. Physical therapy. So that's an emotional and a physical burden as well. So, oh gosh. I'm going to send out good healing vibes to all the backs in the audience. All right? All the backs in the audience, all the spines. I just want you to relax. I just want you to chill out. I want you to not be so freaking angry. Try not to have surgery. Exercise, use PT always. Try to strengthen the muscles. Best of luck. It is miserable. Oh, babies. It does. Stenosis and bulging discs have opposing therapies. Oh my God. Holy shit. That's nasty. Oh, all right. Sending good vibes out to all the spines. Come on, babies. Come on, babies. Do your job. Work. Work it. Lolo, one good thing is that when I go out to the clubs, strippers, the girls say I look like I'm still in my 30s. Don't know if they're being true. Oh, they are. Oh, Jared, they are. Everything they're saying to you is true. You are the man. I love strippers. I used to have a lot of friends. I used to live in Fort Lauderdale, and I had a lot of friends who were strippers because I went to the same nail person they did. So I love those women. They work hard. They fucking work hard. And it's all kinds of bullshit. And there's always someone trying to take your money, whether it's the door guy or the security or the owner of the club or whoever. They're always trying to take your money. They wanted to do surgery 8 years ago. Numbness is getting bad. Oh, everyone go out and do some Pilates today. Like, build your bone strength. Although I know that stenosis doesn't have anything to do with strength. There are shitloads of physical therapist videos on YouTube for any part that's hurting. Oh, that's a good point. I never really taught that. I never really thought about that. But yes, there's probably great videos on PT procedures. I mean, not that. You would want that. My spine needs realignment, so I will take those good vibes. There you go. I mean, everybody's spine needs some good vibes. You love strippers and guy strippers too. I do. They work hard. And it is not easy work, and it is unpleasant. Probably. So, taught gymnastics. Oh, see, that's why, right? Like, I think gymnast bodies get so fucking beat up over the years. Oh my lord. Yeah, working out helps too. I should work out because I've gained like 10 pounds this summer, and it's going to be hard to lose if I don't start right now. First of all, no more Cheetos. I have had to exclude Cheetos from my diet, so I won't be eating any more Cheetos. Very true, Max. Still view them to learn new PT moves. Yep. At the gym. Working out at the gym. Yeah, and part of my insurance is like a free gym membership. I have to go. It's so stupid that I don't go. It's depression. I can't get out of my house because I'm depressed. I really mean this. White cheddar Cheetos. I'm telling you, Carla, that's my nemesis. I'm better for having both PT and surgery. Look up radio Deuteronomy. Ooh, sounds interesting. Sounds like Cleopatra. I guess just because of the P and the N thing. Anyway. Everyone who's sexy. I've been thinking about tonight. What's that song? Tonight. You've been walking a lot lately. You lost almost 20 kilograms in 3 months. That's amazing. I know that if I cut out Cheetos, which I have, and I'm very sad about it. If I cut out Cheetos and I exercise and do some sit-ups, I will hopefully lose this weight. But I'm gaining. I can feel it. Well, I mean, I know it. I see it. I see it. And when I try to put my jeans on, I feel it. Cookies. Oh, you're a cookie guy? I'm not a real sweets person, but I'm a salty. I mean, that's not true. I will eat sugar. I'll eat like hot tamales, candy. I will eat that.
I can. They generally dissuade us from doing that, but if that's all the court can provide, I can.
I try to be super accommodating of everyone's schedules, but for something like that, with my trial schedule, I don't have 3 days.
I understand.
Those are the first 3 days I have. The week prior is already double set.
Okay.
Or
I can
set.
accept that then. Thank you.
Quadruple set.
What?
December 16th, 17th, and 18th.
December?
For trial. We'll do a pretrial conference.
Is this something else? It might be something else. Court! We're in court.
On the 9th of December, a week before at 8:30. So December 9th at 8:30.
Tell them that you're sexy. Tonight.
How about a motions hearing on October 4th at 8 a.m.?
You're You're not like stopping this one,
I
right?
will be out of the office, Your Honor.
Aren't you in trial with me that day?
Yeah,
I
you're
was
not out of the
supposed to be. I'm supposed to leave that Friday, though, so I was hoping that trial wasn't going to last 4 days. Otherwise, it kind of puts me in a pickle.
We're back.
So
We're back with our friends, the big face friends.
you are here or you're not here? Because we have a 4-day trial.
I know, but I'm not supposed to be here.
Well, you are. Okay,
So
how about
I
that?
don't want to continue to set things.
Okay. When are you coming back?
I will be back on the 8th.
October 8th from 8 to 9 a.m.?
That works for me, Your Honor.
Miss Marcich, does that
See
work
you
for you?
in December,
Yes, that works.
9th at 8:30 in court. You're not going to the water park, okay, Susan? All right, Susan. Your water park plans are canceled. Okay.
Motions
Okay.
will be due on September 3rd.
Watched a couple minutes of
Responses
Corinne
will
interviewing
be due on
Tina yesterday
September.
until I realized it was a rerun from February. Oh, is Corinne still alive?
So, Mr. Hernandez, Giosa,
gotta-
your
I
next
gotta
court date in
catch up.
front of me is going to be
Catch up with
for
her.
your motions hearing on October 4th
Oh, he's just doing his
at
biz.
8 a.m.
Doing his biz.
And then the next time after that you'll be in front of me is
Business. Business
December 9th
man.
at 8:30 in the morning. And your trial
Business.
will be December 16th, 17th, and
You're a
18th.
businessman.
All of this year.
And I'm sorry, I believe we decide on October 8th, not the 4th.
Oh, I wrote down the wrong. Thank you for catching that.
Well, that's crazy.
She's right. October
There
8th
we
is
go.
the next time I'm
Now
gonna
we're
see you in
cooking with
person
gas.
at 8 a.m. Anything else?
Oh, he's went off the record. I just realized we did all that on camera, Your Honor. Okay. Are we ready to rock and roll? Come on. They're both insane. Yeah, well, that's true. Tina's really insane. I mean, Corinne's really insane, but isn't she working for someone? Are you a court jester now? I think I am. I think I could be considered a court jester by this point. Cray indeed, yeah. Cringe. But hey, I want to go to DC and cover the trial, okay? I want to cover the Chutkin hearings. But I can't. Are there any plans for a convoy reunion with all the players from both sides? That would be cool. I don't know. I'm the wrong person to ask. I have been kicked out of all of the convoy related exploits. I have been shut out. So I don't know. You'd have to ask someone else. The funny thing about Tina is that she could have achieved her goal legally, but was so blinded by her bias. Yeah, well, and I don't know. I mean, I think she. I don't know. I just don't know. I remember the Symposium and just thinking, why are we looking at all this data on the screen? Well, first of all, the beautiful part of it was no one in that room at the Symposium that Mike Lindell hosted in August 2021 in South Dakota. No one in that room understood what the fuck he was showing on the whatchamacallit. It's awesome. You know what? It is awesome to be able to wipe your butt and put your shoes on, okay? That's like one of the best feelings in the world. Oh, that's really good, Scott. What a good song idea that is. Oh my God. Brilliant. Brilliant. The funny thing about Tina, okay, yeah, she had the authority to increase the amount of logic and accuracy testing and the percentage of the risk limiting. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't think she was ever really interested in what the answers were. Someone was telling her that she had the chance to be a hero. I think it was Doug Frank. I think Doug Frank convinced her. And I'm not gonna stop saying that Doug Frank is one of the people that needs to be arrested for defrauding the American public with constant lies, with an actual clown roadshow to push all his lies. So I want Doug Frank stopped. I want him stopped. And I don't know. I can't believe this. I can't believe this is where we are. I really can't. I cannot believe that in this day and age, we still allow the recitation of lies about an election. I cannot fathom that people still feel they can lie about the election. I am shocked. And you can't tell me you're a true believer. You just can't. Because you haven't looked at the data that you claim is so proving. You haven't. Period. I have. Doug Frank doesn't have any data. He has these algorithms that prove that averages happen. This is Tina Peters. This is Tina Peters. Tina Peters' hearing started last week, Gal. We didn't realize it until the last minute. But yeah, this is Tina Peters' bullshit. November through inauguration is going to be a shit show. It already is a shit show, isn't it? And yes, I am actually more depressed about post-election than I am pre. Because Roger Stone put it so eloquently when he said, we already have everything in place. We already have a thing in place. Not looking at the data is consistent with true believer. Oh, that's true. That's a valid point. Judiciary and rule of law has failed miserably. Congress can get out of their own. Yeah, well, Congress is doing. Matt Gaetz et al. Are doing exactly what the doctor ordered. So this is all. They're delighted with how this is going. So I just. I don't know how you walk through life claiming that something happened that didn't happen, and you also don't have a good argument for how it happened. You know. So yeah, the post-election is going to be a fucking pain in the ass because that bitch and all her friends are fucking stupid. What is that shirt? What is Mick Jagger doing with that shirt there? Who the fuck is Mick Jagger? Who is that? Oh my God. I can't with this. The polls are saying that Kamala Harris has a slight lead over Trump, so it will be close either way. I don't actually think it's going to be close, Jared. Let me tell you why. Polls are dumb, first of all. We don't really... You're zooming in on the shirt. I know, that shirt's too much. Karen. It probably won't be close. It probably will be quite a blowout. I think that Kamala will win. Numbers wise, she's going to win. And what's going to happen next is Trump et al. Are going to say it was rigged. And then they're going to go around the country yelling about how it was rigged and basically causing all the same strife that they've been causing since 2020. But now with, I guess better law. I don't know, because are there lawyers left to argue this? Where are they? Because 2 of them have been disbarred. And 1 of them is suspended for 2 years because of what he did. So I'm afraid that the boards of professional responsibility for lawyers in this country do not suffer these fools and will take action when necessary. Now, the 2-year suspension for Jeff Clark is a freaking crime, because I remember we watched that hearing, those dismissal hearings, or maybe we did. Yeah, there'll be counties refusing to certify. There you go. Thank you. Give me coffee. Thank you. They have spent the last 3 years. Well, and then there's SCOTUS. They have spent the last 3 years trying to fight and building relationships with counties so that they can use those people, right? Doug Frank et al. Have been running around the country Yeah, where do we find more lawyers with no values or no ethics? Oh, the dog's barking. Okay, Ginny Thomas and Cleta Mitchell still around. Yep. Cleta. Okay, this is going to start when I'm walking the dog, so we're going to let it happen, and I'll be right back and enjoy the show. The sound will come on automatically, so don't worry about it. I'm pretty sure my California county. Really? Oh, fuck. I mean, we got to talk about that. Okay, I'll be right back.
Defendant is present out of custody. Good morning, everyone. This is day 4 of our jury trial. Mr. Shapiro, anything we need to take up before we get the jury in?
Yes, thank you. Very briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
As part of the prosecution's ongoing Rule 16 discovery obligations, just want to let the court and refresh counsel's memory that over the weekend we received some new information that was memorialized in reports. Chief Investigator Cannon had those uploaded into Action, and they were e-discovered to the defense yesterday. The information was learned by us yesterday, so we all did it within 24 hours. Just letting the court and counsel know that we are maintaining our Rule 16 mandatory obligations.
Okay. Mr. Case or whoever for the defense, are you ready to go? Anything we need to take up?
Your Honor, did you receive the motion for clarification?
I did.
If you want me to respond, I'd like an opportunity to respond in writing, but it appeared to me it's just a motion to reconsider with another label on it.
I wouldn't call it a motion to reconsider. It argues a couple of different things. I do intend to ask for some offer of proof, if you're willing to share it, as to what it is that this witness is going to testify to that is going to bear upon your client's guilt or innocence.
Yes, Your Honor, so respectfully, I don't think I have an obligation to tell the court or the prosecution what information I intend to produce through a witness. However,
okay, I was going to say that's fine. If you don't want to, you can file something ex parte, but I don't think your right to compulsory process is unlimited, do you?
No, but I think that well, I don't want to argue the point today. I'll file a written response if you can give me a time, but just to satisfy everybody's curiosity, this witness is expected to testify that he informed Investigator Cannon that Dominion owned the Mesa County voting system. And therefore, Mr. Frontera gave consent to the seizure of the equipment by the prosecutor.
Okay.
That's enough.
Okay. And what does that have to do with the facts at issue in this case?
Because Jesse Romero testified that the county owns the equipment.
Okay.
And Mr. Stahl will testify to the same thing.
That the county owns the equipment?
Yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Stahl is a Dominion witness.
Okay. But why does that matter in terms of any of these charges? I don't understand.
Because it contradicts the testimony of
right. It contradicts
Mr. Frontera's advice to the prosecutors, contradicts the testimony of Mr. Romero and Mr. Stahl.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
My point is,
Sorry.
I understand that it may contradict their testimony, but what does if that testimony that is being contradicted has absolutely nothing to do with the defendant's guilt or innocence, why does that collateral issue become relevant?
We don't think it's collateral, and we think it does relate to Clerk Peters' guilt or innocence.
Tell me how.
Well, I don't want to do that now, but I'll respond in writing.
Okay, fair enough.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Shapiro or anyone from the prosecution team?
Based on that record, Your Honor, we're not prepared to make a response. We'll do it once we see a written pleading, and then we'll respond accordingly. We're ready to proceed with Ms. Wenholtz.
Okay. Is the jury here? Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
Is the jury? Did anyone tell the jury to show up? No. Anybody, can somebody call them?
Going to get the jury in.
Oh, here's the big box of data.
Mr. Shapiro, is Mr. Stahl going to be here today?
Tina has a few boxes of data. Why?
Yes, Your Honor.
Why?
We do anticipate Mr. Stahl.
Why does she have all those
His counsel
papers?
is actually present in the courtroom right now.
What?
Okay.
What is going on
We do
here?
have some outstanding pleadings regarding
What
Mr.
is going
Stahl's
on?
anticipated testimony.
So
What
he
is going
next?
on?
No,
What
no,
is
he's-
in that
he's scheduled for the
box?
afternoon.
Okay.
What
We'll
is
take
in
it
that
up,
box? What's in that big?
over
What's
a
in
break
that
or
tub?
When we have a chance when the jury's
What the
not gonna
fuck
be
is in that
community,
tub?
so, all right,
Yes,
thank you.
understood. Thank you.
Is this like childhood mementos? What are we doing? What exactly is her defense? Because I would love to know. Love it. Love it. There's not as many Tina Peters in the audience today as there were on Friday. There's a lot of Tina Peters in this room usually. Tina bullshittery. All rise. All rise for the jury. All rise for the jury. The other thing I'm going to do is work on my arms. I'm going to work on my abs and my arms. You know what else? I really want to get my arms. My arms are like so bad. My arms are so bad. I want to get my arms like fucked up. I want to do it. I should like lift weights while we're doing this.
It's at 9:04. We're back on the record. The jury is here.
Oh, there's
Good morning,
Karen.
everyone. Hope you had
There's
a good
there's
weekend.
Tina.
Refreshed and ready
Tina
to go,
number 7.
for our 4th day.
She is
of,
sitting right in her
trial.
spot where she can run to the
We
bathroom.
were in the midst of the direct examination of Ms. Wenholtz, so if she can come on in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Wenholtz, it's a new day, so I'm going to swear you in again. If you can come on up here with a white strip of tape on the floor, I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of law that the statements and testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, I
Please
got to
take a
work
seat
my.
over here.
But I really, these arms are disgusting. Because like I have good shoulders. Everybody has good shoulders, by the way. I like my shoulders. But my arms are like, oops,
Okay.
my arms are like,
Yes, let's get the hearing device.
I
from
have
the
some
jury.
muscle. No, I don't really have that much muscle. My muscles have atrophied in recent years. I sat next to a QAnon guy at the local watering hole. I had to hear about how black rappers. How is that? Is that because? It's because Snoop Dogg and
Well, I
Flavor
just wanna make
Flav
sure it's
showed
working.
up? Oh Oh, come
Like
on.
we talked about, it's a 50-50 proposition.
Did you advise them that both the people they're claiming are biological men are actually biological
no
women?
pressure is right.
Did you explain that to them? That they have been lied to about the gender of the people
Let's see if
that
we
they
can help her.
claim are cheating? Karen had to go early. Or Tina 7. Tina number 7.
All right,
She's
is
a
that
bailiff?
working? Great, okay. And Mr. Shapiro, whenever you're ready.
She's a helper.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I didn't
Ms.
realize
Winholz, good
that.
morning.
Maybe that's why she's running.
Since it's been about 72 hours since we all last gathered, can you just reintroduce yourself to the jury and for the record?
Yes, my name is Stephanie Winholz. I'm the elections manager for Mesa County. The last name is spelled Wenholz as in zebra.
Again, to refresh our memories, how many years of elections experience do you have as a public servant?
Approximately 10 years.
Let's pick up where we left off at approximately 4:30 in the afternoon last Friday, August 2nd, 2021. And I'm going to show defense counsel what has been marked for identification. And Your Honor, it's a new exhibit that's not on the list, but it's going to be 57.
Okay.
Showing defense counsel.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Objection.
57's admitted, but you can approach. Go ahead.
Ooh. Okay. Democracy. Is that on democracy docket? Give me coffee. She's not really fundy. She's pretty smart. They all sound like that.
Ms. Winholz, are you familiar with People's Exhibit 57, or at least what is depicted?
Yes.
What does it appear to be?
It is a list of participants that were in the meeting on April 23rd, on 2021.
When you say a list, does it also include photographs?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and does that exhibit contain names and photographs of all the participants who were in that meeting that you recorded?
Hey
on the
man,
23rd of
it's
April,
easy to
2021
assume. I'll
in
tell you that right
Clerk
now.
Tina Peters' office.
Yes.
Okay. Now, at this time, we'd like to briefly publish 57.
Oh, we're gonna read that. We're gonna read that.
Yes, you may.
I'm gonna put this.
Get this on.
I'm gonna put this in the. Thank you. Give me coffee. Let me throw this in the chat. Oh, you did? I know. See, it doesn't let you
So,
post.
Ms. Winholz,
If you're
you
not
can
a
work
moderator, it
from
won't let
the
you
top
post.
left
But I can do it.
and work down the left-hand side and then over to the right, and just kind of let the jury know who each person is. So who's in the top left of this exhibit?
The top left is Tina Peters. She was the clerk and recorder.
And right below her on that left side is who?
The Belinda Nisley, she was the deputy clerk for Mesa County.
And below Miss Nicely is who?
Sandra Brown, she was the elections manager for the back office.
And again, when you say back office, if you're both election managers, what's the difference between what you did in front office versus Miss Brown in back office?
So for the back office, that
There you go.
individual was responsible for the tabulation, the pre-processing, signature verification.
So you don't come in here and drop your
when
porn.
the ballots actually come
Why are you
to
dropping
our
your porn?
office, that portion of
Why are you dropping
the
that porn?
process that back manager would handle.
Thank you.
I am the only one
Now
that gets
moving
to
over
drop
to,
porn in here. Damn it.
Just to the right, but at the top, who is the person depicted to the right of then Clerk Peters?
Dr. Frank
And his first name?
Douglas.
And below Douglas Frank is who?
Sharona Bishop.
Ugh.
And below
Sharona,
Miss
America's
Bishop
mom.
is who?
America's mom, who's a
Maurice
fraud.
Emmer.
And in the lower right are two people that are kind of separated
Why is
off.
everyone's heads like
Identify those two
floating?
people.
That's Brandy Vance, and then also myself.
Okay. And who's on the left, who's on the right?
On the left are the individuals who stayed in the meeting, and the two people on the right are the individuals who left the meeting.
Okay. So what I'm going to do at this point is ask Ms. Weimer if we can pull up admitted exhibit 48. Are you able to see that from your angle?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what 48 shows?
Yes, this is actually a photo of Tina Peters' office.
Okay. And does that photograph substantially look like the setup of the office when this April 23rd, 2021 meeting was held?
Yes, it is.
All right. From that vantage point,
I'm at the end of my weed, so I'm like finding all the weed that's not all the way smoked.
Meeting, as to each of those participants were located in that office?
Yes.
Okay, from memory, 3.5 years, walk the jury through if you can.
May I stand?
With the permission of the court?
Yes.
Thank you. So in this spot right here would have been Tina Peters.
And I just need to make sure.
And that is going to be on your.
Well, hold on a second. I want to make sure that the microphone is able to pick you up because you're
Yeah.
away from the microphone.
And yes, it is. I also want to make sure that we have a good record of what it is that she's pointing to.
Right, so Ms. Wendholz, either you need to say where you are focusing on in the photograph, or I'm going to need to stop you and I'm going to need to make a record, okay?
Okay.
So if you get too far from the microphone, the clerk will let me know and we will have to make sure you're close
No.
because every word you say has to be taken down by the microphone. Thank you for doing that.
Sounds good.
Okay, so can you just take it very slow and walk us through like you're a weathercaster in the local news?
Okay, sounds good. So here on this right-hand side is a chair
Oh, yeah, I'll
that
try
is
not to.
gray in the desk. That belonged to Tina Peters.
Just hold on. You may approach with a clicker?
Yes.
Oh yeah, why don't we have a laser pointer? This is fucking 2024, bitches. Grab your implements.
So this chair right here, this gray chair on the right-hand side belonged to Tina Peters. This chair over here belonged
Oh,
to
is it not?
Belinda
It's
Knight.
catching. It's picking
They
up
were both
everything.
sitting
I'm so
here
sorry.
in the chairs when I entered.
It's the wrong
Okay, so for the
fucking-
record, the chair on the right was occupied by Tina Peters.
Duh.
Yes,
The chair on the left in the photograph was occupied by Belinda Nicely, the
chief deputy.
chief deputy.
Yes.
Continue with your orientation of where people were in this room.
So over here in this corner was a gentleman who was not introduced to me, but is identified as Maurice Emmer.
Okay, so the lower left,
Yes, this lower left area, and that is actually, this lower left area is closest to the door. There is going to be a door located over here on this left-hand side.
okay?
When I came into the actual meeting, I actually sat right next to Maurice, next to that door.
In a chair or on the floor?
In a chair, I did grab a chair from one of the areas in the office. Over here next to Tina Peters, here on the left-hand side, Sandra Brown was sitting.
Okay, so to be clear, when you say next to Tina Peters on the left-hand side, the Peters chair is on the right side of the photograph.
Correct.
Are you saying the left of Tina Peters, but on the right side of the photograph?
That is correct.
And again, who was that?
That was Sandra Brown.
Okay, continue.
And then there were two gray chairs that sit here. You can kind of see there, it looks like a little bit of a piece of that chair. But there are two gray chairs that were sitting here.
In the lower right portion of the photograph.
That is correct. In those chairs, Sharona Bishop was sitting in a chair that was located right, kind of across from Tina Peters. And then the chair here on the left-hand side was Dr. Frank was sitting there right across from Belinda Nicely. Behind Belinda Nicely, there's a kind of a shelf area, and there was also a chair there, and Brandy Bance was sitting there.
Oh,
Thank you for remembering that 3.5 years after the fact.
oh, thank you, Scott. Oh my God.
Okay, thank you for doing that.
Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Wait, that's not what I wanted.
So, Ms.
That's not what I
Wendholz,
wanted.
when we all were here Friday afternoon, we admitted People's Exhibit 22A, and it was played for the jury. It was approximately 12 minutes in length.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to go through about 7
Thank you,
clips
Scott.
of that 12-minute recording.
Thank you, Scott. Oh, did you not hear that? Oh
The
shit.
7 clips total about
I don't even know what's
128
playing.
seconds.
God damn it.
Okay? I'm going to play it. I'm going to give Ms. Weimer, the paralegal, a timestamp range, and she's going to stop. I'm going to ask you.
There we go.
If you can
Oh, there we go.
identify
Now
who
I'm
each
cooking with
of the
gas.
Speakers are
Fuck,
in
man.
that particular clip. Does that make sense?
Yes, it
So
does.
sorry.
So we're going to do the first clip that begins at 1 minute 50 seconds that goes to 2 minutes and 5 seconds. So 15-second clip.
Okay.
Just listen, and then I'll ask some questions.
I think it's a feather in your cap if you can say, we
Look at
discovered
that.
this corruption in our county and we've cleaned it up.
Do you know I was going to do an audit? Do you know I was working with Chuck to do an audit?
Yeah.
Okay. The male who
Not
is
necessary,
speaking
but
in
so
that
appreciated,
conversation,
and it goes
you
right
recognize
back
that
into the
voice?
show.
Yes, I do.
Thank you so
Who's
much,
that?
Scott.
That is Dr. Frank.
The female who is responding or interacting to Dr. Frank was who?
Tina Peters.
Do you personally know who that Chuck person is that Tina Peters was talking about?
I
And if you don't know, you don't know.
I can only speculate.
Then don't answer.
Yep.
All right. Let's now go to the second clip. It's 13 seconds in length, beginning at 3 minutes, 23 seconds, going to 3 minutes, 36 seconds.
Then the question is, those ballots, maybe pretend, just for the sake of rhetorically, pretend these are what the real ballots were and these were the phantom ballots, okay? And then, so what I've been doing is I've been helping people find these phantom ballots.
Do you recognize the male voice who was
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
Doug Frank.
purported phantom ballots?
That's
Yes.
Doug Frank.
Who's that?
That is also Dr. Frank.
Yes.
Let's go to the
He's
third
not a
clip,
doctor.
10 seconds
He's not
in
a
length,
doctor.
beginning at 4 minutes,
He's
20
not a doctor.
seconds, going to 4 minutes, 30 seconds.
I mean, I would be glad to help you. I've been going around the country helping lots of people. And Mike Liddell pays me to do that, okay? So you don't have to, pay me, right?
Do you recognize the person who made that statement?
That is also Dr. Frank.
All right, let's go to the fourth clip. It is 23 seconds in length, beginning at 8 minutes, 12 seconds.
Oh, I know, Paul
Going
J.
to
We're
8 minutes,
just sending out
35
really
seconds.
good vibes to everyone in Florida.
Can you look inside of ours?
Be safe.
No,
And see?
It's against the law
It
because you
is.
signed a contract.
Yeah, invest wisely and weed.
and
I
even
shall,
if it
sir.
wasn't,
I
it would
shall.
void the,
It would have to start all over
it would
again.
void the,
Actually, it goes into the monthly
Okay.
You guys
subscriptions
signed
that
a
I need for
contract
the
with
show.
Dominion. I
So
know,
that's
I read
where
it.
all the money
It says
goes.
that you promise you don't get access to the code, you don't get access to opening inside.
All right.
Fuck yeah, Carla.
Who is the
Doctoring
first
election results
speaker
don't
who's
make you a
asking
doctor. That's right.
If he, referring to a man, could look inside ours?
That would be Dr. Frank.
Okay. In the context of that conversation, did you infer or know what ours meant?
No. In this context, I was listening to the conversation. There was a lot of conversations that were going on, and I was just trying to get up to speed what was actually being said in the conversation.
Okay. And then soon after that, is there
What fuckery have I just
female
entered?
voice that says no in terms of opening up the machines
Yes.
or looking at machines? Who is that female voice?
There was actually two female voices. I do believe Sandra Brown
Yes.
is the one who said
He's
no,
brain dead.
that it's illegal.
Wait, we have a picture of it.
Who is the male that says it's against the law because you signed a contract?
That is Dr. Frank.
And who's the
And
person
that
who said that
is
opening
Dr.
the
Frank.
machines would void the trusted build?
That I'd have to hear the voice again.
If we can just briefly play that, beginning at 8:12.
Teresa!
Can you look inside of ours?
no,
And see?
It's
if,
against the law
It
because you
is.
signed a contract.
Okay, all right.
well, and
Can
even
you
if it
come back
wasn't,
then?
it would void the,
It would have to start all over
it would
again.
void the,
Trusted
Warranty.
the trusted build.
Oh.
Okay.
You guys have
All right.
signed a contract with Dominion. I know, I've read them.
Right.
That says that you promise you don't get access to the code, you don't get access to opening inside.
Is
He's
your memory
king
been
ass
refreshed
clown.
now as
He is
to
the
who's
king ass
person who
clown.
Said opening the machines would void the trusted build.
Yes, that was Sandy Brown.
Okay, and finally, who was the person who said that you promised to not get access to the code at the end?
I would have to hear it again. I'm sorry.
All right, if we can just maybe do
No,
the
no,
last
no, Jared.
5
No, 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 no,
seconds
no,
of
no,
that
no, no,
clip,
no, no
we
bow
can go
ties.
to
No, 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 no,
8 minutes,
no,
30 seconds.
no. Unfuckable. Unfuckable.
Can you?
It says that you
No.
promise you
Hell of
don't
a
get
fugly
access
guy.
to the code, you don't get access to opening inside.
That is Dr. Frank.
Great, thank you. Let's go to the next
No,
clip.
nope.
It's approximately 16 seconds in length, beginning at 9 minutes, 57 seconds, going to 10 minutes, 13 seconds.
You're not allowed to.
On
That's
May
the plan.
26th
No, I
or
think it was
27th, when
the
they
in
come, what's
Antrim.
the
Well, he
plan?
would know because he's involved in
The
things.
plan, as far as I know, they're updating the software.
Are they gonna open the machine?
Okay.
I don't
okay.
think so.
So here.
Not as far as I know.
So I was getting ready to ask him to come back.
Who's the first female who was heard saying on May 26th and 27th, when they come, what's the plan?
No. Brains.
Said at the very
I'm
beginning
a
of that
what is that? Sapiosexual
It sounded
kind
like
of
Sharona
thing.
Bishop.
Lolo's a hard
Who
worker.
responded, the plan.
Oh, I know.
plan
Isn't
is
that sweet, Teresa?
updating software.
Yeah, the
That was Tina, and
Really
also
lovely.
Sandy was kind of talking in there too.
And who is the person who is asking him to come back?
That is Tina Peters.
No, Teresa is actually.
him
Teresa
Miss Peters
is
was
always
referring to,
5
that she
steps
was going to
ahead of
ask
me,
to come back?
for
Dr.
sure.
Frank.
At least 2 steps ahead of everyone
Let's
else.
go now to the next clip. It's only 3 seconds in length, beginning at 10 minutes 41 seconds, going to 10 minutes 44 seconds.
Right.
So that he's thinking
Right.
that there's a
Hey, you wanna
transmitter or
come in
something
May?
inside.
Here's a person who works with this.
Who is the person that says, do you want to come in May, on May 26th?
That is Tina Peters.
And finally, the 7th and final clip, 48 seconds in length, beginning at 11 minutes and 2 seconds, running to 11 minutes 50 seconds.
That's why this is such a big
I'm gonna
thing.
step out on a limb. You wanna come May 26th?
They're doing an audit here, they're gonna wipe the machines.
Well, they're
Well,
not
no,
gonna
they're
wipe
doing
the
an
machine.
upgrade.
Oh, this would be
Update
my
on
offer.
my
Upgrade the machine, sorry.
This is my
I
Yeah,
heard
yeah,
why.
yeah,
It's not software.
And they're probably not doing
You're right.
anything that.
I don't think I'm your guy to do that audit, but I know the team, and they'll do it for you.
All right.
And they'll come in with the best in the country.
Okay, well, listen, so.
And
so-
because we're
No,
practicing
they
this
won't.
now,
It's okay.
and this is.
Randy might have to leave right
This-
now while we talk
Yeah,
about
if you talk
this.
about this, I might have to go out.
All right. Why don't
Why'd
leave
you
while
say
we
that,
talk about
Randy?
Why?
Because she hates
Oh,
them.
conflict. A
Yeah.
conflict.
Yeah.
That's
You
all.
guys are
Well,
such, you guys
sorry.
are very,
Yeah?
thank you. No, thank you for
It's
that.
very nice to meet you.
Thanks. Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much for your help.
Later,
Yeah.
Stephanie, you might need to walk.
All right, so that's the longest of the clip. Let's kind of go statement by statement to the best of your ability. Who is the person who made the statement that they were going to step out on a limb and asking Frank to come back on May 26th?
That was Tina Peters.
And who is then saying that they're going to do an audit, they're going to wipe the machines?
That is Sharona Bishop.
And who responded to Sharona
Oh,
Bishop saying
my
they're not gonna wipe the
Sharona.
machines?
It was kind of
Oh no, give me coffee.
Tina Peters went in there along with Sandy, kind of mentioned in there that it's
Oh, I'm
they're
so
not wiping the
sorry.
machines. It was an update.
Which person said, this is my offer to you?
That was Tina Peters.
And if it was a male who said that, who would that be?
Oh, that was Dr. Frank.
Who said, quote, I don't think that I'm your guy to do that audit?
That was Dr. Frank.
She must have.
Who
Right?
followed up Dr.
I gotta find
Frank's
out. Hold on.
statement of, I'm not your guy to do that audit with, do you know anybody?
I'd have to hear the clip again.
We can maybe go to about 11:20.
And they're probably not doing anything that.
I don't think I'm your guy to do that audit, but I know the team, and they'll do it for you.
All right.
And they'll come in with the best in the country.
Okay, well, listen, so.
And
so-
because we're practiced at this now.
It's okay.
And this is.
Randy might have to leave right
This-
now while we.
Yeah.
Lucas, did you able to figure out who said, do you know anybody?
It sounded like Tina Peters.
And who's the person that said, I know the team, they'll do it for you, they will come in with the best in the country, we're practiced at this now?
That is Dr. Frank.
Did Brandy Bance, your colleague, actually leave the meeting when she was requested to leave by who?
She was requested to leave by Tina Peters, and yes, she did leave the meeting.
And I apologize, that was a compound question, I should not have asked it that way. Were you asked by anyone to leave?
Yes,
By who?
by Tina Peters.
Did you leave?
Yes, I did.
What's the next major or memorable event that occurred on that Friday, April 23rd, 2021, that's relevant to this case?
There was a symposium that Dr. Frank held at the DoubleTree Hotel.
Here in Grand Junction?
Yes, it was here in Grand Junction.
Did you have any idea what the topic of this presentation or symposium was going to be?
We kind of had an idea. Dr. Frank had posted some information about phantom voters and talked about different counties and how their registrations were inflated, and that he would be speaking in regards to those type of phantom voters.
Was that presentation something that was simply voluntary for you to choose to go, or was it mandatory requiring you to go?
It was mandatory. Originally, the event was blocked out for the whole entire day, and then later that week we found out was for the evening and that we were required to go to this event.
Who from your election staff was required to go to this evening presentation?
It was Brandy Bance, Sandy Brown, and myself.
When you were there, did you recognize any of the people seated near you?
I recognized a couple people. There was another clerk from Montrose County, the former clerk, Sheila Reiner was there, and then a few of our team members were there.
And not to spend a lot of time on this presentation, but what were your impressions of this presentation?
The algorithm could not be explained of how they came up with these phantom voters. And honestly, the information was kind of like a revival. I was very uncomfortable at this event. I felt my safety was in jeopardy while I was there. And I was ready to leave.
Was the defendant at this meeting?
Yes, she was.
Was her chief deputy, Belinda Nisley, at this meeting?
Yes, they were.
Let's move forward now to actually preparing for Mesa County's 2021 trusted build.
Okay.
Do you have a memory as to what dates were set aside or signed by the Secretary of State for Mesa County to receive its trusted build of its election management
I can't tell what happened. Sharona was arrested and stuff, but I don't know if she's still under whatever.
Prior to that, did you have an
I don't know.
awareness
Can't
of
tell.
then Clerk Peters, the defendant,
But you got. I'm going to read this article. It's really. It looks really good.
That particular trusted build?
Yes.
How do you
Pillow
have
lost his
such an
shit.
awareness?
So it was brought up in meetings and that she would like to have the public there. I know that we had reached out to the Secretary of State's office, and with the COVID protocols.
I'm going to find a red nose. God damn it!
it
Just
was
because you said
not-
that.
It's not a public event in the first place. It never has been. And it was just not the right time or the right setting to actually make it a public event.
How did Ms. Peters respond to the Secretary of State's decision to not authorize members of the public to attend and observe and participate in the trusted build?
She was upset. She did not like it.
How did she share that with you or in your presence?
She, discussed that she was the clerk and that she should be able to do what she wanted to, and that she wanted to have the public there, that it should be a public event.
Which employees from the Mesa County Clerk's Office, specifically on the election staff, were originally designated to attend and actually participate in Mesa County's trusted build?
Originally, it was going to be Sandy Brown, myself, and Tina Peters.
Were two of your leaders scheduled to be out on pre-planned vacations?
Yes, they were.
Who were those people?
Both Brandy Bance and Belinda Nisley were scheduled for vacation.
Who put you on notice that you were originally going to be part of the team with Sandy
I'll
Brown?
fix the nose transparency, but for
originally it
now
was discussed
we'll use it. Come on.
In a
give me the
meeting
nose.
that I was going to be there, but Brandy Bance was the original one who kind of told me that that was going to happen.
Did that plan that originally had you as one of the designated authorized individuals
Get this like
changed at
between his
some
eyes
point.
there.
Yes, it did.
There we go.
How so?
It changed that they wanted to bring somebody else in who was going to learn elections and help out Sandy and be in the back. We had an administrative
Well,
assistant.
that's as good as it can get right now, but we'll fix it.
Had helped
We'll
out
fix
Sandy
it.
in the
Yeah,
back.
fuck Tina and her
previously, and they
wannabe.
wanted
She's a
that
fucking
person
asshole.
to learn the
She's
system.
a major fucking asshole.
A couple of pieces I
We'll
want to
fix
kind of
it.
break
Hold
down
on,
into
I'll fix
smaller
it.
bites for the record to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
Who is the they that told you? So you said they told you that they had somebody that they were kind of bringing on board.
The they is Tina Peters and Belinda Nisley.
Okay. Who was the prior administrative assistant who had done some work in the past to help Sandy Brown in the back?
The prior administrative assistant was Tiffany Seeley.
And did you have some awareness as to whether Miss Seeley was still employed by the clerk's office or no longer employed by the clerk's office by the time that the preparations for the trusted bill were underway?
She was no longer employed with Mesa County.
So based on that representation, was it shared to you as to who this new person was going to be that would be replacing you?
So I received a CBI records check. So we have a form that our people who have to be involved with the equipment have to sign this CBI's record check. And I was brought a CBI records check for a Gerald Wood. And Gerald Wood was the one who was supposed to be our new administrative assistant.
All right, you use an acronym, CBI. That stands for what?
Colorado Bureau of Investigations.
All right. Who provided you a Colorado Bureau of Investigation background check form for a Gerald Wood?
That was Belinda Nisley.
And was this form filled in?
Yes, it was.
What information was on this form?
So on the form, it has the person fill out their name, date of birth, social security number, and they are also required to sign it.
Okay, and you said Ms. Nisley actually gave it to you, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did she email it to you or give you the hard copy?
She actually gave me a hard copy.
Okay, anything about that appear out of the ordinary or unusual to you?
Yes, because I actually have people who I don't know actually come to me, so I can actually see them face to face. So I meet that individual and then do their background check.
Okay, so in your capacity as the elections manager responsible for the front office duties, which you previously testified focused like on the registration, is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. During the course of your tenure at Mesa County, which up to that point would have been about a year and a half, is that accurate?
That is accurate.
What types of people have to do? Is it both employees and non-employees who are like election watchers and judges who have to come with you to get their background checks done?
So yes, so our employees, anybody who is in the clerk and recorder's office is required to do a background check, along with our election judges. Each year have to have a background check. Along with our facilities team, we also do background checks on our facilities team. So anybody who has access to any of the voting equipment is completely vetted. In Mesa County, we actually have all of our election judges, not just the ones who are in access to our elections equipment.
So in the approximate year and a half of service in Mesa County, up to that time, first of all, what is the date that this background check for Gerald Wood was going to be completed?
It was actually completed on May 17th of 2021.
Okay, so in the approximate year and a half of your service in Mesa County, if you were in the office, was it your habit and custom to meet with all individuals who a background check was going to be done?
Yes.
And were those visits in person, face to face?
Yes, they were.
Had anybody else ever been handled in a way that Ms. Nisley was handling the Gerald Wood background check where you were not meeting him?
No, that's actually the only individual that I have not met, and I still have not met him to this day.
Did Ms. Nisley at least show you a photograph of this purported Gerald Wood?
No.
Did she set up a Zoom
Did they
call
make
for
up
you to
someone?
at least talk to him over the Zoom?
No.
Shocker. What? You gotta name the source,
Based on
Jim.
that,
Where'd
did
you find
express
that?
any hesitation or concerns about that with any other colleagues?
Yes, I did. I did ask if I could meet him, and it was kind of either blown off or it was kind of like, later type situation.
We'll do it
In
later.
anticipation of the trusted build, with the Secretary of State staff coming in and Dominion voting system staff coming in, was your office notified to conduct a digital backup of their election projects prior to the trusted build occurring?
Yes.
How do you know that?
That was actually in an email that I was also on from Jesse Romero.
And to your knowledge, did Mesa County Clerk and Recorder,
I do think I recall hearing something about
the
that.
election staff, conduct or
It's getting a little
do
messy in Georgia, I
backup
think.
of its election projects prior to the trusted build occurring?
My understanding is yes.
And to your knowledge, were instructions provided to the staff how to do that?
Yes, they were.
Were you at work in the office on Tuesday, May 25th, 2021?
Yes, I was.
And on that day, just to confirm, were you or were you not inside the tabulation room where the trusted build was occurring?
I was not.
At any point that day, the 25th of May, 2021, day one of the trusted build, did then Clerk Peters ever approach you and tell you how the new Gerald Wood was doing as a new employee?
I was told that he was not going to work out.
And in addition to then Clerk Peters saying that to you, did Sandy Brown approach you and give you any information about how Mr. Wood was working out?
It was the same response that he was not going to be working out and that he wasn't going to be with us.
Did Ms. Peters and Ms. Brown tell you that at the same time, or was that in separate conversations?
It was separate conversations.
And at the time that the trusted build was occurring on May 25th, 2021, and the next day, Wednesday, the 26th of May, 2021, did you have a belief that your surveillance cameras, specifically in the tabulation room, but actually throughout the entire elections offices, were live and recording?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to reading that article. We'll read it. We'll read that at the
Why
break.
did you have that belief?
So it is a best practice standard for Mesa County to actually have our surveillance system on. So when we first originally came on with Mesa County, we asked about surveillance, and it was told to us that the surveillance system we just kept on. It was a easier practice, and it was also just more efficient that way for us.
I'm going to move you forward now to a Monday in August, Monday, the 9th of August, 2021. Were you at work that day?
Yes.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Do you need to take a moment?
I'm good.
Why is me bringing up that date having that effect on you?
It was the day that we received a press release that the Secretary of State's office was investigating our office. As an elections administrator working in Colorado, that's not a good thing. And I pride myself on my abilities that I do. And that day was extremely emotional for all of us.
So besides getting that news, How did you respond to that news that day? Similar to what you just showed now, or
Yes.
differently?
Yes. I was crying. It was absolutely heartbreaking. I didn't know exactly what was going on. We started to, we were reading the press release. We found out that our passwords were leaked, and it was just devastating. At that point, you're like, okay, what are we going to do? What is going to happen? How are we going to administer this upcoming election? There was a lot going through our head.
And the latter part of that week that began on the 9th of August, the Monday, 2021, moving to the latter part being Friday, the 13th of August, did you proactively reach out to any law enforcement officer to share some information with that officer?
I did. I reached out to Investigator Cannon.
Did you know Investigator Cannon?
We had worked together just a little bit, so we've had a little interaction with each other.
And why did you reach out to Investigator Cannon on Friday, August 13th, 2021?
Because I realized the recording that I had and that I needed to let law enforcement know.
Did we get the answer as to why she recorded it in the first place?
August, at some point, were you getting some type of communication?
I mean, was it Spidey senses or was it like routine?
About what was going on?
There was a few things. At a certain point,
God, I have to pee
our
so bad,
communication
but I
was no
just
more.
can't stop listening to this.
The county had turned off the communications.
Hi,
because
butterflies.
not
All right.
Our office.
Thank you for being here, butterflies.
They had determined that.
Well, I'm just going to stop you right there. I'm going to show defense counsel what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 54.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, 54 is admitted. You can approach. 54.
Thank you.
Mr. Winholz, if you can take just a couple of moments to review.
This is so
that
dramatic.
Exhibit People's 54 to yourself. Is counsel?
Yes, Lee.
graciously
Yes,
stipulating
Lee.
to its
That's
admissibility,
right.
Or just,
Her and I are
agreeing
in
to move
sync.
No, we
I'm
stipulated it's
Justin.
admissible.
Okay.
She's
Would you like
Joey.
to publish 54, Your Honor?
No, all right, go ahead.
I'm Joey. She's Justin.
Ms. Winholz, are you familiar with People's 54?
Yes.
What does it appear to be?
It is an email from Tina Peters telling staff that we have no obligation to talk to
Mariposas.
law enforcement and are also not encouraged to do so. They need to refer to Tina or her attorney and they'll be in touch with them. Don't answer any questions.
I mean, that's not abnormal, but under these circumstances,
so
it
that
is.
they can't spin something to fit their narrative.
Oh my God.
So in her experience, that it's better to say nothing.
That's not
and note
the answer,
daytime
actually,
and
but
what
okay.
they've asked, and that she is all with us.
Were you a direct recipient of this email, or was it filtered down through other recipients?
It was filtered down from other recipients.
How did it make you feel when this was read by you?
It was disheartening. That's not how I was taught. That's not how I do things. It's important to, if there's an investigation, to be proactive and work with law enforcement I also too worked in law enforcement, so I kind of understand that portion of it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a moment, I'll check with my colleagues. Ms. Wundholz, I want to thank you for coming back today. I have no further questions for you on direct examination. Defense counsel may have some questions for you on cross. Thank you again for coming back.
Thank you.
I do like the way this guy explains, like, this is what's going to happen next. I really like that. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. Yeah, like lies instead of narrative. Is what you're talking about? Maybe you're not talking about that, but.
Morning, Ms. Wundholz. How are
Good
you?
morning.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
So the meeting in Clerk Peters' office that you talked about on April the 23rd, 2021,
Mm-hmm.
and you showed us the 8 people who were present?
Yes.
Yeah, you need to answer verbally,
We have to
otherwise the record.
get rid of literally.
Sure.
Okay. So there was Clerk Peters,
Yes.
yourself,
Yes.
Brandy Bance,
Yes.
and you and Ms. Bance are good friends?
We're friends. We're also work.
Yes. Belinda Nisley,
Yes.
Sandra Brown,
Yes.
Sharona Bishop,
Yes.
Maurice Emmer,
Yes.
and Dr. Frank.
Yes.
So 8 people in all.
Yes.
Now, did Clerk Peters or Belinda Nisley announce this meeting in an email?
It was in an email, sort of, that he would be, we had it blocked out for a day, and then we were told that he would be coming. So it was an actual, whole day event blocked out for us.
I see. And that was on the county email system?
Yes.
So,
And then it got changed for that later that evening.
right. But it was basically
Well said.
information
A tool of
available
literary
to
criticism,
anyone
not
on
of
the county email
propagandistic
system that this
storytelling
meeting was gonna
itself.
happen.
It is clouding
Well,
all our
it
ability to
didn't actually say,
evaluate
like,
things,
Dr.
separate
Frank or
from
anything.
how
It
we
just said
imagine our
blocked out.
opponents might use
see.
them.
Now, did Clerk Peters ever ask you never to tell anyone about the meeting?
Not that I can recall.
And did you ever hear Clerk Peters tell anyone else not to ever say anything about it?
Not that I can recall.
So the meeting was not held in secret, true?
That I cannot testify to.
Afterward, everyone at the meeting went
here's-
to hear
who's
Dr.
her,
Frank speak at the Doubletree, true?
Who's her
We went to
boyfriend?
the, yes.
And after Dr. Frank spoke, Clerk Peters treated everyone from the elections department to dinner at a restaurant.
It was paid by the county.
Well, she invited you all, right?
We were kind of told that we had to go.
You were told
Told.
you had to go.
Look
to
at the
dinner?
head shaking.
Yes.
Look at the head shaking on
You
Tina.
didn't want to go?
No, I did not.
And that wasn't secret either, was it? The dinner.
It was last moment, not secret.
Now, you just identified for us some of the,
This woman's
audio
pissed
clips.
off. She's going to let this guy have it.
but we didn't hear the whole thing again today, did we?
No, you did
Jim,
not.
what goes down will come up.
So,
all right? Don't worry.
Could we, Caleb, are you ready with this? Yeah. Could we hear the clip? It's on KK001.
That's usually the best option.
And Your Honor, for the record, KK001 is not an exhibit in evidence. The only
Yeah,
item in
what's the
evidence is
difference
People
exactly?
22A.
Tina
Right, so
is
is this the same? What is
incroyable.
KK01?
It's a new exhibit.
Okay. Well, we can't,
It's a new exhibit.
We can't just.
May I approach the witness, please?
Sure. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I love the typing.
Take that down, please, until it's been admitted.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, my fault, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you?
Well, isn't that a bad thing?
KK1? It's just single page, right?
Yes.
And do you recognize that as an accurate transcription of part of the recording that you made?
Yes.
Good. Your Honor, we offer KK1.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, based on that foundation.
KK01 is so admitted?
May we publish it, please?
Yes, you may.
All right. And may we have these published to the jury? I have copies for everyone. May I
Sure.
give one to you?
I don't need one. It'll be up on the screen so I can read it, but the bailiffs will distribute them to the jurors. Go ahead.
And by the way, they have the most stylish bailiff, okay? Another on-point outfit today. Well done, bailiff. I know, it's really nice. Hi, welcome everyone. I'm grateful. I'm really grateful. I don't know if TikTok is still live, but I think it probably is. I don't know. I can't tell from here, which is fine. Thanks for all that sharing. That's what's done it. You guys have done it. Really, really does help. It really helps when you guys, I see all the stuff that you share and it really helps. And I'm so grateful because I know it takes time. So here's the thing about this woman's outfit, the bailiff. Number one, I love that she's a larger size, right? Obviously. But she is wearing kind of body hugging, you know, like a little body conscious. Not trying to go flowy or blousy. And she's going for a big print, which normally maybe I would have shied away from when I was bigger. And she's leaning into it. And I'm going to tell you right now, she knocked it out of the park. She knocked it out of the fucking park. It's a great outfit. It fits her body. It makes her look great and pulled together. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 for the bailiff today. Well done. And you don't look like Tina Peters, which we're all grateful for.
And you guys know that we're not attacking you. That's really important.
We know that. I know that. Yeah.
And we stressed that with the volunteers, that you need to be conscientious, just to encourage them to call the clerk and record and check your registration, or check your ballot credits.
And
yeah, seriously, 10 out of 10.
I've told the staff, and they know that, you know, we want you to bring us this stuff. Because, you know, if it's true, we want to follow through on that. If it's something that just people don't understand, we want to clarify that too. So.
I think it's a feather in your cap if you can say, we discovered this corruption in our county and we've cleaned it up.
Do you know I was going to do an audit? Do you know I was working with Chuck to do an audit?
Yeah.
And
thank you. So I want to ask you about the statement by Ms. Sharona Bishop. That is on KK1. That is starts at line 4. You see that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And Ms. Bishop said, I mean, we stress that with the volunteers, be conscientious. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Did I read it correctly?
Yes.
All right. What volunteers was she referring to, if you know?
I do not know.
You handle the voter registration for Mesa County, true?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And did Ms. Bishop talk to you at all about voter registration issues?
She had provided us with a list
of
voters that she believed that there was some anomalies to.
Right, like voters in a trailer park that didn't live there?
You know, it's been a while since we've actually researched the whole entire thing. When we actually looked at it, it was not correct. And we reported that back to her.
This is the bullshit canvassing that Sharona Bishop led with Mike Lindell's operatives on the ground in Colorado. And Liz Harris, who was doing the same thing in Arizona.
Look at line 8. and 9, did Mrs. Bishop say, and we encourage them to call the clerk and recorder?
Okay.
Did I read that correctly?
Mm-hmm.
And
Is that a yes?
Yes, it is.
All right,
Yes, it is, sir.
And then did she say in line 11, and check your registration, check your ballot credit?
Yes, she did.
Yeah. Now, do you know what that means?
So if anybody has any issues, it looks like she's telling them to call the clerk and recorders and to verify their registration and verify that they have received ballot credit.
Right. And receive ballot credit, that means
That they actually received credit for voting in that particular election that they submitted a ballot to. And that we were able to verify the signature and it was actually processed for counting.
all right. Now, is that a good thing for voters to verify that their vote was received and counted?
Yes.
So,
in
that
isolation,
respect, at least,
would you
what
say that
Ms.
that's a
Bishop
good
was doing
thing?
Was helpful to your office, making sure that votes of
Imagine
particular
big-
voters
that wasn't
had been
true. He
you
doesn't.
see
He
it that way.
didn't screw a couch. He's a jerk otherwise. So, cushion fucking aside, which actually would make him more interesting, frankly. So I would have opted for that, JD, rather than
Then,
the boring
If we
fascist
could
that
look
we
at
have.
lines 13 to 18 on Exhibit KK1, please.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did Ms. Peters say, quote, and no,
Yeah, she may.
where
I
I've
don't
told
know.
the staff,
I'm sure there's
and
something.
they know that,
Although
you know,
Josh has been through a
we
few
want
elections,
to-
he's been probably
we want
vetted
you
pretty
to
well.
bring us this
If he's the
stuff
one.
Because you know, if it's true, we want to follow through on that. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And what was Ms. Peters referring to there?
So it is our policy that we actually ask people if there's something going on, come to the clerk's office. The clerk's office is your first source for anything election wise. And if there's something weird, we want to know about it and we actually do the research and check it out.
So you understood Clerk Peters to be saying, if there's anything irregular here, we want to investigate and find out about it.
Yes.
Yes. And would you say that Clerk Peters encouraged her employees to be transparent with the public?
I feel sorry for the sofas.
I would say
right?
that
They've been
we
maligned.
encourage the
Like they
employees,
would have
Brandy
that.
and I, to be that way.
Then,
Which means
in
it
line
wasn't
16, did
consensual.
Clerk
No,
Peters
I'm just
say,
kidding. I'm
if it's
sorry.
something that just
Not
people
making
don't
jokes about
understand,
that.
we want to clarify that too.
Yes.
Yes. How did you understand that statement?
So that if people don't understand, we like to explain the process. We like to encourage people to come in to do tours. We encourage people to come and be election judges so that they can learn the process and understand how elections are actually done here in Colorado.
So you're in favor of transparency too?
Yes.
Oh boy. Why were the cameras turned off, sir? Why were the cameras turned off? Why? Okay, that's really my only question. Why
And then, when
were
Ms.
the
Peters
cameras
said, we want you to
turned
bring
off?
us this stuff, who was she talking to?
I do believe she was directing that to Sharona Bishop and Dr. Frank.
All right, and what was the stuff that Clerk Peters wanted Sharona Bishop and Dr. Frank to bring to
No,
the
it's not next week, is it? No, it's week after, I think.
It was just a overall statement, but if it in
He
context
doesn't. That's the
of
way his eyes are.
the
Jim, stop
conversation, most likely the phantom voter information.
So did you understand that to mean she wanted any citizen to bring to the election department any irregularities they noticed in the election process?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. If you know, you know.
Yes, we encourage that all the time.
And as Clerk Peters said, because if it's true that there is an irregularity, your department wants to follow through on that.
Yes.
On the other hand, if it doesn't check out, then if people just don't understand, you want to clarify that too, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, meaning that if somebody brings in something they thought was irregular and you check, investigate, and verify there was no irregularity, then you explain to the citizen, well, look, we investigated and this really isn't a concern because, right?
Yes, and that's what we do.
Yeah.
That's really the question. Why'd you turn the cameras off?
Would you agree that if people's allegations were investigated and found to be unfounded, Clerk Peters wanted the election department to set them straight by telling the truth?
Objection.
Yeah, she never said that.
Relevance at this point.
Stop it.
It's cumulative, sustained.
Stop
now,
it.
you met
Stop
Dr.
it.
Frank at the meeting in Clerk Peters' office. True?
Yes.
And that was the first time you'd met him?
That is correct.
Ugh.
And
Sorry.
Dr. Frank explained his theory that the voter rolls were inflated.
He must have. I was only there for like 10 minutes, so he was briefly kind of talking about it.
I see. Well, you went to the event.
Yes,
right,
I did.
Where he spoke.
That is correct.
Did he talk about inflated voter rolls at the event?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so what was your understanding of Dr. Frank's theory of how voter rolls get inflated?
So he was taking information from the census and then what our voter rolls and saying that it had a percentage over our voter rolls were over the percentage, but he was not able to explain his algorithm of how he got there.
Right. So
That's right, because he didn't
put
have
it in-
one. That's
in
why.
my
Yeah.
limited understanding, layman's terms. He
That
said
clown.
that there were more names in the voter registration list than there were actual people who should be registered to vote.
That is correct.
Yeah. And he called.
And he
the
goes on
people
from
who
there.
shouldn't have been on the list phantom voters.
He did not explain his
Because
phantom
he
voters.
thinks
All right.
that the
Is
people
that
who
what you
cheated
understood?
in the election stole
no, to be
votes
very
from
honest, he
that
could not
pool
explain
of phantom
his whole
voters
entire theory.
to help Biden
So
win. That's his theory. That's it. Yep.
Is not how I understood any
But
of
he
his
doesn't-
stuff. He could not explain his information.
He doesn't know who cheated and how they
Is
cheated.
it true that everyone who is listed as an active voter on your list is mailed a ballot?
Yes, we are a mail ballot state.
Yeah, I'm going to object as to relevance at this point.
That's
I'll
right.
allow that question.
And to go back to what Dr. Frank was talking about, if a ballot is delivered to an address where the voter doesn't live, somebody else, a bad actor, could vote that ballot.
Oh, my
Using
God.
the name of the registered voter. True?
No.
Sure, but they also have to have signature
Yeah,
verification.
they have to have the signature.
And you have to match that signature.
Come on, bitch. Not you, bitch. Not you, my love. That gray-haired bitch. Yeah, so they didn't. And he couldn't prove any of that either. I know Trump won that county. That's not the point. Tina's a true believer.
Caleb, could we play the clip from 11:52 to...
Honest to fucking God. Doug Frank needs to be arrested and imprisoned for defrauding the voters of the United States and election interference.
Nice meeting you. Thank you for coming in.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you.
Was actually making kind of sense, but so I recorded it, but I don't know how.
was that your voice in there that said, thank you for coming?
Yes.
And then who were you talking to outside the room?
Brandy Vance.
Brandy Vance. And is she the one who said, this actually makes sense?
She did mention that, yes.
So Brandy Vance thought that Dr. Frank's theory made sense.
She was in the
Well, then Brandy's
meeting
pretty
longer,
dumb.
and she did say that.
Sorry, you're stupid.
Now then, there was a
Yes, he
municipal
does.
election in
Scared
Grand
and
Junction
alone.
on April the 6th of 2021.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And
I'm going to tell you, if something,
some people
please
were
God,
upset by the results.
the FBI has Doug Frank's phone.
Did Clerk Peters invite a public, did she invite the public to an audit of that election?
I need to do a Doug Frank show.
Continuing objection regarding April 6th municipal election.
You want to approach?
Sure.
Okay.
We need to do a show about Doug Frank, because I was introduced to Doug Frank during the first, what was the Lindell movie, Absolute Proof or something? Absolute Bullshit is what we called it. Anyway, back in 2021, around, I think it was April, Mike Lindell, put out his first movie about election fraud, which was basically a meth session that was taped in their stupid ass studio and then edited or whatever. It was so bad. Anyway, so that was that. But and that was our first kind of introduction to Doug Frank. And so I want to go back and put together kind of how he entered the picture. And because he's basically a math teacher from like Ohio or something that works at a private school. He's like a math teacher or something. So that's the doctor part, is that I guess he has his doctorate in education. I'm not really sure. I don't know what he has his doctorate in. Anyway, so he claims that, he looked at something, but what we'll do is I have some resources, some sources that show us the flaws in the particular flaws in his math, if you will. And literally, he created a persona by that August at the Symposium, where he had been traveling the country with people like David Clements, the law professor who I helped get fired from New Mexico State University or wherever it was that he was a law professor. David Clements, Seth Keschel, Sharona Bishop, and all that. So Sharona Bishop was Lauren Boebert's first campaign manager. Let me say that again. Sharona Bishop was Lauren Boebert's first campaign manager.
All right. The objection sustained.
That's another piece. We're going to do this. We're going to do this show. I don't know when, but it's going to be soon.
Is it legal to do an
I have
audit?
so many clips of these people.
Yes, it's legal to do an audit.
And does the Secretary of State encourage audits after election?
Yes.
Now, looking at Exhibit KK1 again.
See, the thing that's important about this, even though it's history, it's not current. The thing about this case is this is what's going to happen this fall. This is what is going to happen this fall because of Doug Frank and his traveling circus that went around the country.
We've heard in this trial that this recording you made would show a criminal conspiracy. Can you tell me if you see any evidence in Exhibit KK1 of a criminal conspiracy?
Objection argumentative.
She is not a lawyer asking for a legal finding, something like that.
And I would also, she's not competent to know the criminal laws.
Yeah, hello. It's asking for a legal conclusion. I even know that one.
Was it your understanding that Clerk Peters was suggesting here that anyone commit a crime?
When you say here, I'm sorry, are you referring to this exhibit or the entirety?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So
and we're
just
going to read
this
that
piece
article
that
at the
you're
break.
referring to, 13 through
Mm-hmm.
18. Not in that piece.
He has been traveling the country and meeting with county clerks and other people and getting all this shit.
Where in that entire transcript would you say that Clerk Peters suggested somebody commit?
He has people on the inside of some of these clerks' offices. They have literally traveled, I think, to all of the counties.
In the recording, are you specifically
Not that
asking?
they've gotten
In the
meetings with
recording,
everyone.
I would say towards the end.
And he's met with
And then after
secretaries of
she asked
state
us to
as
leave.
well.
Oh, well, did you hear what she said after you left?
No.
So you're saying that Tina Peters asked people to commit a crime
I said
when you
potentially.
didn't hear the statement?
I said potentially.
Oh, well, you have no personal knowledge that she did, true?
That she did commit a crime, or is that she did not commit a crime?
That she asked people to commit a crime.
She asked for people to go out on a limb and to come to a trusted build,
She
which is
invited-
not open
She
to the
invited-
public.
I'm sorry?
And that is not open to the public.
Well, you do logic and accuracy tests, don't you?
Yes, and that is open to the public.
Objection
Right.
argumentative. She answered the question.
I'm sorry, I was distracted by some noise from the audience. The objection is what?
I'll withdraw the objection.
Oh, okay. Did you answer the question already?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did
All right.
the jurors hear it? Okay, all right.
Well, when you say the trusted build is not open to the public, have you ever participated yourself in a trusted build before 2021?
I have not.
So you have no personal knowledge then of what happens in a trusted build?
I have personal knowledge of what happens in a trusted build because I work in an elections administrative office, and there's only certain people who are allowed into those meetings. And I was not one of them because in my prior rules, it was not necessary for me to be in those.
Ooh.
Who said that the trusted build is closed to the public? The Secretary of State?
God, here we
No,
go.
it's just best practice to have that closed because of the
software
it's not a law
update.
at that time, but it is now.
Ah, well, that's it. We're talking about the law in 2021. So in
Yeah, I know.
2021, it was not illegal to have
Oh
the
my
public present
God.
at the trusted build, was it?
It
Technicality?
was a best practice. We didn't feel that it needed necessary to be in a law.
Yeah, and look what
Yes, but
happened,
we're trying
asshole. Your
crimes here,
data
man.
ended up on
I
a
understand.
screen
That's
at Mike
practice.
Lindell's South Dakota Symposium.
It is argumentative.
Sorry, Your Honor.
To your knowledge, ma'am, if the public had
Please
been
like and
present
share the
at
broadcast.
the trusted build, would it have violated any Colorado statute?
At the time, no.
So it would not have been a crime for the public to be there, true?
It would not have been a crime.
Oh boy, we're not talking just about them being there, sweetheart. We're talking about them taking the data. They took the data. And then they showed the data. And guess what? Fox paid $787 million
Getting to the end, I
because
just have to go through some notes,
of
so if you'll bear with me.
the lie. Sorry, you fucked around, Tina Peters, and now you're gonna find out, God willing, and the creek don't rise.
Oh, and you mentioned in one of the clips that we heard, access to code. Can you tell me what that refers to, please?
I did not refer to that. That was Sandy Brown.
Right. Do you know what code means?
In that circumstance, no, because I did not mention that.
Do you know what source code is?
I am
Atta girl.
a little bit familiar with it, but not on a full
I
definition.
haven't heard that term in a long time.
What's your understanding of it?
That's a
I'm not
good
even
name
sure if
for
I
a
can explain
band,
it.
though. Source code, don't you think? Or QR code. No, I guess that's a bad name for a band. The source code would be good. Isn't that yellow paper? My God, it just stands out in the land of beige. The land of beiges and gray. You have entered the land of beiges and gray and the valiant heroes. Wow, that is yellow paper. My God, what did they do? Go to like Michael's and get some craft paper? These mothers take this shit to the extreme, right? Fucking scrapbooking her defense. I'm going to scrapbook my defense. And then I'm going to share it with my granddaughters. Because they should know what Nana did for the cause. Tina fucking Peters. Jesus Christ. I'm going to say, though, I honestly didn't think this day would come.
You talked about the press release from the Secretary of State on August 9th that made you very upset.
Yes.
And you take a lot of pride in your work.
You going to probe? You going to probe this wound, dude? All right, let's go.
And you said it was heartbreaking because of what was
But then that night, you were seen having margaritas and wearing a funny
because
hat.
our office was being investigated.
Right.
Is this you?
And you're proud of your office.
I am proud of our team, yes.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So it hurt you that the office was being investigated because it cast your office in a very bad light to the public.
I just want to wrap the end of that
Not
bun.
just the public,
I want to wrap
but
that hair
to
that's
also,
hanging out of that bun
you know,
and just like
constituents
tuck
that
it
we work
in.
with.
See, I just poked myself in the eye because I said something bad about her hair. This is one of the women from the office. It's a prosecution witness.
And you have gotten background checks for
God, who the fuck is doing that?
Yes.
Now, is it true that your husband was
Hi, Lisa.
using Brandy Bance's computer and he had no background check?
Excuse me?
No, he brought his own computer.
What?
But he was working in Brandy Bance's office?
Yes. With
What?
approval.
Of Brandy Bance?
Yes.
Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
Now, when the public comes in,
I'm from
to see the
Australia
system,
and I'm
doing
okay.
the logic
Welcome
and
on
accuracy
Twitch. Welcome, Twitch viewer.
I need to
Oh,
hear
the
the
witness
question.
is adjusting.
So you
Okay.
can renew your objection. I just need to hear the question.
When the public comes in for the logic and accuracy test, do they have background checks?
Sustained.
When the public comes in for the logic and accuracy test, do they go into the same room where the
Oh my God.
trusted build was performed?
Objection relevance beyond the scope of direct.
Sustained.
Those are the different activities, sir. Those are completely two different activities.
When people come in for the limited risk audit after an election, do they go into the same room?
A trusted build contains
trusted build was
proprietary
performed?
information.
A risk limiting audit, are you asking about?
Yes,
Or do
yes.
they go into that same room?
Right.
Yes, it
Do
is
they
a
have-
secure room. They do not have background checks, but they also sign in and out of a secure room. So we actually have the ability of knowing
He's
who
Tina
is in
Peters'
and out of that
lawyer.
room. It is also
He's the
under
defense lawyer.
surveillance.
This is cross-examination.
Now, you're aware of the law.
They don't have
regarding
anything.
cameras,
She did
right?
this, okay? There are
And
multiple
in
crimes.
2021, at the time of the trusted build,
10 to be
it was
exact.
not against the law to have the cameras off.
No, it was not.
Not against the law.
Not against the law.
So no crime was committed by having the cameras off. True?
No,
True.
APC. Stay on topic.
Now, you're responsible for maintaining the records of all registered voters in Mesa County.
Yes, I am.
And to your knowledge, has anyone ever erased any of the voter registration records that you are responsible for?
Objection relevance.
It was mentioned in the recording, so I'll allow brief cross-examination or limited cross-examination. Overruled.
Can you define erased?
Yes, deleted the records.
No.
Would it be a serious violation if somebody erased voter registration records from the Mesa County computers?
Objection of relevance based on the last answer.
Sustained.
Hey, did he stub his toe? Did he trip? I hope not. Oh, I see. It was the
Now, if
Amazon
the Secretary
fire.
of State came to your office and said they were going to erase registration records on your computer, would you make a video recording so you could prove how the records were lost?
What? Objection. Hypothetical? What the fuck? These guys are desperate.
I'm almost finished.
I have 3 more pieces of construction paper to go through.
You mentioned that you felt that your life was threatened at Dr. Frank's presentation.
Yes.
Did anyone actually threaten you?
No, it was more of the environment. It was anti-elections and administrators and what we do.
Yep. Oh, we have the recordings, sir. Don't worry. Don't worry. We have the recordings of how they spoke every event
You never
about
left the
election
event?
workers.
True.
I did not.
And afterward, you went out to dinner,
I did.
and the entire evening, no one ever threatened you. True.
That is true.
It was a threatening environment because
Not verbally.
Oh,
Let's talk about the recording that you made that we've all listened to.
yeah, he's a dork. Oh no, he's a terrible lawyer.
How did you
I don't even
make
know who's
that
paying for a lawyer right now because
On my
Lindell's
cell
out of
phone.
money.
And did you
Oh,
have
I know
your
who it
cell
is. It's
phone
Patrick
out
Byrne.
so that
Sorry. Patrick
people could
Byrne
see
is
that you
part
were
of her
making a
defense
recording?
funding.
Where was your cell phone when you made
Overstock.
this recording?
Oh,
In
I have
my
a picture of
pocket.
him, I think.
Did you tell Clerk Peters that you were recording the meeting?
No.
Did you tell anyone else before the meeting that you were going to record your part in it?
I might have mentioned it, that I was recording it when I walked out, but I don't, I mean, it was 3 years ago. I don't recall.
Yes. We actually heard that at the end of the tape. You said, I recorded it, right?
Yes.
You told Brandy Bance.
I did tell Brandy, but that was after.
Right.
You asked for before.
Right. So you didn't tell anyone before.
Not that I can
So
recall.
nobody knew you were making the recording.
Nope.
You were doing it in secret. Only you knew. True?
Yes.
Now, how did the district attorney and the prosecutors get hold of your recording?
I contacted them.
I see. And did you go in person and meet with someone?
I met in person, but I didn't go in.
Oh, sorry. All right. Who did you meet with?
I met with Investigator Struy.
Well, they literally probably talked
And,
about
does he
how
work for the
terrible
district
election
attorney, if
workers
you know?
are with this woman in
as
the
far
room.
as my
So,
understanding, he
you
is
know,
no longer with them.
God forbid any one
Did
of
he
those
at the
idiots
time?
knew
Yes, he
that
did.
she was
I
an
see.
election worker.
And was he pleased to have the recording?
I mean, he didn't have a reaction. He was professional.
Are you familiar with the saying, laws for thee, but not for me?
Objection of relevance.
Sustained.
Yeah. Oh, he's annoyed.
You made a legal recording of Clerk Peters. True?
That is true.
It wasn't against the law for you to make a recording.
No.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
And during the
He is
trusted
spicy.
build, it's now
I'm here
known
for
that Clerk
spicy,
Peters made a recording of the trusted build.
That is true.
Yeah. And that wasn't illegal either, was it?
Objection.
How about
argumentative
showing the
competence.
fucking data on the screen, moron?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what the law is that you're supposed to follow. You'll know what the crimes are that are at issue in this case and the law relative to those crimes.
Censure him.
While the attorneys may comment on them in their questions during the course of the trial, the law is as I will provide it to you for your guidance. The objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I know. I do like this judge. I mean, he's doing his thing, right?
So
He's
it
doing
was
his
not
thing.
illegal for Clerk
Oren,
Peters to
hi.
record the trusted build on her cell phone, true?
True.
So when you made a secret recording of Clerk Peters' meeting, did you get prosecuted?
No, but there's a difference. she gave that information over to social media.
Yeah.
I did not. I
Right.
provided my information to law enforcement.
That's right.
Boom. How do you know that Clerk Peters turned her information over to social media?
Because it was on social media.
That her recording was on social media.
Yes. Do you know how it got there?
I do not, but she gave it to somebody that obviously would put it out there with that intent.
You know her intent?
What she supposed at
I
the
do not.
time.
Right. Do you know whether she asked the person she gave it to not to publish it?
Oh, no, sir. Sorry.
do
we
not,
know
because
by
I
her
was not a part of
actions.
any of
No
those
bullshit.
conversations.
We know by her actions because then she went on stage
At any rate, Clerk Peters made
and
a
shared the
legal
actual
recording of the trusted
data.
bill, and the government is prosecuting her. True?
Oh my God.
That is true.
Thank you.
No, you don't win that one, sweetie.
Case.
I'm
Remark.
sorry. We've got some answers to that. Yes, please.
Ms. Wenholz, you were asked about transparency on cross-examination. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
topic? Is turning off, at some point, did you learn that the cameras in your elections offices had been
Yeah.
turned off?
Thank you.
Yes, yes, I have.
And did you learn at what date they were turned off?
I don't recall the date, but there was an injury in the back office that we were trying to investigate.
And did the cameras, to your
What?
knowledge, were they able to capture the trusted build?
They did not. They would have been able to if they were on, but they did not.
And does that appear to be transparent to shut the cameras off?
That does not appear to be transparent.
And did you have any awareness that Jesse Romero, when he denied members of the public being available to attend the trusted build, said members of the public can watch it because it will be recorded?
Yes.
Did Ms. Peters, to your knowledge, know that that was the accommodation or the suggestion?
Yes.
Was Tina Peters transparent with you regarding the identity of somebody other than Gerald Wood?
No.
And after August 9th, 2021, did more information come to your knowledge about what may have transpired in and around the trusted build 3 months earlier?
Yes.
What prompted you to then reach out to Investigator Cannon
The defense
to let
attorney.
him and his office, including Investigator Struey, know that you had that recording that we have spent the last hour and a half talking about?
So I reached out because I
It is good.
had that recording, and I felt that it was definitely a key piece to this investigation. I did not realize that at the time, with our passwords being leaked out, that this could be in combination with all that, because all the key players are connected with one another.
So during the week of
Ooh, what's
August
that
9th,
mean?
2021, was that conversation in then Clerk Peters' office on April 23rd, 2021, put into clearer context for you?
Yes.
You were asked questions about legality of recordings the trusted build, correct?
That is correct.
Are you familiar with federal criminal law?
No, I am not.
And you have no idea what may or may not be a federal crime?
No, I do not.
Look, yellow's
Thank you. No
kind of
further
killing my
questions.
eyes.
Any questions for this witness from the jury?
Oh, God, I forgot about that
If
part.
there are any. Ms. Wenholz, is she released from your subpoena, Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution is releasing Ms. Wenholz from her subpoena.
Aw.
Is she under your subpoena, Mr. Case?
She is, Your Honor, and we release her.
Okay.
Oh,
Ms. Wenholz,
thank
looks
God.
like,
Leave her
you no longer have any
alone.
further obligations to this case.
You've
You're
already
released from
been
your
an
subpoena.
asshole.
Thank
Have a
you
good
very
rest-
much, Your
have a good
Honor.
rest of your day.
God,
If
thank
could
you,
just
Miss
take those
Weinholz.
exhibits up to
Thank you
Mr.
for
Shapiro.
everything.
I don't know what to do with them. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's 10:30 right now, so this is a perfect time for
Oh
us
my
to take a one-minute
God.
break.
Break.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Oops.
Why don't you just pile them up at the end of the row on your way out? Thank you, jurors, for letting me know that you still had that KK, I think, 01. Please keep in mind the admonishment you've received. Since it's a new day, I'm going to go through it again. Don't form or express any opinions about
goes.
this case.
Here she goes. And they're off. Actually, I think now she just opens.
Okay,
I feel
come
like
on
she opens the bathroom for people. She's not actually running to the bathroom. But yeah, okay. Well, that's interesting. Oh, they're having a little sidebar. Yeah, we're going to read that article. Good morning, Oren. Good morning. It's good to see you. Good morning,
All right,
everyone. Thanks for coming.
I did ask you if there were any questions for that.
I have to kind of pee,
Okay.
so I'm going to do that.
So please keep in mind the admonishment I gave you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves.
They might be
or
doing
with
some
anyone
like
else. Don't form or express
end
any
of
opinions about this
case business.
Don't engage in
I
any
know the
research about
commentary is
this case.
amazing.
Anything you've heard about
Always,
the case,
always the
or
most
anything that's
amazing
come
chat.
up during the course of the trial.
Anyway, okay. I think I
there's a
should
lot
pee
more to
right
come.
now.
We'll be
before-
about 15 minutes. So we'll
15
come back
minutes.
about
Okay, great. I'm going to pee
10:45
really
for,
fast. I'm going to be so
continuation
fast.
of,
And then I'm going to come back and read that
All rise for
article.
the
Okay,
jury.
hold on.
Judge, do you want me to grab these?
Well, we'll grab them. Thank you. All right, go ahead and take a seat, everyone. Thank you. I'm going to remind everyone in the courtroom, participant or not, there's a decorum order in place. This is also a court of law. The expectation is you're going to behave accordingly, treating the proceedings with respect, even if you may not agree with what is going on. I heard 3 outbursts during the course of that witness's testimony. 2 of them came from the same person, and I'm looking at one of those people. I hear a 3rd one. You will be excused from the courtroom. This is the one warning that everyone gets. It's already been warned to you because it's on the door to this courtroom, and it's just understood that there is an expectation of behavior. I was interrupted in the middle of an objection such that I could not formulate my thoughts. I cannot have that happening. So that's all I have to say about that. Is there anything we need to take up before we break, Mr. Case?
Well, somebody texted me that the cameras were off and wanted to know why.
Oh, they're not off.
Earlier.
Nope, we saw your ugly mug the whole time, or your ass, your
I
flat
don't have
ass.
control over the camera system. That is not my purview.
It
I just
was not
granted
off.
expanded media coverage. There's no button up here that I hit that turns it on and off.
Oh, he
I
is
don't know.
pissed.
So,
I love this judge.
I granted it.
I just
If it's
like
not
pissed
working,
off
then
judges.
that's
I think it's great.
whoever's running the camera's problem. There are people who try to get into WebEx
I think it's
from time
Tina
to time,
Peters' friends.
but I am not.
You know,
live
sitting on the
streaming this
bride's
through
side.
WebEx. So if that's what whoever may be texting you is trying to watch it through, then they're going to be out of luck because
I can
they
see
can
it.
watch it.
Hey,
on
baby,
TV.
we saw
Yeah,
your
yes.
poorly tailored pants the whole time.
Okay, great.
Yeah, file a complaint.
Anything else that we need to take up before we break, Mr. Case?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Shapiro?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. See everyone in
Hey,
about
let's
12
get the
minutes
fuck
or
out
so.
of there.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Thank you so much. Your Honor. Your Honor. Okay, let's get this article up. Hold on just a moment. Just a moment. Hold on just a moment. Hold on. You know, it's just everybody calm the fuck down, okay? Your stupid ass cameras were on the whole time, bitch. Don't worry about it. Yikes. Oh, wait, this is not working. Okay, hold on. I need to just fix one thing right here. Right here. Right here. Oh, I want to read that one too. Okay. Hold on, everybody. I'm gonna do the picture. I'm gonna do the picture right now. Okay, let's do this and that and this and that and this. Here it is. Whoop. Oh, whoop, there it is. Okay, we'll get rid of Doug. We're gonna say goodbye to you and your nose. And your clown ass nose. Whoops, I can't get to the clown ass nose though, because it's too tiny. Red nose. Okay. Woo! Let me make this really a bag. Oh, that didn't really help anything. Oh, maybe it will though. Hold on. We're going to do some media literacy right now. Here's your media literacy for the day. Yeah, she was amazing. I'm going to tell you right now. First of all, this is a great trial to watch to understand what is going to happen this fall, because these are the types of shenanigans that all these fuckwads have been engaged in over the last 3 years, right? So back in 2020 and into 2021 and blah, 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 this has all been, they have been like working. Doug Frank leading the charge on the ground, going county to county, city to city, state secretary's office to state secretary's office, anyone who would meet with him, to sow distrust in the election of 2020 and to sow distrust in their voter roll management and their Dominion system and all of the rest of it. I mean, he is balls deep in this. And he is the unnoticed idiot. So I say it is time for him to be held accountable for what he continues to do to this day, which is go from VFW to IHOP to Denny's to church basement to Mima's house, to wherever they will host him. He was doing it under the financial support of Lindell. I don't know what's happened because Mike Lindell truly is broke. I mean, I don't think any Russians or any oligarchs are giving him money. I'm sorry. Read it. You're right. I'm sorry. Okay. We're going to do it. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. Earlier this week, the Rolling Stone published a deep dive. This is from August 1st. Published a deep dive investigation into the pro-Trump election deniers who may refuse to certify accurate election results at the county level. In the article, I voiced my concern for this possibility, predicting that we are going to see mass refusals to certify the elections because Republicans are counting on the fact that if they don't certify in several small counties, you cannot certify these statewide results. After Rachel Maddow featured the article on MSNBC, my concern quickly reached far and wide, with thousands of people taking to social media and flooding Democracy Docket's inbox with questions about how this could happen and what could be done to prevent this seemingly new threat. Except this isn't a new threat. I've been fighting against it in court for years. We first saw Republicans deploy this anti-democratic tactic in the aftermath of the 2020 election. At the time, I was representing Joe Biden and the Democratic Party in recounts, election contests, and litigation brought by Donald Trump and his allies. As Michigan's county certification date approached, we learned that the Trump campaign was pushing the GOP members of the Wayne County Canvassing Board to vote against certifying the election results in Detroit. Part of that effort, we have since learned, was a call from Trump himself, along with then RNC Chair Ronna McDaniel, to the local county canvass board members. And ultimately, this scheme failed, as did a subsequent effort to convince the Republican members of the statewide county canvassing board to refuse statewide certification. But its failure was not for lack of effort. Let me see. Oh, I can't make it any bigger. Okay. Let's see. In 2021, and this is Mark Elias, who is the lead lawyer, has been fighting election cases for years, and really the lead voice on the legal challenges to the elections. I wonder if I make it smaller, if it'll make it bigger. Oh, that's actually better. Okay. Whoop, whoop. Okay. In 2021, I warned about the need to reform the certification process to prevent these abuses in the future, since it was clear from the violent insurrection on January 6 that Trump and his allies would focus their attention on the individual state processes for election certification. To prevent this, I laid out the concrete steps necessary to prevent Republicans from weaponizing certification in the future. Clearly define the power of state officials in the certification process and immediately remove bad actors. Remove unnecessary links in the certification chain. Abolish the requirement that a state's partisan governor, secretary of state, or election board certify the results. I wonder, here's the thing. My message to everyone is check your voter registration and do it often. Vote.org can lead you to how to check that. But please do it. Please do it. Let's see. abolish the requirement. Okay, so remove the partisan certification part of the process. While this wasn't going to resolve all, these were the 3 actionable steps that states and Congress could have taken. When that didn't happen, we then saw Republicans expand the use of weaponizing certification in 2022. With fewer than 100 days to the election, Republicans are building an election subversion war machine. I'm telling you, this is the insurrection. This is insurrection part deux. Part deux. During the midterm prime, and it doesn't have to be successful, it just has to be chaotic. And then SCOTUS. During the midterm primary elections, at least 10 counties, including 4 in Pennsylvania, refused to certify accurate election results. After the general election, counties in Arizona and Pennsylvania refused to certify election results that saw Democratic candidates for governor, U.S. Senate, and Congress prevail. Once again, my legal team was forced to bring litigation to protect against election subversion. We sued Cochise County, Arizona, and Lucerne County, Pennsylvania, and won as they ultimately certified their results. Democracy was protected for at least one more election cycle. But even so, my fear for future my mouse is like really problematic. My fear for future elections remained as the big lie spread. Oh, God damn it. Stop it. And his allies became core to the Republican Party. A big part of this is the removal of Kevin McCarthy as Speaker. That is a milestone in the process of the takeover by the extremes of the actual Republican Party. All right. Okay, guys, please don't give personal information in the chat. I get really paranoid about that. I don't want anyone to know more than, that. So just please, no personal information in the chat. Take it offline. No, I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. But I get concerned for people's say, just privacy. But even so, my fear for future, okay. Over the course of the last year, Republicans have become bolder in their plans to subvert the election results in 2024. They now speak more openly about the need to control the certification process. They litigate more aggressively to be able to subvert election results. They enact new laws and rules explicitly for this purpose. But it's worse this election than previous ones because this year the GOP is far more organized. They might have tried to subvert the results in a handful of places in 2020 and 2022, but this year they will try to subvert them all, setting the stage now for what's to come in November. With fewer than 100 days to the election, Republicans are building an election subversion war machine. They have sacrificed traditional get-out-the-vote activity to fund and recruit for their massive voter suppression program. They have a constellation of well-funded legal groups, America First Legal, Stephen Miller motherfuckers, supplanting these efforts with unlimited money and grassroots volunteers. Also the ACLJ, that's Jay Sekulo's ridiculous grift, basically, Trump's former lawyer, supplanting these efforts with, they are sending their lawyers into courthouses around the country to lay the groundwork for their anti-democratic plans. So what are pro-democracy advocates like me supposed to do about it? Already we're fighting back. We're in court to prevent Republicans from changing the rules so they can cheat later on. The excitement generated by Democratic candidates from top to bottom is aiding in our own volunteer efforts. And there are dozens of election officials of both parties who take pride in their work and want a free and fair election. I'm glad that people have awoken to the genuine threat posed by election deniers. It is an opportunity for people to remember to check their voter registration status and make a plan to vote. For people with the time, it may motivate them to volunteer as a poll worker or help a local campaign. Most importantly, for undecided voters, I hope that it sharpens this stake of this election. I hope it causes them to ask why. If the GOP is so sure it offers the best choice for America, it is committed to depriving its citizens of fair election results. Well done. Well done. This is the New Yorker article, and let me see how long it is, because I kind of want to read this. Let me see. Because the New Yorker, man, those guys, they just go on and on and on and on. But I definitely, look at that picture. That's Doug Frank, That's Ron Watkins, Code Monkey Z, Mike Lindell, Tina Peters, and Sharona Bishop, which actually Sharona's hair is longer, so I don't know why she has short hair there. But yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, that's who that is. That's who that is right there. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, I can. Yay. Yay. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. I'm going to start it, and then I have the cord on in the background, so it'll start when it starts. Leave the car open. Yeah, right. 5 fuglies. Seriously. And just terrible politics. Terrible politics. I usually get an email from the County Board of Elections when my mail ballot is received and entered. Super Red County. Yep. That's right. There are such good ballot tracking apps now and things in your state. If you just really Google your state and voting, it should bring you to the page, whatever the .gov page would be for your state. And you can check around all the different rules and regs and all that good stuff. And you can probably track your ballot through there. But always make sure it's not a scam. Don't follow just anything that you get, please. Because the texting, remember that there's been some data scrapes recently, Elon. So just remember that it's time, it's a good thing to check and just double check on things. Okay. Before Tina Peters campaigned for the office of Mesa County Clerk and Recorder in 2018, she ran a construction firm with her ex-husband and sold nutritional supplements and wellness products through a multi-level marketing campaign. She was best known around the western slope of Colorado as the mother of a Navy SEAL who had served in Iraq and Afghanistan and, in 2017, died in a catastrophic accident when his parachute failed to properly open during an air show over the Hudson River. Her main campaign pledge was to reopen shuttered motor vehicle department offices in the county. Despite having no public service experience, she beat a fellow Republican who had worked in the Mesa County Clerk and Recorder's office for 11 years. The 2020 general election in Mesa County, a reliably red district where Donald Trump won 63% of the vote, Max Flower would also remind us, went smoothly despite the pandemic. Colorado is one of 8 states where, in most elections, voters are automatically sent ballots which they can return by mail or deposit in designated drop-off locations. According to Janet Rowland, who won a seat on the Mesa County Board of Commissioners that year, Peters invited local candidates to a presentation called The Life of a Ballot, in which she and her staff explained how Colorado's vote-by-mail system worked, how the verification of signatures and the rejection of double voting were done, how the county's scanners and tabulators, which were designed by Dominion voting systems, tallied the ballots, and how the Dominion system was air-gapped with no internet connectivity so that the voting tally couldn't be hacked. A newly elected county commissioner, Cody Davis, suggested that Peters do a recount of the paper ballots just to put everyone's mind at ease. But Peters said no, Davis recalled. Quote, I think it's just a few people that are in a frenzy because of what Donald Trump has done, he remembered, Peters saying. There's nothing to worry about. Wow, I didn't know that. Oh, poor Tina. What a terrible drawing. Peters never questioned the integrity of Mesa County elections until 5 months after Trump's defeat. On April 6, 2021, she ran a nonpartisan city council election in Grand Junction, Mesa County's largest municipality, a city of 67,000, tucked behind a curtain of rimrock near the border with Utah. As the results came in, Peters got, quote, sick to her stomach, her friend Sharona Bishop recalled. Quote, none of the 4 conservative candidates won, which was bizarre. Parenthetically, a letter to local newspaper noted a few weeks before the election that only 4 of the 8 candidates showed up to a forum hosted by 51 community organizations. Those were the 4 candidates who won. Bishop, a winsome mother of 4. She's winsome? That's interesting. I don't really find her winsome. And the owner of a hair and makeup business, identifies as a constitutional conservative. In 2019, a year after the election of the state's Democratic governor, Jared Polis, she began hosting a podcast called America's Mom to promote what she called parental rights. Quote, basically, Polis was elected and everything that I love about my state, he destroyed, she said. This is how she talks, really. I'm not kidding. He passed a comprehensive sex education and a school vaccination bill, which Bishop mischaracterized as mandatory, and, quote, killed oil and gas. And so I just started speaking out about it. She also began hosting concerned citizens meetings and remembers encouraging one of the attendees, a local restaurant owner named Lauren Boebert, to run for the state Senate. Instead, Boebert ran for Congress. Oops. Wrong filing. Bishop said she served as Boebert's campaign manager through the primary. A spokesperson for Boebert, this is parenthetical, told me that Bishop was only, quote, one of many volunteers from her district. Oh, well, there's a little controversy right there. Boebert's unlikely victory established Bishop as a political influencer with a reach beyond Western Colorado. Steve Bannon has compared Bishop to the heroes of the American Revolution. He has, it's true. She currently serves as the director of the election security at Moms for America, a conservative advocacy group which this past December held its annual awards ceremony at where else but Far-to-Lago. Not long after the municipal election in Grand Junction, Bishop connected with Douglas Frank, who was then crisscrossing the country, presenting evidence of a secret algorithm he'd said he discovered that supposedly showed how elections were rigged. Frank, a high school math and science teacher with a doctorate in chemistry, there it is, had previously... Why isn't he a chemistry teacher? I don't know. I know, right? It's not hard, is it? Unfortunately. Okay, wait. Not long after the municipal election in Grand Junction, Bishop connected with Doug Frank, crisscrossing the country, presenting evidence of a secret algorithm he said he discovered that supposedly showed how elections were rigged. Frank, blah, 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 had previously been promoting another mathematical formula that he claimed... Oh, yes, this was his first claim to fame. That he claimed allowed him to determine the number of COVID cases more accurately than state health authorities and the media. Quote, I was modeling every single county in the United States, and people would come to my social media pages to find out what the real numbers were, Frank said. So that's how Sharona first met me. I was on her podcast, and I had her on mine. Fucking asshole. Frank told me that after building an audience of COVID skeptics with his revisionist statistics, he was invited by several politicians to examine their 2020 election results. I noticed a pattern, Frank said, and the pattern enables me to go into any state and look at one county. And once I've looked at one county, I can predict all of the other counties to preposterous accuracy. PolitiFact, the fact-checking arm of the Poynter Institute, a nonprofit journalism school and research organization, has given one of Frank's claims about vote manipulation a 100% pants-on-fire rating. But here's how he explained the essential steal to me. Quote, first you inflate the roll ahead of time. That gives you a credit line of names you can use. If you add John Smith to the rolls, you know he's not going to vote because he didn't add him himself. He doesn't even know he's registered. And then you print a ballot or acquire a ballot for him and turn it in, and it's accepted because he's in the rolls. But, Frank went on, you can't just add 1,000,000 60-year-olds. You have to add them by some computer algorithm, and I'm a computer programmer. I understand all these algorithms. So I figured out all the algorithms and that they were using to, first of all, inflate the rolls, and then second of all, to decide who to vote for. They're coming back into the courtroom. To test his theory, Frank needed a place that defied prediction.
Mr. Case, or should we wait for him?
Damn.
Or is he here? Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and get the jury.
All right, hold on. Let me go back. Sorry, kids. We gotta go back to Jurassic
And who
Park.
is the next witness?
It is Andrew
Oh crap!
Wetzel.
Come on.
Okay.
Don't F with me, please. And thank you. Thank you very much. All right. We'll get back to that. Oh, I think it's because of where they're used. I mean, I don't think ESNS isn't used as widely as Dominion is. They've attacked ESNS. Don't. I mean, I've heard it.
To the defense. Yeah, since you're standing and you're there, it just makes it easier. It'll be quicker.
I think there's something more to Sharona Bishop, though, than that New Yorker article is pointing out. But it would be only
I think you can give them
conjecture.
to the defense, unless those are just the right. I think those are for the defense. Yeah.
Okay, I want you to get in there, and I want you to represent, and I want you to tell the truth and do just like we said. Practice, you don't use Remember to sit up and don't swear, because that you swore too much during the practice. Granted, it was at Chili's, and we were having all-you-can-eat nachos. Do you remember the Chili's nachos? Those were fucking fire. I could use a plate of those right now.
On the record, jury is now present.
Man, I really want a plate of
Shapiro,
those.
people's next witness.
I'm making
Yes, Your Honor,
nachos
the
for
people
lunch.
next call Andrew Wetzel.
All right, Mr. Wetzel, if you can come on up here. There's a white strip of tape on the floor if you just want to stand on that. And raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or
I
affirm
want to
under
make
penalty
some
of law that the statement of
nachos.
testimony will give the court today the
Hanford.
truth, the whole
Where's
truth, and nothing but the
Hanford?
truth? Please take a seat over here in the
Where's
black
Hanford?
chair. And then once you're seated, if you could state your name and spell your last, please.
Can you guys hear me? Oh, yeah, that's kind of loud. Full name is Andrew Wetzel. Last name is spelt
Andrew.
Wetzel.
You've got a voice for radio.
Go ahead, Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sweet.
Good morning, Mr. Wetzel. How are you?
Good.
And your shoulders are
Where do you work?
amazing.
For Mesa County?
And do you work for Mesa County government?
Yes.
Within Mesa County government, are you assigned
I'm
to
gonna
a
turn him down just a
specific
little tiny bit.
division or section or unit?
Yeah, the IT department.
And the acronym IT, I think most people know what it means, but can you tell us what IT means?
Information technology.
For how long have you been a Mesa County employee?
10
He almost
years. Almost 10 years.
And has it all 10 years, almost 10
This
years
is basically
been
Josh
in
from IT.
Yes.
What are your basic day-to-day duties, the main
Help
things
desk
that you
vibes.
do regularly?
All right. I love the
Typically, we
close-ups.
start off by checking our email. That's where most of our service requests come in, work orders. And then there's a lot of
dude
maintenance
works
and
out.
overhead with our servers and infrastructure and updates. And then user requests is a big thing for changes and then new systems and updates and stuff like that. It's always ongoing.
So is your main job to support the men and women of county government?
Fucking
in
IT
their
requests are
information
fucking
technology needs?
endless,
Yes.
dude. It's fucking
Amongst the
endless.
various
These
duties that you
morons.
just
That's why I
summarized,
tell them
do
just
you
turn it off
also
and
have
turn
a
it on
role
again.
with the county's camera or video surveillance system?
Yes.
Does that system here in Mesa County have a specific
I don't
name?
know.
Or what company?
I mean,
or-
do you know what
We use
her
yeah,
record has
it's like
been?
IT. We
I think
have
it's
Blue
pretty
Iris
clear what
is
her
kind of the
positions are,
NVR
but
network video
I don't
recording
know.
system.
I would expect them to
we
be
just
on.
refer to it as Blue Iris.
Eventually, after the convention,
Has
they're going to
that
ratify
system
the
been in place
platform. I think
during
you have to
your
wait
almost 10
until
years?
that if you want more specifics on
Yes.
looking forward. But seems to me
And which
she's been pretty
buildings
clear
in
about what
county
her
government
core
throughout the
ideas
entire
are.
Geographic
Preserve democracy,
boundaries of Mesa
reform
County, Are
immigration,
there cameras on county government buildings?
you know, expand
I would
negotiated
probably
drug
say a dozen or
prices
so.
for Americans.
Slowly, we've been migrating stuff to Verkada, which is a
Make climate,
cloud-based system.
make green
and that'll be
energy
managed
a
by
focus
our
of
facilities
investment
team.
so that we can actually
And we
have
still
a future for our
about,
grandchildren.
I'd say like 18
you know,
or so
things like
cameras in
that.
place
CHIPS
that
Act,
are monitored
probably
by
expanding
Blue
that.
Iris.
I don't know.
Is a building
long do you have?
located just due south of this courthouse, this Justice Center, known as the County Services or the Central Services Building, located at 200 South Spruce in Grand Junction, Mesa County, Colorado? Is that one of the buildings that does have video surveillance through that camera system?
Yes.
And do you know off the top of your head how many cameras support that building just to the south of the
See,
Justice
unlike the
Center?
Republicans, the platform will
would
probably be
say
developed prior to the
Between
convention,
like our
like it
system
normally
and
is.
the Verkada
So we're in
system,
writing.
or the Blue,
You got enough
8
time. Don't worry about it.
the
Don't
entire
worry.
building.
The when's the convention?
If you have to speculate, then
Jay?
don't guess.
Do you know when the
30
convention is?
At least.
Within that building,
Huh?
is one of the tenants the Mesa County Clerk and Recorder?
Yes.
And within the Mesa County Clerk and Recorder's office, is there an elections division
Yes.
or section? It's like a part of the clerk's office.
Yeah, correct.
Or is it a moving goalpost?
How many cameras
Maybe.
are devoted to support
I don't
the
know.
elections?
Just asking questions.
At least 12, probably close to 18.
So it sounds like cameras devoted to focus on securing or surveilling the elections department might be the most significant portion
You're
of the
so
cameras
welcome.
in that entire
Your
building.
political help desk
Yeah,
is now
you can say
closed.
that.
But thank you for attending political help desk and asking us for help on
how
to
are
find
camera or
your
video
media.
images,
And I hope I helped. Really.
stored?
So I would keep watching her
They
website. I'm
come
sure
over
there'll be
network,
something that will satisfy your
so like
hunger
IP
for
address,
the
and
written
then,
word.
we store them on.
I like
on
results.
what they call a SAN.
That's what I
So
like.
it's a,
I don't know.
area
I'm a show me
attached
girl.
network, storage area, a network, and those are filled with 100 hard drives or so, and we just keep that
I
stuff.
totally
for
drank an entire pot of
most
coffee.
of it. 3 years. The camera footage was kept for 3 years. All of our file servers, so that's like files that departments work with. That's basically
Okay,
kept
Jay.
All
right,
forever
Jay.
until it's deleted.
All right, you're
I'm
one
gonna take you
more
back to
away.
August 2021, beginning the week of
I hope
Monday,
you.
August
I
9th.
wish you well in your
Are you
decision
following
making.
The time frame I'm talking about.
Yeah,
All right.
roughly.
At that time period, were you requested by law enforcement or maybe the Secretary of State's office to see if there were any saved images inside the elections offices, specifically focusing on a room called the tabulation room, for a trusted bill that would have occurred May 25th and 26th, 2021? Does that question make sense?
Yes.
Were you asked to
Doesn't
find
make
if there were
sense to
any
me.
images that captured actions in that room on those dates?
Yes.
Did you find any images?
No.
And did you have an explanation as to why there were no images? If you keep images stored for 3 years, why were there no images in that location for that time period that was only 3 months earlier?
Previously, before, I guess, the trusted build, they had requested that the cameras be turned off in the tabulation room. I don't know if it was all the cameras or just the tabulation room, but
So again, it's been approximately 3 years, it now being August 5th, 2021, and I was talking about the week of August 9th. But today it's August 5th, 2024.
yeah.
And we're talking about August 9th, that week, 2021. So it's almost 3 years to the week that we're talking about, correct?
Correct.
All right. So by that time,
Oh,
3
cool.
years
So
ago,
it
you
should
would
be
have
on
been
the
in Mason County
DNC
government
website. There you
for
go, Jay.
approximately 7 years. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Max Googled that
Yeah.
for you.
What was your understanding
Let me Google that for you.
as to the habit and custom of the Mesa County Clerk and Recorder's Office?
I have a
in terms of
feeling
whether they
Jay
kept
is
their
just trying to
cameras
yank
running
our chain a little
24/7,
bit here. I don't
365,
know. If
or
I'm
they
a
shut
betting
them
lady,
off
I'm
at
thinking
times,
that's what's
turn them back
happening here.
on,
I feel
shut
my
them
chain is
off,
being
Turn them
yanked.
back on. What was your knowledge in the 7 years leading up to the trusted build in 2021?
That I've never seen or been requested to
it's
turn the
working.
cameras off. We typically just stream them 24/7, 365 for all locations too.
So let's go back to a time period prior to the trusted build. Who was the person that made a request to county IT to have the cameras
In writing?
elections focusing on the tabulation room shut off?
I believe it was Belinda.
Anybody
Neasley.
put actual pen to
That's how you
paper?
pronounce her last name.
And how was the
Have you?
request from
Have you?
Ms. Nisley, how was that made to IT? Was it just done face-to-face,
Yes,
verbally?
Clint Curtis.
Was it
God, I
done
remember
in
reading
some
about
other
him.
form of communication?
It
I
was
used to work at the
through
county.
email,
Is he
so
saying that he never
pretty sure
reported
she
this red
emailed our
flag?
help
Maybe.
desk, which
I don't
is
know.
where all
We'll find out.
requests typically go through, and then they kind of filter that down into our ticket system. Yeah.
And how did so if it goes through email and then it becomes part of your ticket system, how do you get looped in as part of the work order to see if you could fulfill that request from the number 2 official in the clerk and recorder's office?
So depending on like the request, if it's like a script or software or cameras,
You
in
know,
this case,
it's hard when your bosses are doing
certain
something.
individuals
Of
in our
course, it's
department
hard,
have
right?
allocated
That's
duties,
hard.
and cameras is one of mine.
It is
so,
actually hard to blow the whistle.
the
I
ticket
get
comes
it.
in, and if we see it in our email, we typically allocate it to ourselves.
And really,
and then complete the work. in a
Are we expecting
timely
Josh
manner.
and IT to be the one?
What date
I mean,
do you
maybe
remember
sometimes, but
Ms.
not all the
Nisley
time. They got all
making
this
the
shit
request
happening,
on behalf of
right?
the clerk's office to
I
shut
get
off
it.
those cameras
I
in
understand.
elections?
It's terrible, and you. I'm sure this guy looks back and goes, "God damn it! Why didn't I
It would have been
be louder?"
earlier in May, I think, that month.
Okay. Can you think of anything that may jog your memory, refresh your memory if you got to see something?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, yeah, and he doesn't know. You know, that not everyone is keenly aware, or maybe is aware
People's Exhibit 59.
of the lack or the protections or lack thereof
Okay.
for whistleblowers, right? He may not have been aware of what the protections would be and, all that kind of stuff. So I'm not making excuses for anybody because everybody's got to own their shit. Uh-oh, he's having a little problem with his, what is that?
59 is admitted. You could approach.
What's that? It's not an ACL. Oh man, this guy needs a chiropractic adjustment. Do we have a chiropractor in the room? Oh, this poor guy. I'm the same way. Like I can't
Mr.
sit.
We'll take a few moments.
I have
and go
like a
through
super
this
comfortable
staple
chair,
package
but
of
this guy
documents.
clearly
Just
doesn't.
go through it and then look up
And he's
when
nervous.
you're done, and I'll ask you a couple of questions about it, okay?
Who said to him wear peach though? Come on now. That's not going to show up good on the camera. Personally waiting for her platform speech at the DNC alongside her VIP. A lot to do in a short time. That's right. Well, we've got to be very vigilant in terms of our information consumption. It's going to be hard too because there's a lot of weird
Okay,
shit out
looks
there.
pretty
God,
familiar.
Crying out
Okay,
loud.
what does it appear to you?
Yeah. He is
Looks
nervous.
like Belinda Nisley sent an email to our help desk system to request the cameras be turned off on May 17th, 2021.
Okay, so
I think
based
Belinda
on that,
cooperated.
does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Does that appear to be accurate?
Yeah. It's
Does
accurate.
Ms. Nisley make any extra requests of you? So she's making the request to turn them off. But does she ask any follow-up, like confirmation, in that May 17th, 2021 request?
On page 6. I'm just kidding. I don't know.
She doesn't ask for confirmation. She asks to turn them back on August 1st.
Did you respond to Ms. Nisley on the 17th to let her know that you had completed the job and the cameras were off?
Yes, it looks
It
like
is
I
fucking
responded
crazy.
on May
You know.
18th.
Talk about the UK.
That I turned them off.
Has little, and it's not burning down, okay?
You wanna
There
take
are
a
pockets
closer
of
look and see
areas
if
where
there was maybe any other communication
assholes are
prior to
getting
May 18th?
bigots.
Oh, yeah, sorry. There is one on May 17th. I
yeah.
can't see. It's cut off.
I kind of hope Keir Starmer is a good dude. I think he is, but I don't really know. I don't know.
Yeah, it's cut off on the bottom
He's
right
under
here.
a lot of pressure right now.
Okay, so let's talk about May 18th. Did Ms. Nisley do a follow-up with you regarding the cameras, whether they were or were not turned off?
No, it doesn't look like it. I don't think she did directly.
Okay, if we could publish 59.
Okay, listen. I'm going to have the pastrami on rye, but I don't want the mustard this time. Because last time they put the honey mustard on, and I'd really prefer just to have regular. Oh, she did.
Mr. Wetzel, is your memory now refreshed?
Yeah, it looks like she actually said, sorry, will you please notify me when they are turned off?
And she said, and she
Uh-oh.
asked
Did
that
you?
What day?
Did you drop the ball,
The
Josh?
18th.
Okay. Did you respond to her on the 18th?
Yes.
Okay. Did you shut them off on the 17th?
I believe so. It's cut off on the bottom right here, but I believe so.
I appreciate you clarifying that. All right, let's talk about other requests made of you.
I do feel for him.
Given the fact you did shut them off at the request
He didn't
of Ms.
think this was
Nisley
going to
on the
happen.
17th, with confirmation to her that they had in fact been shut off on the 18th, At some point moving into August of 2021, did law enforcement, and we can take that down right now. Thank you. Thank you, appreciate it. Did law enforcement in August 2021 make a request of you to maybe provide some video images of the last couple of hours before the cameras were shut off on the 17th of May, 2021?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. I'm going to show defense counsel was been marked for identification as People's Exhibits 40 and 41.
Thank you. No objection.
Aw.
Approach?
Yes.
I feel like he's my son. Like I'm like watching my son on the stand. I mean, he's not because I don't have a son.
Do you recognize, and I appreciate counsel's stipulation to the
I think it's just because I
admissibility of
I
40
move like I can't sit really
can
still like
publish
that
40
either.
now?
So
Yes.
I don't know. And he's trying to be really, really accurate, like really careful. And I always
All right,
appreciate
Mr.
when
Wetzel,
humans
what do
are
we
just
see here in
careful.
People's Exhibit 40.
This looks like the tabulation room.
Ah, yeah. Video.
I'm thinking That's what they called it.
In elections and elections?
Yes.
Okay. What's the date stamp that this image was captured?
May 17th, 2021,
And what is the timestamp?
1:18 p.m.
Hey, CF, this is Josh from
How
IT.
accurate are the date and time
This is the guy that
on
received the
your
request
camera system
to turn
that
the
covers
cameras
Mason
off
County
in the
governmental
tabulation
buildings?
room. So he's testifying about that.
They're pretty accurate within 5 seconds. Yeah.
And how do you know it's that accurate?
Better said.
So the
Thank you,
cameras
Lisa.
base their time off of whatever server they talk to, and then that server gets its time from. We have like a time server, and then that is synchronized with like the global. It's not the global atomic clock, but it's synchronized with one of the global time server clocks.
And in terms of capturing images, do you have a memory as to whether this image at 1:18 p.m. was one of the last, if not the last, image captured?
It is Armando. Hi, Armando. How are you? Welcome.
Yeah,
it is
probably.
nerve-wracking. Doesn't matter.
And let's go to the next exhibit, 41. What does this appear to be?
So the same room, and then it looks like Tina's talking to, I forgot that girl's name.
Okay. What's the date that this image was
Oh.
captured?
May 17th, 2021.
And what is the time of this one compared to the earlier time in Exhibit 40?
This one is 8:20 a.m.
Holy fuck. I didn't know
And
that.
you recognize at least one of the two
That's
women to be,
amazing. No problem.
then
Thanks for
clerk
coming in,
to the
Armando.
peers?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for Armando.
And have
Is it
you seen
Armando?
the other woman before,
I
but you
can't
just don't know her
read.
name?
Armando. Forgive me so much.
I forgot her name, and I maybe
just say
worked with
shit?
her like once, maybe twice before that, I think.
But thanks for listening, Armando.
could,
Thank you so
briefly
much.
approach
I
and
appreciate
show
it.
Mr. Wetzel,
Sorry, I
Exhibit
can't.
59,
I don't have my reading glasses on. I admit it. Damn it.
You may.
I try really hard. But man, when they put those ARM together, man, that really fricks you up. Anyway,
Mr. Wetzel, if you
have a
just
good
read
day.
yourself
But CF,
what appears
that's
to be
a
maybe email
mouthful.
from you,
That is a mouthful.
and let me know when your
Maybe
memory's been
Kamala is
refreshed.
switching the clocks.
Do you want me to
Yeah.
say it out loud?
Well,
New
it's
conspiracy.
It's in evidence,
Sorry,
so
just
why don't we
kidding, just
pull it
kidding,
up
just
again?
kidding.
I apologize to Ms. Weimer. 59. And it's going to be the second page. And it's going to be the last email from Mr. Wetzel.
I want more video.
Okay, I read it.
Mr. Wetzel, if you could read that since this exhibit is now admitted. What's the date?
May 17th, 2021 at 2:55 p.m.
Okay. And please read it.
Oh, says, okay, Belinda, I have disabled all
Right?
the election cameras and set a reminder for July
Yeah, no,
30th.
no.
and then parentheses, August 1st lands on a Sunday. To turn them on, I have set 2 reminders.
I used to live near there when I worked in DC. I lived near there in Glover Park in a basement, so it's not like it was fancy.
1 week out before that to check.
But I would walk by the Naval Observatory on my way to work.
Doesn't come up. Let me know if you have any
so
questions.
Beautiful.
Thanks.
God, it was beautiful.
So now, did you actually put Ms. Knisley on notice that you had disabled them on the 17th via an
Joe
email
Biden lived there at the
sent to her on
time.
the 17th?
So, yeah. I saw his motorcade a few times.
Let me rephrase. Is
I'm not
this
gonna lie.
email
Yeah,
dated
pretty big deal.
17 May
Walked by when his car was driving in.
14:55
Yeah, I did.
hours, meaning 2:55 in the afternoon.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Maybe twice.
Yeah.
So you put her on notice on the 17th.
Yes.
What does she respond to you on the 18th? Having already put her on notice that they're disabled, what does she say to you on the 18th?
She says, Andrew, the coordinated is in
such
November,
beautiful
so we will be
buildings,
good
such
to
beautiful
go with the
architecture.
July 30th turn on date. Will you please notify me when they are turned off?
And what date is Ms. Knisley again asking you, please notify me when they are turned off?
The 17th.
But she's asking you again, and you had already put her on notice. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Just a moment, sir. Mr. Wetzel, I want to thank you for coming today, answering a few of my questions on
Oh,
direct
God,
examination.
Josh is
Defense
going to be
counsel
put
may
under
have
the
some questions for you on
microscope.
Cross-examination. Appreciate it.
Okay.
By an idiot.
Jones,
Josh, I need you to calm down, take a breath, take a drink of water.
I'm Amy Jones.
Uh-oh.
I
Oh, the
represent
blonde
Kirk
is doing it.
Peters. I'll try to be brief this morning,
Okay.
okay? I think you mentioned now you've worked for Mesa County for 10 years.
Yeah.
Did you go to school around here before you came to the county? Or?
I did online school through WGU back in 2013.
And your title now, County IT Administrator.
Network administrator.
Okay. And you talked with Attorney Shapiro on direct, some of your areas, cameras, infrastructure, wireless, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Who is your direct supervisor?
My direct supervisor is Troy Flick.
I see. Now, in 2021, you did not report up through Clerk Peters, correct?
Correct.
So who did you report up through, the commissioners, or just tell me a little bit about that?
Usually Troy, when there's simple requests that come through or purchases or whatever, if we have to follow up with them.
She can blame this guy.
Okay, that makes sense.
She gonna blame him?
Clerk Peters, she was a separate elected official as clerk and recorder. True?
Correct.
Okay. So now, going back to May 17th, y'all talked about, she emailed you, she being Belinda Nicely, requesting you to turn the cameras off, right?
Correct.
Because you were the Mesa County employee in charge of doing that.
Correct.
Now, I think May 17th was 30 days past the municipal election on April 6th, right? We could do the math.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
April 6th, May 17th.
30 days.
More than 30 days.
Yeah,
Cool?
yeah.
Fair enough. All right. Now, Mr. Shapiro used that phrase, custom and practice with you. But here's what I got to ask you. On May 17th, 2021, there was no law prohibiting you from turning those cameras off, was there?
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, because had it been illegal, you wouldn't have done it.
Correct.
You turned the cameras back on August 3rd, 2021. I think.
Sound about right? Yeah.
I think so. Okay.
I think
And
so.
that
Do you? Do you have any
was
like
about
printouts
90
or anything?
days before the November 2021 election. Fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just ask you this. I'm not sure if you were familiar. If you were, fine. If not, that's fine too. Did you know the rules in place at the time were this? Cameras had to be turned on 60 days prior to an election. Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay. And they had
She's
to be
basically saying it
turned
wasn't
on
a broken,
for
it wasn't
30
a,
days
it wasn't a
after,
crime. So
right?
why is everybody upset? That's what she's trying to do.
No other law outside of that.
For camera footage?
Right.
Correct.
Okay. And just so I understand, you ever talked to Gerald Wood?
I don't think so.
You ever
I
meet
can't wait to
Gerald
find
Wood?
out about this Gerald Wood.
Nah, it doesn't ring a bell.
We got to
You
read
ever talk
something
to
about
Conan
that.
Hayes?
Nah.
You ever meet him?
No.
Okay. That's all I have, sir. Thank you very much for your time.
Cool. Thank you.
Well, that was incredibly dumb. Thank you.
Mr. Wetzel, were you employed by Mesa County government 30 days after the November 2020 general presidential election?
Yes.
Did the clerk's office request that you turn off the cameras 30 days after the presidential election in November 2020?
Objection, relevant?
Overruled. Please stand when you object.
They did not request.
And the prior coordinated election before that, did the clerk's office ever ask you to shut it off 30 days after that election?
No, they did not.
And the prior coordinated election before that, did they ask you to shut it off?
No.
And so on and so forth?
Correct.
Never asked?
No, I've never been asked.
Great, thank you.
You bet.
Any questions for this witness from the jury?
God,
I don't see any. Is Mr. Wetzel here under subpoena from the prosecution? Yes?
He's definitely under our subpoena.
And is he released?
Under our subpoena, yes.
Ms. Jones?
He's released, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wetzel, thank you very much.
Yeah,
for
we
your
can't get
testimony.
anything
You're
else out of
released for your
Josh.
obligations
He's
to
too
report this
honest.
case.
God
Thank you.
damn
For
it.
your day.
You're done,
Wetzel's
Josh.
witness,
Congratulations. Now you can go home and have a beer. Because you probably don't have to go back to work. You know what I mean? Like, your day's over now. So go party. Oh, my God. Are you literally wearing jeans and an untucked... Jesus Christ. God damn it. They built a secret tunnel under the Naval Observatory when Dick Cheney lived there. If DC is attacked, they can pop into a subway car and get away. Well, that's... Well, I hope I haven't just released all their methods. Stand when you object. That's right, Lisa. That judge has had just
Mr.
about
Underwood,
a
if you could
fucking
come on
enough.
up here, there's a white strip of tape on the floor. I'll swear you in.
A fucking enough. Bragg, Teresa's coming in hot with the breaking news. Bragg is looking into charging RFK Jr. for the bear cub dumping. Oh my fucking God, that's priceless. Priceless. Thank you, Teresa.
And once you're seated, if you could state your name and then spell your last.
David Underwood, Underwood.
All right, he's your witness, Ms. Drake.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Underwood. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you.
Super. Would you please tell the jury how you're employed?
I work for Mesa County IT,
And what's your job title?
lead support specialist.
How long have you had
Lead
that
support
A
specialist.
couple years as lead. I've been with Mesa County IT since 2014.
role? Would you please describe
Man, that's a
just
great,
generally
like,
for the jury what you do? in
great
your job?
hire, man. They're
Sure.
like hanging in there.
Hardware support, occasional desktop applications. So user puts a ticket in for their phone not working or their computer not working or they're having a problem with an application,
Did he
Microsoft
really?
Word, Adobe. Then I come and respond and solve the issue.
Because it is, Oren.
Would you explain for the jury
Because
your
it is.
experience with Mesa
Oh,
County
no, stop.
computer security?
Okay, we're going to have a talk with him
Can
about
you
this.
rephrase that? Sorry.
Sure. Do you have any security
Please be
features,
nice.
that are applicable to Mesa
Please be nice.
Sure. All of our computers users have at least a 8-character password, and some of our users have what's called
I know,
a YubiKey.
right, Lisa?
It's a device that provides a second layer of security. Each YubiKey is serialized in our system.
State employees in
they're
New York
individual, so
get a
like my
defined benefits
YubiKey would
pension
not
if
work
they
with your
hang in there.
password, and your
Definitely
YubiKey would
worth
not work
it,
with my
but you have to
password.
start young. Yeah, I know, Jim. I said be nice. He thinks it looks good and it suits him. So if he's confident in it, fucking rock that. Rock it.
So we have a gentleman named Paul Mitz. He mans our help desk. Typically,
Maybe ease up on
a
the
user
or put
would
some
either call
sunscreen
Paul
on.
or submit an email
No,
to
we're
the help
being
desk.
nice, 'cause
Users
he can't
can put in
help
their
it.
own tickets.
He thinks he looks good.
It's something we.
He's an IT
try to have
guy.
them
Who's
direct
telling
through
him he
Paul,
doesn't look
'cause then
good?
the,
No one.
Details be a little better through Paul because he's going to ask the right questions.
Are you familiar with the tabulation room in the elections department?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have access to that room?
No, ma'am.
Do you ever work in that room?
Until recently, no. I did a couple months ago help with a UPS issue out there. They had a battery backup that was going bad. I went into the room to help get some information about that to replace that device.
I'll tell you, the tie is not helping. It is okay to be nerdy.
I believe so.
Fuck yeah.
Do you know
It can
why
be
that's not
sexy.
part of
In this
your
case, I'm not really thinking he's
It's
got
elections
everything I'm
equipment. I
looking
have no need to be in that room.
But anyway,
there's
it
no
is
reason
okay
for
to
me
be
in
nerdy.
there.
I am.
When
The
you do go
tie
in that
choice is
room,
unfortunate.
Is there some
The
sort
tie
of
choice is too
security
serious.
procedure that's followed to show that you made entry into that room?
There's a sign-in log at the door that you have to sign into, or if
I'm
you
digging
want,
on
there's
him.
also a
I'm
badge
digging
reader,
him.
I believe on that one. I don't use my badge. I just sign in.
It's
if I were to
true.
go in that
IT
room.
does have interesting. No, he doesn't. He's
You are
fine.
In there, do you have to be with somebody else?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm worried that pen in his
Do you
pocket's
know
going to
Tina
leak.
Peters?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
She was the former clerk.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you,
Okay, the record will reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Okay. Oh, they don't like that question. 'Cause
Mr.
she doesn't
Underwood,
like
we
people
talked
pointing
a
out what
little
she's
bit about the
wearing.
YubiKey. Can you describe what
Womp
it looks
womp.
like and how it's actually utilized? You mentioned it connects sort of with the password to provide security.
Sure. A YubiKey plugs into a USB port on the computer. Once
Right?
the user
I'm worried about the pencil.
signs in,
I'm
they
worried
use
about the
their
pen.
first name dot last
It's
name
gonna
as their
leak.
username, their password, and then the
There
YubiKey
goes
is
that nice
one-time
ivory shirt.
passcode. Some people would call that 2FA, two-factor authentication.
Would you explain what that means in layman's terms?
It's a technical
Sure,
term
it's kind of
I
like a
use to
password
pick
for
up
your
the
password. Basically, it's
ladies.
another layer of security, so that way that person has something
You
they
have
know,
2FA
their
set
password,
up on
and
your
something they
phone,
have,
sweetie?
their YubiKey.
Because I'm thinking of hacking you.
Take personal information from the person who has it?
It's assigned to a specific user. So in our system, it would say YubiKey with whatever serial number is assigned to user X, Y, and Z.
Great. Do you know someone named Gerald Wood?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know him?
Sorry, I didn't have the whole
I was asked by Tina
screen.
Peters to set up a user account for him back in 2021. I think it was the middle of May 2021. She
didn't
said he was
help.
from the state and needed access to an email and user account.
I pressed the wrong button.
Ms. Peters told you he was from the state.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that something you customarily
We don't know
did,
yet.
create computer access for people who were state employees?
We had in the past, Ms. Peters had some other issues that had to be supervised by the state, and they came in and we had to give them access so they would have a user account as well.
Approximately when did that happen?
I believe it was 2018, 2019. It was a while ago. I apologize.
That's okay. Just on that one other occasion, you had set up computer access for somebody from the state?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so were you given a job title or a specific position that was connected to Gerald Wood?
So this
No,
Gerald
ma'am.
Wood
I
is
asked,
a
Ms.
mystery
Peters
employee.
to complete a new hire
We-
form that would have that kind of
We
information
think
on there.
it was a way to
and
get a
how long they would
high-level
be,
access
needing
key
that account
card.
for.
This is a fucking
Approximately when?
fucking murder she wrote over here.
I believe it
Nothing
was
boring about this.
May 14th or 15th in 2021.
You guys are ahead of the curve. You're in the next viral court. She told him that the Gerald Wood guy was from the state. I don't think so. I don't know. I shouldn't say anything until we read the articles,
58, yes.
which I've started reading, but we will read more about Gerald Wood. Gerald and his wood. I'm sorry. But I'm bummed. Sorry. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. I thought that's what he said. That's what he said. Oops. Oh, that's too long. I remember. I've got to edit that down. What's
Didn't get out of the duty car.
It's my other favorite.
Do you recognize
right.
number
Oops.
58?
Sorry,
Yes, ma'am.
that was
It appears to
SpongeBob.
be a new hire form submitted by Belinda.
That's also
Knightley,
too long. I gotta
for
edit that.
Gerald Wood.
Have you seen this form before?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the purpose of your reviewing this document previously?
When I previously had to testify.
And does Exhibit 58 appear to be a true and accurate copy of the document that you utilized in your work previously?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
don't remember.
At
Now
this
I don't
time, the people
remember.
offered
Was
to
he?
evidence
Shit,
Exhibit
man.
number
I'm so
58
dumb.
And request permission to publish.
Any
It was just a
objection?
friendly hotel
58
dorky.
is
Yeah.
submitted. And yes, you can publish.
I know. I do too. I love SpongeBob so much.
You make that bigger and focus on
Can you make that bigger? That's what she said.
Mr. Underwood, I'd like for you to just walk through this form for the jury.
Yeah, but they. Whoa. Oh, I see.
Tell
They're
us
turning the
what
lights out. I'm like, where's the lights
information
going?
provided and why that's important to you.
I'm losing sight.
Sure. The
Yeah.
supervisor is listed as Brenda.
But the HR
Belinda
person
Knisley, has her phone number
testified.
on there, what department
The HR
she is
person
formed from,
testified that she
the
didn't
date
do it.
The form was
She didn't hire him.
submitted, which was May
She never met
14th,
him.
2021, and the employee start date, which was May.
So I don't think
19th,
anyone ever
2021,
like interviewed him.
has the username, which is Gerald Wood. It has a temp employee ID number. It has the end date
gotta
of
catch
the
up a little
access as June 18th, 2021. It's
Also,
not
in
asking for
the
a computer
description to this video, there is
or
a
a cell
link to one
phone,
of the
anything
articles
like
that gives some really good background. So if you have time, go down to the description of the video,
is
click on the
asking for
link
an
down
email
there,
and computer account,
and you can get
and
more of
that,
the kind of journalistic
user
approach
Sandy Brown be,
rather than my comedic
cloned for
approach
access as far
to
as
the
what kind
details of this
email
case,
groups
which
and
we
things
can read
would
also
need
at
to
the
be,
break. Yeah, not
given
suspicious.
to Mr. Wood.
So let's. pardon
Just
me, let's
because
talk about
something's
that for just a
unprecedented
minute.
doesn't
What
mean
does
you
that
don't
mean
do
that
it.
the
See, that's the
request is for
problem.
Cloning of Ms. Brown's permissions.
So every user has permissions for shared drive access, for email groups, security groups, those kind of things. And this request is asking that Sandy Brown's access be cloned to Mr. Wood, so he would effectively have the same exact access that she would as far as network.
And she has
drives
one of
and
the
email
highest
groups.
access levels.
Do you know what Sandy Brown's position was when this request was made?
She
in
was one
May
of the highest
2021?
I'm not
security
sure her exact title,
access
but she was
levels.
an elections staff there in the elections department.
Do you recall whether there was any concern or question about giving these same permissions to a temporary employee from the state?
It's a little weird. Usually they would be requesting just the
Mag is
email
weird.
access, but like I said, they've had problems in the past where they had to access files on the network drive. So it's not. It wasn't uncommon from what we've had previously established.
No, well, it
At
was
least once
uncommon.
before.
At least once before, yes, ma'am.
Oh, once before. Okay. Okay.
So did you in
I
fact
feel like I'm
complete
back at work.
the request to give Mr. Wood access?
His network account was set up. That's a different team than me. But I did meet with him a few days later. I want to say it was on the 19th. It might have been the 18th. And we did get him signed in the first time. I gave him his YubiKey, and we made sure that he could access those network accounts.
Before we get into that, let's just back up to the process of submitting a help ticket, which we've talked about. That's the Exhibit 58. Did you have prior communication with Ms. Peters about setting up the account that was separate from the new user form?
Yes, ma'am. I met with her in her office. I think it was that same day, and I asked her to go ahead and submit that help desk ticket.
And this help desk ticket you testified came from Ms. Knisley. Were there multiple people in this chain of communication?
I don't know how to view the
Yeah,
TikTok.
we.
You should see
I
the
think Ms.
tunnel
Nicely
complex
put a
under DC. It's
email to
really
the help
interesting.
desk
Their
and
entrance
submit-
exits
and
are hidden,
requested
but
the
still
access.
in plain sight.
And
Interesting.
then Paul Mitz, our help desk worker, told her to go ahead and fill out the new user form.
Oh my
and
God,
there
we
was
have
some
the
confusion
best.
back and forth.
We have the best people in this chat. Really, really well sourced work. Oh, I bet you do, because you get to overhear all the conversations when you're in there resetting, Sharon's Windows 11. You know what I mean? Like, these guys are all up in it. Guys and gals, he, she's, and theys. They are all up in it. They know. They know the dirt. I have copies of that, but I would like the salad. But can they hold the provolone on the salad? Because last time that cheese, it gave me GERD. That's okay. Yeah, it's okay. But extra dressing. Extra dressing. Don't forget the extra dressing.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with Exhibit 20?
Yes.
And now for something completely different.
Ah! Jen! Oh my gosh! Thank you so
To
much,
Mr. Struey,
Jen,
the DA's
you
office,
love.
outlining a previous communication from Belinda to Paul
Thank
at our
you.
help desk,
Unnecessary,
and me
but
chiming
so
in, kind of explaining
appreciated.
what was going on
Really.
and why the form was needed.
Is that a true and accurate copy of the emails that you were exchanging?
Thank heavens.
At this time, the people offer Exhibit
Okay, well, we said we were going to be nice about his hair. Papa
it is so
don't.
limited, yes, you can
It's a
publish.
Papa don't. Cute. That's cute. Papa don't. That's a good one. Winner. Winner, winner. Winner, winner. Winner, winner.
Oh,
Winner,
no,
winner.
I just
Chicken
turned it off
dinner.
myself.
I know the hair, Jen. I know. We're trying to be really nice.
Black the screen, sorry.
Because what we all agreed was he looks in the mirror and says, this looks fucking
Just
fire.
take us through this, if you would, Mr. Underwood.
So
in
I'm
terms
kind of
the
here for his confidence.
Sequence of requests that were being made.
Ty, not so much.
Sure. Belinda emailed the help desk and said she needs a county email address
5 states
for
are going
Gerald
after
Wood.
Elon.
Because she asked for a timeline of
shit.
availability. Paul
Stop
responded,
it.
I haven't received a new hire form from anyone for Gerald's
Maybe he
access.
does. Maybe he
Have someone
thinks he
email the help
looks
desk and we'll get the tickets
okay.
in. And then I chimed in.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, Belinda asked that this is not a new hire, this is a
Super
temporary person for the elections
chat.
department. And Kurt Peters and me
Thank you, Jen
send an
Griffin.
email to the help desk and copy Lana and it would
Jen
be issued.
Griffin.
I chimed in and said this was someone from the state that would need access, and we did that last time for someone when they came in. We still need to know how long they will be there
know.
and what other access they might need.
Yeah,
The
enjoy
form helps
stripes.
clarify all that, and I apologize for not being clear
Topher has
previously.
cool hair. Yeah, he's the hot
So
one.
Ms. Nicely is saying
Yeah,
this is
he's
a
the hot
temporary
one.
person, but you're saying this is a person from the state.
This guy's
Where did
going
you
for a
get your
Caesar, but it just kind of
From
comes
Miss
off
Peters.
as more of like a Caesar's pizza. Wait.
Permission to approach the witness with Exhibit 20.
Oh. He must
Okay,
smell
Exhibit
good, though.
21 is admitted
No,
to
I'm
the
just kidding. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know. He might not. It's missing ingredients. Well, yeah.
Mr. Underwood, do you recognize Exhibit 21?
Yes, ma'am. It's the
I
ticket.
feel like this guy should go bald.
Right, documented the work completed with Mr.
Well,
for Mr.
maybe
Wood.
not. He's got kind of a lot of hair. I'd do a comb over the other way,
received
though.
the initial
Maybe he's afraid of his forehead.
I think I entered the ticket on May 19th.
I'm sorry.
And you entered it yourself?
Oh, it
Yes,
took
ma'am.
you 48 hours to do
Was that
something? Jesus
you would
Christ.
customarily have done?
Occasionally, but yeah, not typically.
And can you tell from looking at that ticket when you completed the work?
Also on May 19th, 2021.
Would you consider
Was that
yourself an above average
normal that you'd
employee?
turn that sort of a request over in one day or same day?
Typically, when there's someone from the state coming in,
I'm
then
feeling
I would
very
try to get
seen
that
right
done
now,
just as soon
Jen.
as possible.
Was there any urgency around this request, at least that you could detect from your communication with the defendant or Ms. Nicely?
I'm not sure what you mean. I'm sorry.
I'm
Were they
not sure what
pushing
you mean.
to get it done quickly?
Yes, they wanted to get it done.
So let's move to your meeting with Mr. Wood. I think you said you met with him to give him some information.
Correct. I had him log in to
So he
using his
is real.
temporary password, assisted him in logging in the first time so he could change his password to something unique to him. And then we registered his YubiKey to his account
What day did you meet with him?
on the 19th.
Where did the meeting happen?
In the clerk's office, pretty much right in front of Tina's office. There's a county computer right there.
And it might seem silly
Okay,
to
he is
ask, but
real.
where
I
is
guess
that
he did
office located?
testify.
At
I can't remember
MCCS
now.
200 South Spruce Street.
Here in Grand Junction.
Yes, ma'am.
We came in late last
Did you do
Friday.
anything to
Oops,
verify
Tina's
that
helicopters
Mr.
are here.
Wood was Mr. Wood?
I was introduced to him. I don't remember if it was Tina or if it was Belinda, but one of them introduced him to me.
And did you do anything else to verify his credentials?
No, ma'am.
After
Okay,
you
let's
met
not go
with him,
crazy. All right,
did
come on now.
the defendant tell you anything more about Mr. Wood?
Yeah, welcome to Hollywood.
Not that I can recall.
Did she verify?
We have helicopters.
With you who he was, where he was working and what his job was?
After the introduction, I don't recall.
Okay. Once you settled in with Mr. Wood, tell us what happened next.
This guy truly
we were able
doesn't
to
listen
successfully log
to all
in,
the morons
change
that he
his
has to help.
password, and then assign his YubiKey and verify that
Is that
he
a
had
hot dog?
access, to his user account.
Is that a hot dog
Did you do any sort of testing to make sure it worked?
or a boat? Is that a hot dog or a
Everything worked
boat?
smoothly?
Yes, ma'am.
How
The
long
hell
were
is
you
that?
with Mr. Wood?
Looks totally different on the other screen.
Probably 10, 15 minutes.
Oh wait, thunderstorms. Oh, it's a
What
boat.
happened
Oh, okay.
after that login process was complete?
I shook his hand.
Well,
and
I like
went
a
on with
hot
my day.
dog because now I'm hungry.
Would you
And
have
flying
given the
saucer. Oh
YubiKey
Jesus
to Mr.
Christ! I
Wood
really
if
got
you
that
knew It was
wrong.
going to be given to a third party.
No, ma'am.
Zoinks.
Why not?
Ooh, look
Well,
at him. Now he's
it's,
going to get angry. I'm
unique
putting
to
my
that
fucking papers down.
Specific user. There's no reason to have access to a YubiKey. It's not going to work unless you have that person's password. So there's no reason for them to have it either.
Yes.
Would it be a violation of your policies and your security protocols?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it cause you concern if some third party had access to the Mesa County system?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the process from the IT perspective when somebody no longer needs their network access?
So the supervisor would put a request in and indicate that that person's no longer with Mesa County. And then their account would be terminated and their hardware, whether it be a laptop, computer, whatever, or YubiKey, would be collected by IT. Sometimes HR or the supervisor will collect that hardware if the person doesn't leave on good terms, but typically it's IT.
To your knowledge, did you or the IT department ever receive a ticket?
They don't
to
get in the
close
spicy
Gerald Wood
ones.
account?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all the questioning I have.
Oh God, here we go.
Okay, Mr. Hartman, if you'd like to cross whenever you're ready, sir.
Bad pants is going.
Sure. We can turn the lights on. Yes, you may. We can turn the lights on too.
Yeah, turn the lights on. Oh, sir, hey, your jacket. No, hey, when you went to the potty. Did he potty with his jacket on? I'm sorry. Welcome to the
I'm going to
show.
show you what's been previously marked and received as business.
Irreverence is the name. Comedy is the game. Sorry. No, don't do it again. Oh, God.
You take a look at that and tell me if you can identify the person in that picture.
Visually assaulting this day.
Okay.
It's visually assaulting, I tell you.
Had you ever met Gerald Wood?
There's
prior
not
to
enough
the date
nachos
that
in the
you
world to
encountered
solve
him
this day.
in the clerk's office on May 19th, 2021?
No, sir.
Have you ever met him since?
No, sir.
Do you have any reason to believe that you did not meet with the actual Gerald Wood on that date?
As I previously said, sir, I was introduced to him, so I assumed it was him.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about the YubiKey and the password. Did you
But
give
apparently it
Mr.
wasn't.
Wood,
Did you take a selfie
when
with
you were
Mr.
giving him
Wood?
the initial login outside of the clerk's office, did you see or identify how he changed his password?
Are you asking if I knew his password?
Yeah,
No.
okay. So would you agree that in order to access the computer system of the county, you need both the YubiKey and the password?
That's correct.
And Mr. Wood, when you left him,
Oh, baby, it's here.
was the only person who knew his password. True or false?
That's correct.
Because you did not know it.
That's correct.
Okay, so let's talk about the YubiKey. Following that date, do you know whether or not that YubiKey was ever given to another person?
I do not.
Prosecution asked you some questions about, would it be a violation if the YubiKey was given to another person? Remember that line of questions?
Yes, sir.
Did your computer system, your network, did it ever show a login using that YubiKey after you and Gerald Wood used it on the 19th to set the password?
I'm not sure, sir.
Were you ever asked to check?
No, sir.
Does he know?
So
I'm
as you sit
confused.
here today, you have no information about this case that password or that YubiKey were ever used following your meeting with on the 19th.
I don't think that's what he was
True or
testifying to,
false?
sir.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, you're done.
Now,
Don't
you
do an
mentioned
ask.
that when
There he
somebody
goes
is no
again.
longer going to work with the elections department, that they have a process by getting taken out of the system. Is that correct?
I think I said Mesa County, sir.
Okay, the Mesa County, for Mesa County, like computers.
Correct.
Have you ever had any other supervisor in any other department, after an employee quit, turn in their YubiKey?
I'm sorry. Are you asking if I've had other supervisors hand me YubiKeys directly, or?
Yeah. Has a YubiKey ever, when an employee has left the employment of Mesa County, has any supervisor in any other department ever had a YubiKey?
They sometimes collect them if the person leaves under bad terms, yes, sir.
Okay. And again, the possession of it, you would still need the password, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So to
It's
be
still
clear,
that he has
YubiKey
no,
is a
he can't
fancy
claim
type of a
that
thumb drive,
Gerald
right?
Wood isn't the real
It's
Gerald
a
Wood.
USB device.
And he
It's not
can't
really a thumb
claim
drive.
it was
doesn't
ever
have data storage
used
on
to
it, no, sir.
actually
Doesn't
do
have
any
data storage.
shenanigans.
It's a credential that you plug into a
So
computer.
why is he
Correct.
even here?
Would, to the best
Show
of
off his
your
new
knowledge,
haircut?
the YubiKey be able to be plugged into the Dominion computers
Jerry
inside the
Woods,
election
such a fake name. No, I'm
management?
just kidding. I don't know.
It could be plugged in. It's a USB device.
Okay, do you know if it was required for operation?
In elections room, I don't know, sir. I would say no because it's a Mesa County device. So
All right. So let's talk about the difference between Mesa computers and the election computers. Would you agree that they had a separate vendor maintenance contract for the election computers that did not involve IT?
More moist.
as far as support, yes, we don't support those devices.
What does he did
So
that
they
wet
had a
ass? You know
separate
what?
maintenance agreement for their support.
Yes, sir.
That was the best Ben Shapiro.
And they also had their
When he
separate
did the WAP.
security protocols for those computers, correct?
I can't speak to that, sir.
But you're not part of the protocols because your IT department has nothing to do with the security of the Dominion system, correct?
We don't support the Dominion system, sir.
Okay. Now, you mentioned previously that you assisted Mr. Wood in changing his password.
Yes, sir.
How long does it take to change a password?
Password was
It
Trump.
depends on the user. Sometimes
Trump
people have
lost.
a hard time coming up with a 15-character password. So sometimes it's real quick. Sometimes it's a little lot slower. I believe he was able to get it relatively quick. I think, like I said, within 10, 15 minutes, we were able to be done.
Okay. So to the extent that a password gets leaked or lost or maybe is published on the internet, how long does it take to secure that password?
As soon as we know about it, within seconds.
Okay. And then you talked about this multi-factor authentication. Is that pretty much standard?
Across the industry or
Yeah.
in elections or?
I mean, just talk about for computers. Isn't it typically? What are the three choices you have to make a multi-factor authentication?
Well, there's several. There's different devices. You can do text messaging, you can do email, you can do phone calls, you can use a YubiKey.
All right. So you mentioned
Exactly,
that
Lisa.
there
Seeds of
was
doubt. It's
two
just
used,
bullshit.
One with
Yeah.
the YubiKey
Mhm.
and one with the password.
Nothing's going to
What were-
change
what were the
why
two
the
words
cameras
you
were
used
turned
to
off and
describe
what
the
Tina's
different
role
types
was
of
in releasing the
Are you
fucking
saying something that
information
you have and something you know?
on
Yes.
television.
What is another separate authentication factor that can be used?
Because she's that dumb
Objection, relevance.
and that mindless that she would follow all these guys
Something you know?
and think that
Something
she
you
could be
have,
like the hero
correct?
of the day. That's what Tina
Such
thought.
as a cell
Tina
phone,
thought
they
she
can
was going to
send you
be a
code to your cell
hero
phone.
because everyone told her
The
she was
idea
going
is
to be
have
a
more than
hero.
one step to access a computer, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what the security features were for the Dominion system and whether or not it used multi-factor authentication?
I do not.
And it sounds to me like somebody
general,
might have used
with
the fact that she
multi-factor
was a
authentication,
grieving mother
you're locked out unless you can pass
to help
more than one
manipulate her
thing, password
into
plus,
doing the wrong
correct?
thing,
Yes,
which
sir.
is not something that she had been known to do. So she's taking the fall. I just want to point out what's happening here. The woman you see, 70 whatever year old, is taking the fall for all the dudes and the chicks who are fucking with democracy and fucking with elections.
I'm going to ask you
And that is what we have. This
some questions about
idiot
Exhibit 20, if we might put that on the screen. Do you have a point?
facing 10 counts, 4 felonies, 6 misdemeanors. And not a joke. So what the hell? It's time to flip like you're in IHOP. It's time to
I'm
pancake it
gonna
up.
quote you with the exhibit while they pull this up.
Pancake it up. It is kind of sad. I mean, people
Verify
choose
that
their
I'm
own
reading the exhibit
destinies
for me,
and
sir?
whatever. I mean, they choose some of their own outcomes, I guess.
Yes, sir.
But I don't know. I'm sorry. I didn't.
So I wanna begin at the
Being
beginning
stupid
of
doesn't
the,
absolve you of your
conversation.
guilt.
If you could scroll to the-
Unfortunately,
down a
in this
little bit, sir.
country,
There to the bottom, we're going to work our way up.
I don't know where it does, but
Okay.
I mean, sometimes stupid
So,
people get off. Don't
On
get
Friday,
me wrong.
May 14th, 2021, at 9:54 a.m., Belinda Nisley writes you, says, we
She's
need a
had plenty of
company email
opportunity
address,
to understand
and
where
she
she
gives
went
you a
wrong.
name, Gerald Wood at
Okay.
masocounty.us.
See
Do you have a
Eastman
timeline for the
disbarment.
availability? Do you remember her sending that to you?
See Jeffrey Clark
To clarify,
disbarment.
sir, she sent that to Paul Mintz at the
hearings.
help desk.
Okay, to the
And
help
2-year
desk.
suspension.
Let's go to the next
See
one.
Rudy Giuliani's disbarment.
All right, so following that,
Upcoming,
the
probably
help desk,
Sidney
and it
Powell's.
says help desk here. That would be
Yeah, there'll be a few.
That would be
Jenna.
Paul writing back. I haven't received a
There's
new
a few
hire
lawyers
form from
about to
anyone
lose
from
their
Gerald
license
Saxon,
over the next
correct?
few years.
Yes, sir.
The boards of
And then he
professional
says,
responsibility
I need
move a
someone
little
to email
slow,
to the help desk and I'll get tickets.
but they are deliberate.
Yes, sir.
So you have produced Exhibit 58 we've talked about. Do you have the email
Absolutely.
that
I feel for
accompanies
people who are
Exhibit
like
58?
vulnerable, and she clearly was grieving the loss of her
With a-
son, which must have been unbearable. So I can understand
the
the
email?
vulnerability.
Why is that not in the chain? That form there, that Exhibit 58?
Oh wait, I'm so sorry. I've
Well, I
been
would
talking
guess
over
that
this guy
she
the whole
submitted
time.
a different email with that form attached.
Okay, so that isn't a document you've seen or reviewed or is part of this case, to the best of your knowledge?
The other email?
Yeah.
Not that I know of.
Okay, let's move on. So, Belinda Nisley
I don't even know what
states
just
very
happened.
clearly, this is not a new hire. This is a temp person for the election per Clerk Peters and Dave. Who's Dave?
I'm Dave.
Okay. So this is a temp person per election department between Clerk Peters and Dave. Now let's take a step back here. Prior to this first email request, in response to your instructions,
Don't actually take a step back.
Belinda Nisley on May 14th and yourself had a conversation with Clerk Peters, correct?
Yes.
All three of you were present.
Yes.
Belinda Knisley's understanding was it was a temp person, and your understanding was it was a state worker. Would that be accurate?
I can't speak to what Belinda was thinking, sir, but I know what was said.
There you go.
Okay, well, she recorded her understanding in an email that it was a temp person for elections. She did not record he was a state worker. True or false?
True.
Okay. You respond, correct? And said, Tina said this was someone from the state and would need an email address like we did for the last time someone from the state came in. We need to know how long and what other access he may need. This form helps with that. Sorry, wasn't clear. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, now, Tina was not on this email exchange.
Dude, how is this helping
True
you?
or false?
True.
So now we have what I would call
Her
ambiguous
assistant was.
statements. Belinda said something, Tina said something. Did you reach out for clarification to Tina
Yeah,
Peters?
objection.
Objection, argumentative, asked and answered.
Yeah.
Just questions, please. Just questions. So the question itself is not argumentative, so you can answer if you know.
I'm sorry. What was the
Did
question?
you reach out to Tina Peters about this email and the discrepancy?
No.
Okay. So let's see how you record.
Oh, so it's his
your-
fault.
Let me show you what's been marked as exhibit number 21.
Dun, dun, dun.
Can you zoom in on that for me?
Yeah.
I want to be,
Where do you
scroll all the
want
way
to
down.
be?
This is a ticket. Stop right there, actually.
Oh,
Up a little bit further to the top, please.
what?
All
Okay.
right, it says UB Gerald Wood. Is this what
Right.
the ticket title
Oh,
is
that's
called?
what they
Yes, sir.
spell it like.
Okay, when was this ticket created?
Looks like May 19th.
So it was
2021.
done on May 19th was when the ticket is created.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the day you're going to take action then, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. It's a
Is
ticket.
it fair to say that without a ticket, you would not begin processing?
Yes.
Okay. So now some time has passed from the May 14th text conversations. It is now May 19th. Did you make a note on May 19th about what your understanding is? Let's scroll down a little bit to
Wait,
this section
okay,
right here.
okay,
Zoom in
hold
on
on.
that.
Hold on. What's it say? What's it say?
We zoom in on that?
Oh, here we go. Gerald Wood will be doing some
Can you
work
read that
for
out loud
the.
for me? What
Oh,
you
shit,
said on May
okay.
19th at 15:01?
Gerald Wood will be doing some work for the clerk's office in elections. Belinda has his temporary network credentials, but he is also needing a UB key.
He will also need a UB key, correct?
Right.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Yes.
So this is a future statement. In the
Okay.
future, he will also need a UB key, means
Right.
it's not a completed task.
Got it.
True or false?
True.
True.
So before the UB key and credentials, temporary
Stop
network credentials were
backing
issued,
up.
you knew he was merely Gerald Wood doing some work for the clerk's office. True or false?
Stop backing up.
I knew there was a
stupid
request for Gerald Wood to
motherfucker.
have access.
Okay.
Oh my god! You're the
Let's
most
look at the Form
annoying.
58. Could you please pull that up, Caleb?
Yeah, pull that up, Caleb.
Can you zoom into
Caitlin.
the top section?
There we go. Shit.
Your testimony was that you instructed Belinda Knisley to prepare this form and submit it by email. Is that correct?
They were both
Yeah.
in the room, so it was just a general statement for one of them
Right.
to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, but this was, seems to be a response from your suggestion that you needed this form to progress, to move forward.
Right.
Correct?
Yes, we had to have the form.
So the date on this form, would you agree, was May 14th of 2021?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's scroll down a little bit further here. It indicates that the employee is, it says employee ID and it says temp.
Okay.
Okay, now, I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
Non-employees can be issued credentials to the system. True or false?
Yes.
True.
Okay, and in fact, you've previously
Oh, wow.
testified
Butterflies.
that you use the same form with a non-employee
Mm-hmm.
because you want to determine what level of access and for how long.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Where are you
the
going
fact
with
that it
this?
says a temp, I would like to
Should tell
turn our
you.
attention to the document in Exhibit 21.
Oh my God.
What did Belinda describe him
Hi,
as
butterflies.
in this section here? 21, please.
Oh God.
Right there.
Okay.
Right there.
Where?
Apologize. Please zoom in, Caleb.
Yeah. Kayla. Okay, what? Oh,
She didn't describe him as an employee, did she?
wait, what? What's it say?
In the email, no?
And she
What's it
said
say?
temp network credentials.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go back to 58.
Wait, where does it say that?
Can you zoom in this section right
Read
here?
it. Read it. Read it to us.
No equipment was requested, correct?
No equipment was
Correct.
correct.
No laptop. Yep.
This guy's the vodka's kicking in.
So, to be clear here, a request was made for an email address, correct?
Network account, email address. Yes, sir.
Sure. Yep.
The YubiKey was a suggestion that was required or necessary to fulfill having network access,
Right.
correct?
Maybe.
Yes, sir. They have to
Okay.
have a YubiKey to have access. Yes, sir.
Okay, let's see page 2 of this
Did
document.
they get access? Like, was that the data that was published on the stage at Michael Lindell's Symposium? I don't know. That Tina introduced?
Standard practice to describe a level of access
Was it the
is
actual
closed
evidence that she produced
rather
on
than,
stage at the
They
Symposium?
need
Anybody see that?
position
Okay.
level
I have it
access,
on
correct?
tape.
I'm sorry. Can you rephrase that?
Your department's standard access was to describe the permissions as cloned from an individual rather than from a job description.
Correct.
So there's nothing unusual when this network identifies user permissions, this network access request, and identifies an employee rather than a position. There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
Okay. It says email and
to
computer
me?
accounts, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the email and computer accounts is for Mesa County computers, not the Dominion voting system, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's scroll down a little further. Down here, talks about different accesses you have to get through different levels, correct? Right here.
The application needs, sir.
On the application, it says, hey, if you need other access, you got to go through, and it doesn't specifically mention elections here, but the form is pretty clear that it is not giving access to the election system. True or
What,
false?
is it? No.
It's not an option, sir.
Yeah,
So, no,
so it's not
listed.
clear.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we're done looking at that form for a moment.
Oh my God. This is razzle dazzle, folks.
We have talked about the initial conversation was done without a form. And we've also talked about the fact that it's practice for you to describe the access similar to a person. Is it possible you misunderstood Clerk Peters when she said, I would like his permissions to be like somebody from the state to conclude that he was a state employee? Is that possible?
Well, she said he was a state employee, so
So
I
no, it's not possible.
would assume
Came
that
right
he was a
from
state
her.
employee.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
So you're
Nice try.
certain that
Nice try,
that is your
counselor.
recollection here today.
Yes, sir.
You did not record that conversation.
Nice try,
audially,
Aldi Perry Mason.
No, sir.
Okay. At the time that you
Please like and share the
Actually
broadcast. We're 4.5 hours in.
provided the
and
computer
it's some good
access,
stuff. It's good stuff.
you knew he was
So please share the broadcast,
temp person
like it,
working in elections.
dislike it.
True or
Doesn't really
false?
matter. I'm okay with
I
either
just
one.
was under the impression he was a
I
state
usually get a
employee, so that's what I've been
combination.
previously told.
Okay. Would he have to be a state employee?
If somebody
to have
doesn't
access?
like you, you're not doing it right.
No.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait, what?
So let's also
no, if
talk
somebody
about
doesn't
this.
like you, no.
You
if
have
somebody
mentioned
doesn't like you, you're not doing it right.
that when you talked to Mr.
Sorry.
Wood, Mr. Wood did not represent himself as a
I
any type
imagine
of
having the patience of
job status.
17 minutes behind. Oh
True.
my God.
Correct.
I'm sorry. I know, it
And
never
when
stops.
Belinda
Never stops,
introduced
never
him
stopping.
on the day that you introduced him, there was no representation about job status, correct?
Correct.
The form has a representation. The form you asked to be completed, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean. I'm sorry.
The form, Exhibit 58, does have a representation about what Gerald Wood is going to be doing. True or false?
Speed me up, it'll be even funnier.
No, it just says he needs access. It doesn't say what he's going to be doing with that access.
Okay. Now I want to ask
It's
you
my comedy secret. Everybody needs to listen to me at least 1 3/4.
if people sign something
It's a whole lot
at the time
funnier.
they're giving access about sharing their computer access. Do you have that done?
So when people log into the computer, there's a notification. I'm not sure when that went into effect about how it's going to be used for county
Ain't no
access.
stopping us now.
It might not have been in place when Gerald signed in.
Okay. Did you, in the process of initiating
Hey.
Mr. Wood, give him any instructions
Hey.
about the proper use
Hey
of
there.
his YubiKey or password?
Two
I
times.
explained to him how to log in successfully.
You're already at
and
2
how
times?
to update his password.
Oh, all
You
right.
did not explain to him
Whatever.
whether or not he
Everybody's a
could leave
critic.
it with somebody else or give it to somebody. You did not cover security. True or false?
I did not tell him he can't share his password. No, sir.
All right. Next question, and this relates to the decision. Who had the decision, the authority to make the decision to add Gerald Wood to the computer and give him a YubiKey? Did Clerk Peters?
Yeah, she made the request.
She made the decision, correct? Not you.
Oopsie.
Yes.
She's on trial, not
were
you.
carrying out a task
Why do you think that
as a
is?
result of that decision. True or false?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions. John.
Very well. Thank you.
Wow, that was
Mr. Hartman. Ms.
really
Drake, any questions?
ineffective.
Just briefly, Your
Okay.
Honor, I appreciate that it's afternoon, but I'll be short.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Underwood, you made very clear that you don't support the election management system computers. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you,
I mean, you
have
like
ever
them, but you
helped
don't
anyone
support
get
them.
a YubiKey or a password so they could access the Dominion voting system computers?
No, ma'am.
Do you know whether they require a password or a YubiKey?
No, ma'am. I don't know for sure.
Do you know whether Mesa IT has the ability to change anything about the election management system?
To my knowledge, no,
That's
ma'am.
pretty fucking
There was also a lot made
champion
about
level
whether
emoji use, Lisa. I'm fucking
Mr.
digging
Wood was a
that.
temporary employee.
I dig
or a
that. I don't
state
know why people are so
employee,
bothered by
what that
emojis. I'm
status
not.
was.
Like, whatever.
You
Just do you.
Testified that
But I think
previously
that's
you
like a
had
work of
someone
art
from
right
the
there,
state
man.
come in and had done a similar
Fucking awesome.
authorization
Thank
so
you.
they could access the Mesa County
Rock
network,
on.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And since that was a short time
That's
frame
legit.
that they
I like
needed
it.
access,
I like it.
is it reasonable that that would be
It's a great
request for
representation
someone
of
to
what
have
just happened.
temporary access?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're sitting here today, do you have any doubt what representations the defendant made about who Mr. Wood was?
No, ma'am.
And what did she tell you he was needing access for?
I didn't ask. She said he needed access to the network and an email account so he could do some work in elections.
And Mr. Wood was
him.
represented to you by the defendant as being employed by whom?
At the time,
What's
of the state,
that?
yes, ma'am.
Brutal.
By the state.
Yes, ma'am.
If you thought for any reason that he wasn't employed by the state and he wasn't as the defendant
I love that.
represented, would you have
I
given
really
him
need
access?
something
No,
like
ma'am.
that to overlay sometimes for these
Any questions for this witness? from
fucking
the jury?
testimony.
Well, looks like we may have one, so if I can.
Oh,
have
we got a
counsel
question.
approach,
Oh my
we'll
God,
collect
everybody
the
come
question,
up. We got a
please.
question. Okay, bailiff. Okay, and the sleeve listen, I'm telling you, she is a 10 out of 10 today. She is, as I said earlier, and I'm being very serious about this, she is wearing clothes that definitely complement her body shape, which is a beautiful, curvy woman. And damn it, if she didn't lean into the big print, which as when I was heavier, I would not have chosen a print like that for fear that it makes you look even bigger. She did not. She did not. She literally rocks all of that. And I gave her a 10 out of 10 earlier, and I am renewing that. Well pulled together, like I just think all of us who wear clothes need to lean into like whatever feels comfortable, like whatever you feel good in. Like, I think that is so, I don't know. Anyway, I just love it when I see people who make those choices and really are rocking it. She fucking rocks it. I'm going to say right now. I don't know. I'm into it. I'm here for it. 100%. 100%. But yeah, look at all those binders. Wow, that's a lot of paper. I mean, really, did they ever use all that paper? Did someone have to put all those together? Oh my God. Can anyone testify about
Ladies
the
and gentlemen, as we've talked about before, there are sometimes some questions
Figs,
that I just
LOL,
can't
she looks
ask
good.
under the
Oh, is
law.
it Figs?
So
Oh my
to the
God. I
extent,
loved it. She
the
does look
question
good.
you offer is not submitted by me to the witness. Do not speculate as to what the answer might have been or why the question wasn't asked. It's not a reflection on the person who offered the
They're not
question.
going to ask the
either.
question.
However, I do have a question for you, Mr. Underwood, and
Judge has
why
a
didn't
question.
you check ID for Gerald Wood? Do you take other employees' word as truth per their position?
Yeah, if a supervisor says this is employee XYZ, I'm going to assume that that's
okay.
a truthful statement.
Okay.
Questions based on that question, Ms.
The
Drake?
credibility of
Mr. Hartman.
Yes, Your Honor.
Uh-oh.
Your answer implied that it had to be an employee, but that's not necessarily the
Five
case,
below,
correct?
Perry Mason.
What would have to be an employee, sir?
That if a supervisor said this, I want this person to have an access, there's no requirement that they be an employee.
Okay.
That might be a question
Different
for HR,
question,
but no,
but
we
yeah.
don't have a requirement. No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
All right.
No, let's
is Mr.
move on.
Underwood here under subpoena, and if so, is he released? Ms. Drake?
He's released from the people.
Mr. Hartman?
Released, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Underwood, thank you so much for your
thank
testimony
you.
here today. You're released from your
Josh,
obligations to the
Josh
court
number
for this
2,
case.
you
You're
can
free to
go.
Have a good rest of your day.
I like
That gets us,
Figs.
right
I think
to,
they're the
our lunch break.
coolest.
So
I'm
it's,
telling you right
12:11,
now.
a little bit past the noon hour.
All right, well,
we'll
we're going to
come
read
back,
some more, so don't
for,
think you're going
the
anywhere.
resumption of
I'm
testimony
not going
and evidence
anywhere.
at 1:30 p.m. I do have a
1:30, so
matter
that's
at
12:30?
4:15 p.m.
I don't even know.
today, so we'll probably
Jesus.
break around 4:15, 4:20 or
Sure
so.
you will. 4:20?
Depending on where we're at in this case, but
I
we'll
love
get
this,
done,
Judge.
well before
Rock
5
and
because I do
roll.
have another
Come on,
case I have to take
Judge.
up, completely unrelated to this matter.
Uh-oh, what?
So
Wait,
we'll
what?
come back at 1:30
What?
for the resumption of testimony
Okay,
and evidence.
great.
Please keep in mind the admonishment I gave you, and we'll see
We have
you
an
all
hour
in a
and
little
15
bit.
minutes.
All rise for the jury.
All rise for the jury, all rise for the jury, all rise for the jury. I like Figs. They're stylish. They've got great color scheme. Yeah, they have great prints. And they are just cut. They seem to be cut really nicely. Although maybe just everybody I see in them is so goddamn attractive. It might just be that. Jen. I love you, Jen. I do love you. New polling about Kamala beating Trump in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. That will give her the win. Yes. The YOLO waistband. Yes.
Take a seat, everyone.
Fuck yeah. All right, what are we going to do? Are we going to admonish people?
Take up the stall issue.
The stall.
Who's handling that for
Like the bathroom stall?
Mr. Shapiro.
And
Oh, shit.
For,
Mr. Case.
What the fuck is a stall?
Okay,
oh,
he's not here.
stall's a person. Stall's a person.
Oh, can someone handle it on his
Sister.
behalf?
Jen's my sister. Sister from another mister.
Sure, here. I think that's fine. So why don't we come back then about 5 minutes early? Plan on being here about 1:25.
1:25, which means 12:25, which means
We'll see everyone
3:25
then,
on the
unless
East
there's something else
Coast.
we need to take up? No? Okay.
Okay.
See you all after the break.
All
Bye-bye.
right, rock and roll, bitches. Rock and roll. Let's go read some documents. Yeah. Oh man, touchy mouse. Touchy mouse. Oh, actually, I don't have the documents pulled up yet. Oops, sorry. 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 Here we go. Bump. Uh-oh, I'm getting a New York Times alert. Anything happening in the world? In the real world? Oh no, it's just about the Zooms. The Zooms! Which is great. Everyone going to those Zooms is doing a great job. Thank you so much for attending those. We really appreciate that. Kamala Harris, 2024. Happily voting for Madam Vice President. All right, let's continue with this little story that we have about, where did we start? Okay, to test his, PolitiFact, we're going to start a little bit early. PolitiFact, the fact-checking arm of the Poynter Institute, a nonprofit journalism school and research organization, has given one of Frank's claims about vote manipulation 100% pants on fire rating. But here's how he explained the essential steal to me. Quote, first, you inflate the roll ahead of time. That gives you a credit line of names you can use. If you add John Smith to the rolls, you know he's not going to vote because he didn't add himself. He doesn't even know he's registered. And then you print a ballot and acquire a ballot for him, and you turn it in. And it is accepted because he's in the rolls. But Frank went on, you can't just add 1,000,000 60-year-olds. You have to add them by some computer algorithm. And I'm a computer programmer. I understand all these algorithms. So I figured out the algorithms that they were using to, first of all, inflate the rolls, and then, second of all, decide who to vote for. I do. I love that I just think it's great. Let's do it. Let's lean into the technology and use it for good purpose to come together. I think it's great. Let's see. To test his theory, Frank needed a place that defied prediction. Because, quote, because I'm a scientist, I was looking for controls, he said. That's when he and Bishop got on the phone. I told her I was looking for a county that is really conservative, that I can't predict, and asked her to tell me about the elections there. And she burst into tears. Oh, Dr. Frank, this is horrible, she says. We just elected 4 of the most flaming leftists. Wow. Okay. And they're doing all kinds of stuff in our community. Please come help us, Dr. Frank. So that's why I went out there. And you should hear about his super moms. He had this whole group of thirsty Walmart cougars that were looking for anything but their miserable lives. And here comes Dr. Frank calling them the super moms, and just like hugs and, all that comes with it. And here's my question. So does that probably means that Lindell dispatched Doug Frank? This is conjecture on my part. Warning label. This is conjecture based on what I know about the situation. Is that Lindell likely put Frank in contact with Sharona Bishop, who had been Lauren Boebert's campaign manager. So she was clearly on someone's radar, probably Roger Stone. I wonder if there's a connection between Sharona Bishop and kind of the Roger Stone world, the Explore Talent kind of. Not that she would have been Explore Talent, because she's like Moms for America or whatever. She's already got like 17,000 children or something like that, and they're all homeschooled. And she has a really hateful podcast show on Mike Lindell's network, which actually, I don't know if she's moved over from Lindell's network to Patriot TV, which is Mike Flynn's new Rumble channel, who has taken all of the talent, and I'm using that term really loosely, Brandon with no D. He's taken all the talent from Lindell. So Lindell's done. It's just a matter of time before all of that fizzles out. But I think most of the big stars, again, that's doing some heavy work, have moved on to Patriot TV, owned by Mike Flynn. Because he has more money. Oh my God. Because he's been fired from everything. How does he have all that money? On April 23rd, at Bishop's invitation, Frank presented his findings to a packed conference room at Doubletree by Hilton Hotel in Grand Junction. The admission price was $15 a head. Bishop's father led the group in prayer. Peters was present, as was the chair of the Mesa County GOP. For nearly 2 hours, Frank, in a sweater vest and a periodic table bow tie, walked through his many charts and graphs, tossing out terms like 6-order polynomials and coefficients that go in front of high exponent terms. The audience laughed at his jokes and cheered when he said that he hoped to hug every one of them because that social distancing stuff just ain't right. He urged the crowd to fan out across Mesa County, knocking on doors and gathering evidence that proved that there were discrepancies between the voter rolls and voting histories. Yes, he was part of the Lindell network as of April 2021, if not a little bit earlier. Probably earlier. Bishop told Frank that a cohort of Mesa citizens affiliated with a local organization called Stand for Constitution, for the Constitution, had already been canvassing. Stand for the Constitution, which was started after Polis's election, requires members to strictly follow the spirit of God's grace, according to its bylaws. At a second event in Denver the following day, Bishop asked Corey Anderson, one of the group's members, to address the crowd. Anderson had been a national vice president of Boots on the Ground Bikers for Trump. With Dr. Frank's help, we have the focus now, Anderson said. The first time I heard him speak, I was like, man, that's a red pill. Did you guys ever feel like you've been red pilled tonight? Oh, yeah, okay. And we're the sheep? Okay, I got it. That week, Peters met with Frank at her office. Bishop was present, as were members of the election staff. We just heard all the testimony about this. $1.7 billion flowed through Donald Trump's businesses. I know. Which is for Harris. That's awesome. I know. Why always well, because it keeps people in line, Lisa. Because it is the opiate of the masses, for crying out loud. And that's as someone who was in the church and left it. Because I'm an atheist now for that reason. I don't begrudge people their religion, but I'm telling you right now, it's caused a whole lot of fucking problems. And it doesn't show any signs of stopping. Ooh, and there isn't any corn for popping. Okay. Yikes. Okay. Okay. That week, Peter met with Frank. Okay. Something very important happened at that point, Frank told me. I showed her a lot of this stuff, and she still wasn't convinced. And then I said, well, there are 2,000 dead people who voted in your election. And she says, well, that can't be because we use signature verification. According to Frank, Peters then asked a person in charge of training staff members on signature verification to come in and explain how the process works. Frank recalled, the trainer said that when people start to reject too many signatures, they take them off duty, which would, in his theory, allow fraudulent votes to go undetected. Parenthetically, there is no evidence that signature verification, which is not handled by Dominion systems, allowed thousands of dead people to vote in Mesa County, and a spokesperson for the Secretary of State's office explained that a bipartisan process is designed to prevent that from happening. Frank went on, you can see Tina Peters' mouth fall open, and she excused everybody from the room. And then it was just me and her looking eyeball to eyeball. And she said, okay, I see we have some problems here. What are we going to do next? Well, we put together a plan. The plan that Frank devised with Tina Peters and Sharona Bishop centered on a planned software update called the Trusted Build of the county's Dominion voting system machines. Because election equipment is not meant to be connected to the internet, which could open it up to hackers, Dominion software upgrades are conducted in person with only limited personnel in attendance. Frank said he told Peters that it was imperative to make a copy of the existing system before the machines were reprogrammed. Otherwise, you'll lose your evidence, Frank recalled telling her. So that's when I put her in contact with some people who could come in and do backups. Enter Gerald Wood, I guess. One of the people, Frank said he contacted, bullshit, he was working for Mike Lindell. He fucking admitted it. Exactly. This is ridiculous. Fucking fucks. Okay, anyway. One of the people Frank said he contacted was Mike Lindell, the MyPillow CEO, who has boasted about spending at least $35 million. Oh, he spent it all by now. This is an older article. To prove that the 2020 election was stolen. Mike hired me to be a consultant in some of his lawsuits against Dominion voting systems, and it was all thrown out, by the way. Lindell disputed this characterization. Frank also claimed that Lindell introduced him to Trump's legal team on a video call. It's all the attorneys, Frank said. Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani and all those people. About 16 of them. And they screened my work. I love reading old articles. Anyway, 2 lawyers have lost their license, Rudy and John Eastman, and more to come. And Jeff Clark for 2 years. Okay. Sidney Powell, blah, blah, blah. Powell and Giuliani could not be reached for comments. Lindell denied personally introducing Frank to Trump's legal team, though he added it was possible that one of the attorneys did. Frank told me that he passed along the information about Tina Peters to the Lindell team and said, look, she has these systems that need backup, and let's send somebody to her who can do this and do it properly. You're going down. You're going down, 'cause you are a clown, baby. I just can't wait to see you cry. See you cry. Doug Frank, I want to see you cry. Cry in a courtroom. If he's in courtroom, I'm fucking going. I don't care where it is. You cannot, I'm going to fundraise for it, and I'm not going to be ashamed about it, and I'm going to go. Because you're going down. If there's any justice in the world. Oh my God. Okay. Let's see what else. Oh, this is such bullshit. What date is this? I'll have to look it up later, but Frank told me that he passed along the information about Tina Peters to the Lindell Center. Blah, 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 blah. Lindell said I had nothing to do with what Frank did with Peters and Bishop at the time. That's bullshit. It's now, yeah. Lindell told me he'd been investigating the election in the weeks after Trump's defeat, consulting with the experts and looking through piles and piles of evidence, and something didn't sit right with him. One of the things that bothered me the most was that the voter rolls showed all these people that voted or said they'd voted in these states where they were non-residents. All these people. It's exactly why they fucked with the census in 2020. Thank you. Okay. Wait. Okay. You know what? This had to be the machines because people are genuinely good people. Lindell then said he reviewed evidence that the machines had rigged the election, which eventually led him to Frank. I really want to figure that out. They use an algorithm in all these machines, Lindell went on. They're pre-programmed. That's why it's the same in every county. Last year, Dominion filed a defamation lawsuit against MyPillow and Lindell, whom the company accused of making false claims. MyPillow countersued Dominion 2 months later. I think that's all done, right? A Dominion spokesperson told me that nearly 2 years after the 2020 election, no credible evidence has been presented to any court or authority that voting machines did anything other than count the votes accurately and reliably in all states. This must be 2022, this New Yorker article. I'll check the date before we go, but that must be when this article was. And we know a little bit more now about all these things. Lindell made his fortune hawking pillows on infomercials, which he claimed they helped cure sleep apnea, restless leg syndrome, and a variety of other ills. Prosecutors in California sued the company for deceptive advertising, and MyPillow settled for about $1 million in 2016. He was an early Trump supporter. In 2017, Trump hosted Lindell at the White House and touted MyPillow, which is based in Minnesota, as a shining example of a company offering made in the USA products. Lindell's money has since paid for a team of 70 investigators, cyber experts, and lawyers, including Alan Dershowitz and Kurt Olson, to hunt for evidence of election fraud and to sue states to prohibit them from using electronic voting systems. On January 5th, 2021, Lindell was at the Trump International Hotel in Washington, where about 15 Trump allies discussed the certification of the election scheduled for the next day. Lindell said he was just a guest at the hotel and was not present at this meeting. 10 days later, he met with Trump and presented evidence of election rigging and apparently passed along documents to the president that may have urged him to invoke the Insurrection Act. Remember that? When he was shooed out the West Wing, and declare martial law before Biden's inauguration, despite a photograph obtained by the Washington Post showing Lindell outside the White House holding papers discussing these actions. Lindell told me that he was unaware of their contents and that the documents had been given to him by some lawyers to hand to Trump. Lindell has said he's willing to spend all of his money, and he has, folks. Update. Fast forward, he did. And change how American elections are conducted. We're in a new era where there are cyber attacks every day in business, credit card companies, solar winds back in the day, gas lines, all these things, he told me. But when it happens in your election, it only has to happen once and you lose your country forever. You never get it back, like Venezuela, Australia, hello, Canada. these countries where you get a dictator, you know, and he's never going to let a fair election occur because he owns the computers. Hello. Have any carpets? Mesa County's trusted build was scheduled to start on May 25th, 2021, 8 days earlier, according to an indictment later filed in a district court. Peters deputy Belinda Nisley had instructed the IT department to turn off the cameras in the area where the trusted build would take place. Around the same time, at Bishop's recommendation, Peters reached out to a local man, Gerald Wood, with an offer of a contract work in the county elections office. Wood was a software engineer, and he remembered meeting Bishop at one of Frank's presentations in April. According to testimony that Wood later provided, Peters' office sent him for a background check. After he'd been issued an ID badge, he said Nisley took it from him, explaining that they'd be in touch if she needed his services. Oh, that's the part I kind of missed from Friday. On May 23rd, so it wasn't Gerald Wood. That's why they're saying, did you check ID? So it was an imposter. I would feel like we should be able to know who that was. There's no pictures of the guy that was supposedly Gerald Wood. I'm very confused. I feel like that'd be easy to solve. But anyway, I digress. On May 23rd, a Sunday, Wood's ID was used to access the elections office, and someone copied the voting system's hard drive. 2 days later, the ID was again used in the elections office, and someone copied was again used during the trusted build. Sorry about that. After the update, another copy was made, this time of the new version of the system. The copied files included the proprietary operating software, not just to the Mesa County election, but to similarly configured Dominion voting systems across the country. This was the point. According to the Times, oh, here we go. This is where Conan Hayes, this is helpful, actually. According to the Times, the person who likely used Wood's badge and made copies of the Mesa County voting software was Conan James Hayes, a former pro surfer who has been closely associated with Lindell and Patrick Byrne. Oh, the former CEO of Overstock.com, who, like Lindell, has spent millions of dollars trying to overturn the 2020 presidential election. It's true. Look it up. Dominion filed a defamation lawsuit against Byrne last year, alleging, which I think was 2021, that he manufactured and promoted fake evidence to convince the world that 2020 election had been stolen. In a live stream video posted on Twitter, Byrne offered additional details about how the scheme unfolded. Hayes, whom Byrne described as a very, very high-end white hat security guy, was given some county credentials or something, and he dressed up like a little nerd. I mean, really, you can't make this shit up. Who is going to play Patrick Byrne in the movie is what I really want to know. When representatives from Dominion Voting Systems and the Colorado Secretary of State's office showed up for the trusted build, Byrne went on, "What's funny is that unbeknownst to them, one of those county workers wasn't really a county worker." This is why Byrne is paying for Tina Peters' legal representation, by the way. Because he cannot keep his fucking mouth shut. Damn. Oh my God. Byrne said that Hayes FaceTimed him during the software update. He had a name like Billy or something on his name tag. Billy, the county worker. Hey, message to Dominion and Colorado Secretary of State. That guy with Billy on his name tag next to you, he was actually one of ours. He was filming you fuckers. It would later come out that Sharona Bishop's credit card, had been used to make the hotel reservation for Conan Hayes' stay in Grand Junction. I mean, you cannot make this fucking shit up. You cannot. I'm so sorry, Republicans. You cannot spin this. You cannot fucking spin this. This bitch committed crimes. And a bunch of other people too. So what she should be doing is talking like a fucking parrot and spilling tea as if she were the Mad fucking Hatter. Okay? That's what Tina Peters should be doing right now. She should be preserving some level of legacy for her grandchildren. That's what she should be doing. She should be honoring the memory of her son and do the right thing and flip on those bastards so that we can finally at least cut off one of the sources of disinformation that has done major damage to our election system. I mean, they're clowns. I'm not saying they're not clowns, but they're fucking dangerous clowns because they have enough funding to do this shit. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. Byrne told me that he met Hayes in August 2020 in work related to countering human trafficking. Oh, fantastic. Okay. It is a Mike Flynn thing. And that Hayes was one of the most impressive people he knew. Hayes was an initial member of the Bad News Bears, a team assembled by Byrne that holed up in the Trump International Hotel prior to January 6, looking for voting anomalies. Dangerous clowns. I love it. When I asked Byrne how Hayes, who could not be reached for comment, had gone from surfer to hacker, he explained that there are various government activities taking place in Marine bases on Oahu, SOCOM, and NSA type activities, and that a couple of the advanced hackers there took Conan under their wing and trained him for years. What? What? Who were his trainers? Pray tell. Does it start with F and end with N? No. Okay. Never mind. Oh, I have to do a little work on this. I got to catch up a little bit on this one. Byrne told me that Hayes, who has been tied to a Twitter feed showing an affinity for QAnon conspiracies, left his team in January 2021, though he admitted to cutting Hayes a check so he could keep working for a year. I wanted Conan to be able to continue being Conan and doing Conan stuff, Byrne said, but it was not to work for me. Lindell told me Hayes is now on his payroll. So I paid him for a year of work, but just so that he could do whatever he wanted to. What? Huh? What? Wait, what? Whoop, what? What? Okay. All right. Sorry, I know. Labeling better. Really wish the prosecution could get one person to flip against Tina. Were she to face the flipper, her charges might be more likely to convince her to deal. I don't understand because I know Belinda was also implicated, Belinda Knisley or whatever her name is. I know that she also had some legal entanglements. I just don't know what the disposition of hers was. And I know Sharona Bishop also had an FBI search of her home as part of this whole kerfuffle. But I don't know what, I can't find anything online about what, so I'll have to do some more digging on some of these threads. But I think this is going to be kind of an important one to at least understand some of the logistics of. Okay. In August 2021, 3 months after the trusted build in Mesa County, Peters attended a cyber symposium hosted by Lindell in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, the Shamposium. Lindell had promised that the event would feature evidence that the 2020 election had been infiltrated and rigged by China in favor of Biden. But at the start of the conference, Lindell told the audience that the symposium had been hacked. And though he continued to promise that the bombshell evidence on the Chinese attack would be presented, it never was. According to Harry Hursty, oh, wait. Harry Hursty, did somebody say Harry Hursty? Oh, no, that's not it. Oh, that's it.
Nothing ever disappears from here now.
Harry Hursty, you say? Here he is now.
Disappears from here now. Nothing ever disappears.
Nothing ever disappears from the internet. I'm not very good at this.
Nothing ever disappears from here. Nothing ever disappears from the internet.
Thank you, Harry. That was Harry Hursty, by the way. I did a remix of Harry Hursty. So that's an original. That's an original beat by Lolo. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome very much. Okay. Wait, here we go. Blah, 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 blah. According to Harry Hursty, a longtime election security expert, that's questionable, who attended the conference, they did not submit any data. Instead, they were only offered a few hundred megabytes of meaningless garbage. The whole thing might have been a bust, but then Peters took the stage with Bishop, both of whom Lindell had ferried to Sioux Falls on his private jet. Days before the event, Ron Watkins, also a contributor, purveyor, platformer of child pornography, and friend of Fred Brennan, who is a 8chan, the 8chan dude, if you will. You know, that kind of people, you know, people who deal in CSAM and other illegal and vile, immoral conduct. Ron Watkins, the longtime administrator of QAnon's online forum, he's not Q. Mike Flynn is Q. This is bullshit. Whatever. That's dumb. Mike Flynn is the one who's directing. He may not be pushing the buttons, but he is directing the shit. Actually, I think he is pushing the buttons sometimes, by the way. Oh, whoops. Now I fucked up. Hold on. Excuse me. Hold on just a minute. There we go. Okay. All right. Blah, blah, blah. Because passwords posted on his Telegram channel a grainy video of what appeared to be a conversation between an unnamed election official and an employee of Dominion Voting Systems, as well as blurry screenshots of computer passwords. Because passwords are unique to each system, it did not take long for the Secretary of State's office to trace them to Peters's office. On August 10th, the day that Peters first appeared at Lindell's Symposium, the Mesa County District Attorney executed a search warrant to look for evidence of a breach. When I was on a plane to come see you kind folks, guess what they did? Peters told the audience. They raided my office. I have clips of this. It was the most disgusting display. The event, and this truly is true, the event unraveled from there. The next day, files from Mesa County election system were projected on a big screen. Watkins, who was broadcasting remotely, from somewhere offshore probably, planned to analyze them in real time with Doug Frank, who was on stage. But there were technical problems with the live stream, and Watkins could not hear what was happening in the auditorium. And actually, I think this is what happened. Then suddenly, Watkins interjected that he was being advised by his lawyer to say that the files had been taken from Peter's office and the data review needed to shut down. So it wasn't that he couldn't hear, because I have this on clip. It was because he was being told to shut the fuck up by his lawyer. And it took him a minute. Oh my God. And he also, it was such a pandemonium. He also told the crowd that his lawyer urged him to issue the following statement. I just learned that Conan James Hayes may have taken, without authorization, the actual hard drives from the Mesa County or the Mesa, Colorado County clerk, and he needs to produce those hard drives immediately and return them to the clerk. That's Ron. Idiot. Frank called Peters up to the stage to address this unexpected turn of events, which was a great idea, Doug. Really great. She denied. Oh, this is so great. She denied that any hard drives had been taken from her office unless it happened during the raid. Here, oh my God. I'm sorry. My lips are dry. I love it. I know they live stream their crimes. Because here's the thing, Kathy. As I say, you know I say this. They have normalized, their disinformation machine has normalized their echo chamber so much and insulated it so much that they believe that because people in Magaland don't push back on them, they believe that they have won the game, that they've won the narrative to annoy. Hopefully not to annoy, actually. But I think that's a good word in this setting, is like, that's what they really drank their own Kool-Aid. And now they've convinced themselves. This is what happened to John Eastman. John Eastman lost his law license. That is his most precious identity, is as a constitutional expert, which he's not. He wanted to break the Constitution and see if he could be the one that broke the Constitution. That's literally what John Eastman wanted out of this deal. It was ego. It was ego killed the beast. So ask John Eastman about this, okay? Because he can tell you he just lost his law license after a detailed dismantling of the arguments that were the bullshit behind all of this. They could never settle on one thing, ever. Ever. So anyway, Frank called Peters up to the stage to address this unexpected turn of events. She denied that any hard drives had been taken unless it happened during the raid. Frank put his arm around Peters and told her he'd just been informed that they were not allowed legally to let her take questions. So great job there, Frank. Great job. The Mesa County files did show that the trusted build erased the software that had been used during the 2020 election. But that is precisely what the update was designed to do. The purpose of a trusted build is to patch the system's known vulnerabilities and add new functionalities for users. In the process, the prior election software gets overwritten, which is why the clerk is supposed to back up the voting records and the system's access and activity logs beforehand. The paper ballots are also saved for more than 2 years. Robert Graham, a cybersecurity professional who was at Lindell's symposium, described the scene in Sioux Falls as all weird nonsense. I like Rob Graham's reporting. I followed him on Twitter. Can't remember what his handle is, but they're trying to argue this thing that their listeners or the Republican masses want to believe, he said, so they keep structuring the reality to fit that conspiracy theory. Well said. That August, both Jenna Griswold, the Colorado's Democratic Secretary of State, and Dan Rubenstein, the county's Republican district attorney, announced that they had begun separate investigations into Peters and her deputy, Belinda Nisley. Griswold had much of the Mesa County voting equipment decommissioned. A district court judge then barred Peters from overseeing Mesa County elections. The state's Ethics Commission began receiving complaints alleging that Peters violated Colorado's $65 gift limit for public officials when she accepted flights and lodging from Lindell, and that she operated a criminal legal defense fund, to which Lindell once acknowledged contributing as much as $800,000. Lindell told me that he'd misspoken and in fact had not contributed a single dollar to Peters' fund. I thought I had put money, he said, but my lawyer and my accountant told me, no, Mike, you did not put any money. Okay. All right. Okay, Jan. On November 16th, 2021, FBI agents searched the homes of Peters and Bishop. Bishop told me their digital devices were seized. In a video posted on her social media channel, Bishop said that the federal agents were looking for evidence of Kinstein announced that a grand jury had been impaneled to investigate the breach. That same day, Peters declared that she would be running for re-election as county clerk. A month later, she scrapped that plan and announced on Steve Bannon's War Room broadcast that she would instead be running for Secretary of State. In so doing, she became one of at least 22 election deniers vying this year, that must have been 2022, to take charge of elections in 18 states, a move that is widely understood to be a coordinated bid to replace impartial election officials with Trump allies. At a 2021 QAnon-themed conference, Jim Marchand, who is now the Republican candidate for Secretary of State in Nevada, said that Lindell and Byrne are part of a coalition behind this effort. Both Lindell and Byrne denied this. Oh, yeah, no. But the America Project, an organization that Byrne co-runs with Mike Flynn, has donated tens of thousands of dollars to a political action committee that supports the coalition. On March 8th, a few weeks after Peters announced her candidacy for Colorado Secretary of State, the grand jury indicted her and Nisley for a mix of felonies and misdemeanors, including identity theft, conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation, and attempts to influence public officials. In the world of election deniers, it was a badge of honor. The next day, Bannon told his audience, Tina Peters is now a national crusade. Yes, they went deep on this one. Mike Flynn, Trump's former national security advisor, endorsed her candidacy. So far, the investigation into Peters has cost Mesa County more than $1 million, a figure that does not include costs incurred by the district attorney's office, local law enforcement, and the offices of Colorado's Attorney General and Secretary of State. Well, then is it really the cost? I'm so confused. Okay, whatever. I'm not sure what the relevance was of that. Okay. Though Peters was barred from entering the clerk and recorder's office, she continued to receive her $93,000 salary. She is denied any wrongdoing. The DOJ declined to comment on whether it had opened an investigation into the case. But so far, Bishop, Hayes, Lindell, Byrne, and Watkins have not faced legal action by the federal government for their involvement in the potential theft and distribution of the Dominion software. Why not? Peters' campaign, with Bishop as its registered agent, got ugly fast. At a rally in Denver that drew a few hundred participants, including Lindell, Peters said, "They are coming after me because I refuse to believe in their false religion of nationalized elections. So, to the left, I'm a heretic. I refuse to participate in the sin of looking the other way now that the forensic evidence has exposed their tainted voting machines." Lindell, on his online show, displayed the names and phone numbers. Oh, I remember reporting this like a motherfucker. Lindell displayed the names and phone numbers of the county commissioners and encouraged everyone in Colorado to call them. The commissioners spent months fielding threats and hate mail. Peters accused Attorney General Merrick Garland of gunning for her and said that he promised Rubenstein the world in exchange for her head. Oh, my God. She called the chair of the Colorado GOP a rhino for asking her to suspend her campaign in light of the indictment. She continually tried to discredit Pam Anderson, not that one, her main rival for the GOP nomination, for having served as a board member for the nonpartisan Center for Tech and Civic Life, which funneled hundreds of millions of dollars in grants to local election offices around the country to facilitate voting during the pandemic. The group had received a considerable donation. Well, it is basically the Center for Tech and Civic Life is part of the Chan Zuckerberg Institute, which is their foundation. So it really is. But it's not Zuckbucks and it's not that. It's literally really difficult grants to obtain. So they go through a rigorous selection process of people that are doing good work on the ground, but need funding to do more work about outreach to voters of all parties. Okay? That's what those grants do. They're not it's just not the way you think it is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, folks. I get that you think that's how it works, but trust and believe. I have participated on one of those one of the proposals, not for that, more for climate. And so I know that they don't fuck around. That's some professional shit going on there. And I don't know how much. I think probably Priscilla Chan has more to do with the day in, day out than Zuckerberg does. He's an idiot. He's too busy like surfing on a hoverboard or something. Anyway, Pam and Jenna are wings of the same bird, Peters said on a radio show 2 weeks before the Republican primary election. We've Soros on one side, Zuckerberg on the other side. Her most vicious attack, perhaps, was leveled against Gerald Wood, the man whose identity she had allegedly stolen, who had been compelled to appear before the grand jury. Wood testified that he never worked for Mesa County and was not present when his ID was being used to procure the files. He later told an interviewer that he thought he'd been set up from the beginning. Peters claimed that Wood had perjured himself and said he would have to deal with that. Some in Wood's circle reportedly, well, he just testified against you, bitch. Some in Wood's social circle reportedly started referring to him as Judas Jerry. These are people that call themselves Christians, Wood's wife, a pastor, said in a recent interview. It's been very devastating in a lot of ways. Wood could not be reached for comment, but mama, did he just testify. On June 28th, when the primary votes were tallied, Peters not only lost the election statewide by more than 14 points, but she lost it in Mesa County, too. Perhaps not surprisingly, she took a page out of Trump's playbook by refusing to concede, claiming that the election was fraudulent and demanding a recount. At first, she failed to come up with the more than $200,000 it would cost to undertake a recount, and instead tried to enlist individual county clerks to do it. She continued to ask for donations to her recount effort and received more than $500,000, most of it coming on a day when she appeared on Bannon's show. It's not over, she told her supporters, but when a recount was finally conducted in early August, it confirmed the result. Peters lost to Anderson by nearly 90,000 votes. Some experts argue that what happened in Mesa County has increased the chance of an attack on similarly configured systems in future elections. According to Alex Halderman, a computer scientist at the University of Michigan who has studied Dominion systems extensively, the released files could tell Stop the Steal people and everyone else how to build an attack and how to write malicious code. Oh my goodness. Real damage could come from this. Who knew? 2 months after the Mesa County breach, the election clerk in Elbert County, Colorado, who admitted to being assisted by at least one of Lindell's associates, also made copies of the county's election software and shared it with unauthorized people, according to a lawsuit filed by Griswold to get those copies back. In arguing the case, the Secretary of State's counsel pointed out that if the files were not returned, they could be used to hack future elections. Earlier this year, 2022, the judge ruled in Griswold's favor. Griswold told the Post that she remains confident Colorado voting machines are secure. There have been breaches in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Ohio. Department of Homeland Security officials have warned of increasing intimidation and threats to election officials ahead of the 2022 and 24 elections. In July, a third suspect, Sandra Brown, the Sandy Brown we always hear about, the former Mesa County election manager, was charged in the case last month, which would have been, I don't know when. Nisley took a guilty plea. Belinda is flippered. She's flipped. And agreed to testify against Peters. Peters and Nisley's attorneys did not respond to requests for comments. If convicted, Peters faces decades in prison. That's right. If convicted, she faces decades in prison. Tina Peters, if you're watching, which I know you love me, it's time to flip, babe. It's time to flip. Don't fucking do this for Dick, okay? And certainly not Patrick Byrne Dick. Come on now. Stop this. Stop it. Flip. Flip like you're a burger at Five Guys and you're ready to rock. Okay? Grease up the bun. Melt the cheese. Let's go. But you do not deserve, no one should take the fall for those motherfuckers. No one. Now, you want to be a real hero, Tina Peters? Flip. Today, at lunch. Say, you know what? I'm out. Just like Lindsay. Be on the floor and be like, I'm out. It's time to go. The party's over. Come on now. Let's not be foolish. Let's not be foolish. Don't do this for a dude. Come on now. Don't do it for a woman either, frankly. But just especially don't do it for those dudes. Holy shit. Though her career as a public servant seems over, she's now the star of a new film, Selection Code. Oh, you know what? I didn't even see that. Billed as both a documentary and a political thriller, it describes Peters' exploits in Mesa County as critical to the survival of America. Though the film may serve only to raise her profile among election deniers, the larger crusade, which its adherents say is to restore election integrity, is ramping up and has the potential to further erode public confidence in elections. Wow, we just read something from, I know she's 70, she looks good, huh? It's not good living. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's formaldehyde. I don't know. But, sorry. But, yeah, she looks pretty good for 70. I mean, I don't know what 70 looks like, but it looks all right. Anyway, the point is, sorry, now I got distracted. The point is, I don't know what the point is. Okay, anyway, let's do this. Is ramping up. Oh, we just read the article by Mark Elias at Democracy Docket that talks this month, right now, this moment, and the fact that we face so much potential fuckery that has already been planted as part of this story, right? And many others. But Doug Frank, don't forget that name, Doug Frank. Don't forget the bow tie guy. Wait, let's make sure we got him over here. Wait, he's right here. He's right here. There he is. Just a little reminder. Just a little reminder for you. Okay, anyway. Bow tie guy. You're going to be ahead of the curve. You need to drop that at the next cocktail party you go to. Hey, by the way, on the down low, you better keep an eye on Doug Frank. I know. I was going to go to his thing at Denny's, and then I had something else happen. I think it was a car issue. I can't remember what happened, but something happened where I couldn't go. And I was bummed about that, but it's all right. It probably was for the best, frankly. I probably would have just gotten in trouble, and, people would have screamed at me and stuff like that. I don't want to do that. Drive people away from the polls and put poll workers and election officials in harm's way. Corey Anderson is involved with the U.S. Election Integrity Plan, a far-right group that has been sending volunteers door to door across Colorado, ostensibly to prove, that the voter rolls have been compromised. During a video call hosted by Bishop, he reported that canvassers in Mesa County had found lots of anomalies. People who said they'd voted when there was no record that they had, or who said they hadn't voted, though a ballot with their name on it had been cast. Roland, one of the county commissioners, pointed out that it was the job of the election clerk, in this case Peters, to maintain accurate voter rolls. When Roland and her colleagues asked Anderson and other canvassers to share their evidence with commissioners, she said they demurred. For the most part, these are well-intentioned people, Roland said, and I think they've gotten sucked into it, and I don't know if they'll ever see things clearly. Oh, isn't that kind? Let's stop being quite so kind, please. Earlier this year, a group of civil rights organizations sued the U.S. Election Integrity Plan, thank you, for voter intimidation. That's what canvassing is. It's voter intimidation. And it's not a story that we've heard enough about. The suit claimed that members with badges carrying guns were knocking on doors, often targeting communities that voted Democratic in 2020, interrogating them about their voting history and taking photos of their homes. In documents filed in court by its lawyers, the group has denied those claims. A month later, a federal judge denied the plaintiff's petition for temporary restraining order, so the canvassing will be allowed to continue. One of the U.S. Election Integrity Plan's leaders, Sean Smith, who's an idiot, is a retired Air Force colonel, which is really a stretch because I think he's a traitor, actually, has called himself the number one most dangerous election denier in Colorado. I have lots of footage of him, too, talking about shit. They all have drunk their own Kool-Aid. They all need to flip. If they have any dignity, any shred of dignity left, all of them should flip and get rid of Mike Lindell, Joe Oltman, Roger Stone, Patrick Byrne, Mike Flynn, all of them. Doug Frank, put them all away. They're ruining this country by destroying and tarnishing people's belief in election systems. And I'm not saying you have to believe me. You have to believe the data, of which there is none, and has already been demonstrated in disbarment hearings in detail. So I just, hey, come on now. It's time to believe you going to believe your lion eyes? Come on now. Or whatever that is. I don't know what that saying is, but all these names, man, I really fucking hope that this shit, I knew this shit was dangerous. I just felt dangerous. Even though it was stupid and clownish, I was screaming about the fact that Doug et al. Were running around the country poisoning people's minds with lies. And I know other people were too. I'm not saying I was the only one, but I just felt like they were really my special project. They were my people. They were the people I was going after. No, look over here. This is not good. This is not good right now. This is bad. This is going to be really bad. I just feel it. But I don't have enough. Anyway, okay. All right, Sean Smith, retired. Okay, blah, blah, blah. One state official told me that the group has been pressuring election clerks to delicense their voting equipment. That's right. And urging sheriffs to arrest election officials. This is where the constitutional sheriffs intersect in many of these stories. Also, see Wisconsin. see the sheriff who got involved in the nursing home, red herring. I don't know. I have to believe that there are people who fundamentally believe they're doing the right thing. I don't know how. And I'm telling you right now, when I was watching like the entrance to the Trump thing yesterday, Republicans are just simply stupid. And I'm so sorry. I am so fucking sorry. Okay. It is stupid to me that you would promote a candidate who literally, and I'm going to use that word in this case, probably still has sensitive documents that impact our national security as a country, and he is using them more than likely as leverage to protect himself or gain. And I'm sure he has already done some of that. I am not sure how anyone, I could also just say, just take him at his presidency and we can talk about the faux tax cut and all that bullshit and the killing of Khashoggi and the setup of the Taliban and Afghanistan withdrawal and all of that. We could talk all day just on his positions. But I'm saying if you just take what has happened in the last few years in courts of law and in disbarment hearings, you cannot turn away and deny, although you can because people do it all the time. You cannot deny that if the Republican Party had stood up, even on the evening of January 6th, even as late as that, and said, no more, right? Lindsay stood there and went, I'm out. I can't do this. Well, in 24 hours, he could do it, it turned out. Fast forward, Lindsay could do it. So, the fact that they have been silent is what has metastasized and grown within the base, right? It's still a small base. It's still what maybe 30% of the people really consider themselves kind of MAGA values, I guess, or whatever. But I feel it's even a smaller number of the diehard Trumpers, Trump or die kind of thing. I'm sorry. I think some of them are just either won't vote or they're just not, the whatever the people who considered themselves MAGA before, after 2020 may have said like, maybe I'm not MAGA, So I think there was a certain percentage of those people just kind of given normal randomization. And all opinions are just my opinions. Okay. I'm not reporting anything unless I'm sourcing it for you. But I think that, now I kind of forgot where I was. Shoot. Oh, wait. The conflation with Christian religion, good versus evil, et cetera, is a big part of it. Well, and it really is. And so to me, I think that the Christian angle of it, that kind of Christian, trad, rad, fundy kind of like, or over moralization, and demonization of others, right? Like LGBTQ, like trans, like immigrants, right? The demonization of other populations so that you kind of get all the bigots in there, cover all the bigotry, right? They kind of counted on that. And so to me, the Christian angle has been a real tool to help keep people engaged and fired up, right? And that is led by the leadership in those because they as part of being part of the Council for National Policy, as part of being part of the Heritage Foundation, the Judicial Watch, the Federalist Society, all of the different institutes of mass destruction, as Gal Suburban calls them, have a coordinated, common worldview of what can happen. And so they are really in full effect using any angle they can to keep multiple audiences engaged. And the more fervent, the better, right? Men's rights, fantastic. So anyway, sorry, I know I'm kind of going all over. The U.S. Supreme Court on Monday rejected a bid by the state of Missouri to halt Trump's upcoming sentencing and left a related gag order until after the November 5th presidential election. Yep. They have big dirt. Yeah. So there's compromise, right? There's compromise for a lot of these folks. But if they had stood up and said no more, this would be a very different place. But what I think we saw, and I'm going to point back to the Kevin McCarthy kind of, mutiny on the bitchy. I don't know what you would call it. I don't know what the funny word is to replace for bounty, but whatever that mutiny was that got rid of, well, it was Matt Gaetz, but that kind of extreme part of the party, if you will, although they're all extreme to me, the more extreme, I guess, really just that kind of mini coup really ushered in a new generation of dysfunction, right? A new level of dysfunction and a new opportunity to push more of the bullshit. And to people who were incentivized, like Matt Gaetz, who has a very, very tawdry ethics investigation currently. It wasn't hilarious, but yeah. But he has a very thorny little investigation, an ethics investigation, which is predicated on some criminal investigations that were kind of put to bed, questionably by a Justice Department. So we have to, Matt definitely has an interest in seeing chaos reign and Trump obtaining the presidency or whoever is on that ticket, because it means that he can probably get a pass for everything that he's looking at. So that's what Matt Gaetz's current 30-day vision is. I'm sure he's got other aspirations that Gal can talk to. I know. I hate these people too. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm really done. I'm done with the fuckery. I'm done with the fact that they get away with all this shit. I'm done with the fact that I don't know if it's that journalists can't talk about some of these angles in more detail or they just haven't looked at these angles. I don't want to oversimplify it, but I'm just so fucking frustrated. I just want to deal in facts. One of my neighbors attends those churches, right, in Chino Hills. Yep. Walk through the lobby looking like a clown in MAGA gear. It's really sad. I am telling you, it's just like it is a cult. It is a cult. It is a cult. Please, Mr. Please. Oh, good. My fan keeps going off. I think I keep kicking the plug. Anyway, so long story short, I think it's really critical that the people who planned January 6th, who planned this ongoing insurgency, as people smarter than me have described it, I think it's really important that we just discuss the facts of what their involvement actually was, right? Please, it's not, Patrick Byrne is dying to be indicted. He is screaming. If you follow him on Twitter, which he blocked me, so it's Gal's fault. It's a long story, but it's Gal's fault that he blocked me. I had him this close to coming on a show. I had him this fucking close. And then Gal comes in with some smart-ass receipt. I love you, Gal. This is ongoing. This is an inside joke now between all of us, actually. But, yeah, she came in with pesky facts. And he got scared and he blocked us all. Damn it. Anyway, that's all right. There's more fish in the sea. Anyway, yeah. Conspiracy to overthrow the U.S. government. I'm sorry. It's time. Arrest Mike Flynn. I'm sorry. Mike Flynn has ill intentions for this country. Yes, thank you, Gal. Well, here's the culprit now. And I'll never let you forget it. No. Because it's a great memory, actually. It was really fun. It was a lot of fun. That ratio was a lot of fun. Conspiracy to overthrow the government. Yeah. Remember the rest of the hanging chads? The SCOTUS handed the election to Bush. They sure did. And guess what? I think every time you mention SCOTUS, Max, I get more and more scared. Because then I remember just how fucked up our SCOTUS is right now. I can't. God, please, Joe, I need some money moves. I need some money moves. Why is Flynn so angry? Because he has like a persecution complex. Mixed with narcissism. That's my unofficial diagnosis. And he's very short. Oh, Lisa, he's very short in real life. Oh, he's fucking short. He's shorter than me. He wants his nuke money. What's that? Nuclear? What is that? Well, anyway, Flynn is angry because he thinks he's the, if you watched his movie, which I do not recommend, I did go to the premiere. If you haven't seen those videos, there's some clips on my account where I went to the event in Santa Barbara, to Flynn's event, Santa Barbara, and, met all the clowns. Well, at least saw all the clowns. Anyway, it's a long story. I didn't get to actually meet him. I'm a little mad about it, but it's okay. No, I'm not that mad about it. I got there late, so it's my fault. Anyway, yeah. So I have some good videos of Flynn in the background, shit like that. Anyway, so, what was I saying? Oh, so his whole movie is about how he was just a patriot doing his job. Like, he doesn't understand all the fuss. What's the fuss? What's the fuss about violating the Logan Act and speaking with the foreign minister of Russia in December of 2020 when your administration had not yet taken power? What? And discussing the actual policies that would then be in place when your buddy did take power. There's a lot wrong with that. There's a lot. That's not normal. What is it about? Oh, whoops, the wind is blowing my mouse. What is it about? Let's see, I don't have all the details on this one, but what is it about? My son and I, after I got shit canned by Trump, all we were doing was working with a private businessman in Turkey to do something. Oh, was that something kidnapping an enemy of the, or a dissident from Turkey or wherever? Where is it from? Turkey? Yeah. Is that what, or not Turkey? It was Saudi Arabia. Anyway, sorry, I'm mixing up all my little intrigues, but is that what it was? Is that what it was? And that you had to you had to do a guilty plea so that your son wouldn't be indicted as well? So that's another sacrifice that you made? Is that what we're talking about now? So you're doing mercenary work and you want people to just like look the other way. Okay, I got it. Okay. Oh, and you're a Kennedy Democrat? You're a Kennedy Democrat? That's what you portray. That's how he starts his movie. I'm a Kennedy Democrat. And look how the CIA had Kennedy killed. That's literally what he does in the movie. It is literally that close. It's crazy. I hope I'm getting like... Anyway, it's amazing that, to me, I just like, that movie was rewriting history without actually, like, he didn't lie, he just omitted facts. You know what I'm saying? And what he was pushing was that the enemy that he is fighting is DC. Not red, not blue, both of them. That's why he's a Kennedy Democrat. Because he calls balls and strikes. Right? If Democrats did half the crap, they would fry us. And I think that we need to start with just like rejection of the lies, rejecting the fucking lies and saying, no, okay, no, you don't get to sit on CNN and fucking lie. And just because Van Jones is, you know, checking his WhatsApp, you don't get a follow-up question. What? I don't know. I just, like, I can't even. He designs cleaning products. Which one? I think that's why he hangs out with Ivan. Yeah, yeah, actually, I think he probably is a little taller than Ivan. Ivan's really short, too. Ivan hangs out with Mike Flynn Jr. a lot at the event. That's who. They're always, like, right around each other. I don't know. It's just crazy. It's crazy. I'm crazy for being so traitors. Such traitors. Oh. Whoops. Somebody doesn't like my singing. No, I'm just kidding. It was the wind. Oh, they're traitors. Traitors for something the news. For faking the news. I know. They'll all be in prison one day, and then maybe we'll have some nice things. I don't know. And no doom. Sorry. That was on the fly, so it wasn't very good. And I'm a little high right now, and I don't think I've eaten anything yet today. I think I need to eat something. Okay, anyway. A month later, okay. Okay, this is the canvassing. Sorry. All right. Oh, I read all of that. God damn it. Last year, Smith was critical to the launch of Cause of America, Ash Epps. There's another name to keep in mind, Ash Epps. She's a real piece of fucking work. They're really terrible people. Cause of America. There are a lot of the problems with the canvassers. There are also the problems with the voter, like all the voter records and shit. Cause of America has actually, done all that stuff. Gathered a lot of that stuff at the behest of Mike Lindell. Think she's been threatened. Who? Which one? Uh-oh. Now I forget who we were talking about. God damn it. Tina? I don't know. Oh, she might be, although she's pretty vocal on on somebody's network. I think she's still on Lindell's network, but she's on the podcast like a couple times a week. Like, she's not shy. So it's not like she's like, oh shit. I don't think she's actually in the regret phase, and I don't know if she really understands that it's not going well. You know, like, I don't think it doesn't seem to me, I don't know. I haven't watched her in the last few days, so I should look and see if there's anything that she's said. Oh, that's it. Okay. All right. We finished the New Yorker article. Wah, 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 wah. Let's get rid of him. He's really horrid. And let's put up a campfire for a minute while we just kind of calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm me down. Where is my... Oh, there it is. There it is. Never mind. Whoa. God, my mouse is like crazy. Anyway, thank you. Thank you to everyone who shared articles and things like that and ideas for things we should look into more. Media literacy. Name of the game, babes. Name of the game. Let's see. What are we looking at? Oh my gosh, they're coming back pretty soon, I think. I think they're coming back pretty soon. Yeah. Yep. Anyway, let's see. What day is it? Oh my God, it's Monday. I don't like Mondays. Actually, I don't mind Mondays now. It's not that bad. But let me show you what my Monday picture is. Hold on. We got a Monday picture. Mondays, am I right? Hold on. Where's my Monday picture? I can't remember what I called it. Anybody remember what I called it? I don't really remember. Where is it? I'm making a terrible face. I'm sorry. Okay, wait. Where's... Oh, Dino. Here we go. There. There. Oops. I'll put it right there. Mondays, am I right? Mondays and me. Who? Who's been threatened? Who's been threatened? Tina? Oh, you mean by them? Yeah. Okay, sorry. We were talking about that. I don't know. She's just been so chatty. I don't think you could be that naturally enthusiastic about things. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you didn't, like, believe you were in the right. I mean, here's the other thing these lawyers do, the MAGA lawyers. They really convince people they're in the right to do some of this shit. Like, I don't think they do a good enough job of, like, sarcasm. Reuters reporting, as of Monday afternoon, the presumptive Democratic nominee is between just Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, according to Reuters. Thank you, Give Me Coffee. Breaking news, breaking news. Wow. I don't know. Okay, we should do a poll. Let's do a poll. That sounds like fun. Let me see if I can do one. I don't know if I can do one. Oh, I can do one here. Hold on. I'll do one in YouTube. It's going to be in YouTube, people, because I don't know how else to do it. I just don't know how else to do it. Let's see. Wait, what? What was I doing? Oh, poll. I got no brain. I got no brain. I got no brain. Community moderation. Can I do how do I do a poll? How do I do a poll? It's weird. Well, that's weird. It's not a setting. Oh. Midwestern grandpa who can go on TV and calm everyone down, Waltz. Yeah.
Request the lack of objection
Oopsie.
from
We're
the
back.
defense and the people.
We are back.
Fuck. Media.
We timed that really well, didn't we?
Modified in order to
Damn it.
preserve,
Sorry, everybody. I'm trying.
protection of this particular witness, his anonymity, at least to the extent it can be granted, given that his photos have already appeared a couple times throughout this case, from videoing his face or displaying it during the course of his testimony.
I'll get rid of the
So,
campfire. Hold on.
You may need to cut the live feed when he comes and goes. But
What?
That's the directive to you, cameraman.
What?
Just to make sure that we're not broadcasting.
Whoa,
Mr.
whoa, whoa.
Stahl's
Where's my
face,
fucking thing? Here.
during
Whoa,
the
whoa,
course
whoa.
of the proceeding, but of course.
Oh,
his
I see.
testimony
I'm
will
on
be
the wrong
heard.
screen.
Everyone in here will
Sorry.
see him and the like. So it only applies to the expanded media request and there being no objections from the parties. Is there anything else we need to take up before we call the jury in, Mr. Case?
And we're back. I like him. Yeah, a lot of people like him. My kid says he's progressive.
No, we have nothing.
Her husband
Okay.
is already in the
yeah,
tribe. Too many Americans will vote against a non-Christian. I do
Mr.
fear.
Shapiro,
And he's a
anything we need to,
coastal
take up
elite,
before-
Max.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, let's go ahead and call the jury in.
Okay, so I don't know. I'll support. You know,
It is.
there's no gremlins. That she's not choosing a gremlin. Oh, I love the flag bag. That's a code violation, ma'am. I'm gonna need you to back it up. Oh God, I hate the blonde lawyer. She's so boring to listen to. God, I just don't like it. I don't like it. Hi, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna go to jail. Yeah.
I'm gonna go to jail. Ah! What the? Okay. Phew. I'm gonna go to jail. Okay. Hey, look, Karen's back there. She has something for me. She has some Tic Tacs. Could you get them? Could you go get those Tic Tacs? Could you go get those Tic Tacs? I know you're not. I know. I'm not doing it to make you mad. I hope you know that. I'm just actually thinking that that's what people will perceive. I'm not saying it's real. Well, clearly it's not real. I thought there was an ocean that touched. I guess that's what Delaware is for. Okay, that makes sense. Boy, Pennsylvania got the raw end of the deal on that one, I think. I would have liked some shoreline. They should have taken over Delaware. Probably would have been easy. Pennsylvania could have totally done that. No. Oh, no. Oren, don't say that.
All right, go ahead and take a seat, everyone. Thank you.
Are we not showing her face? I hope not. Because, I mean, I don't want... I actually think people shouldn't...
Here now too. People have the next witness.
Shouldn't show their faces.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. The prosecution will call Federico
Hey, we're going to get you out of
Vargas.
this so you can do it again. That's Paul, okay, it's true. It's
Mr.
funny, but
Vargas,
it's
if you
true.
Come on up here. There's a white strip of tape on the floor. I'll swear you in.
Okay, I know this is Colorado and it's land of the cowboys, but come on now. You're going to be on national television, hun. You don't have a pair of slacks or some chinos you can get at
Once you're
Costco.
seated, if you could
You have to wear
state,
jeans.
your
Come on
full
now.
name and spell your first and last, please, for the record.
Oh, and somebody brought their vodka, I see.
My name is Federico Vargas. Last name Vargas.
Can you spell your first too, please?
Federico, Federico.
Very well. Mr. Shapiro?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Vargas, good afternoon. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Fine. Thank you for asking. How are you employed?
I'm employed with Mesa County, facilities manager for Mesa County.
For how long have you been a Mesa County employee?
Since 2006.
I feel so
about
bad for
18
all
years
these
now.
employees.
And can you describe your duties as, you said, a facilities maintenance manager?
Yeah, facilities manager. Yes, basically take care of all the systems in the building, whether from HVAC,
They
security,
fucking are doing their
cameras,
job, and they've done it for
you name
decades.
it, plumbing issues, anything that has to do with the building.
And is that every Mesa County government building?
Yes.
All right. Does that include the Mesa County Justice Center, this courthouse?
Yes.
How large is the
If you
staff
make
that
an
you supervise?
HVAC joke,
we have a
I'm
staff
gonna,
about, right now it's 10 people.
I briefly want to talk a little bit about your previous careers and occupations. Don't want to spend a lot of time, but did you have a career or an area of specialty or emphasis prior to working for Mesa County government 18 years ago?
Yes, I worked for a company named GPD Global here in town. Basically, they built machines, robotic machines that built boards for the electronic industry.
And do you have an electronics or engineering or science education background?
Yes, I have a degree, applied science degree in computer and electronics engineering.
And are computers personally a hobby of yours in addition to your job duties with the county?
Very much.
So let's talk a little bit about
Would you consider yourself
key
a
card
hacker?
access and Mesa County security.
No, this is a
amongst
state's witness, I
doors
think.
and buildings.
This is a
and so forth,
state's
okay?
witness.
Okay.
What are the basic, from the 35,000 foot view looking down, what are the basic kind of security highlights when it comes to doors and access that we have here in Mesa County?
Basically, if you look at the back of this building, you'll see a little black box right next to the door right here. That's a card reader.
I'm going to stop you right there. Your Honor, let the record reflect that Mr. Vargas has pointed to a black box that apparently has like a red light in it adjacent to a door that goes from the courtroom into the deliberation room.
The record will so reflect.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Yes, and everybody that is issued a card is given certain access. It depends on what your job is, that you get certain access to certain doors and everything.
Okay. Does your department issue the actual cards or some other department within Mesa County government?
HR issues the cards, and then they
Right.
notify us
I mean, this
to
guy might be a
clone the card
Republican.
depending
I don't
on the
know, and I
employee,
don't
like
care,
their
'cause
supervisor.
he sounds like he knows what he's
They'll
doing.
give us please clone it to a certain person.
All right. And the term
And that's
clone
great.
in your world means
I want
what?
people that are like that.
Make an exact copy of all the accesses.
Okay.
That pertains to that person.
Right.
It's not.
Now,
That's not the
actual
defense. That's the
card,
state.
Does
I think
that
the state
also
is
serve as
questioning
kinda like
him.
their county ID badge?
Yes,
And is each card unique to each county employee?
yes,
And does each card have the county employee's
But yes, that's
photograph
probably
on
the
it?
defense.
What about their name?
Why didn't he
Yes.
know?
and department.
Why didn't he say something?
Okay, thank you.
Why didn't he smile more?
So if HR is issuing it, who's doing the programming regarding the actual restrictions, limitations, or access?
Right now, back then, it was basically two of
I don't
us. We get an email from HR that states to give the access, and we will go into the system and program that card.
Is that the current protocol, or is that the protocol back in 2021?
That is the current, we just have more people that can do it now.
Okay. And how does a card get deprogrammed? So if someone leaves county government service, how does that card get deprogrammed so that non-employee doesn't have access through county buildings?
HR sends out an email to us, says that this either deactivate the card immediately or the date that they want the card to deactivate.
So what is the record-keeping system of a card's usage? Does that
I
make
know, I
sense
have
what
the
I'm
same
asking?
thing.
If I have a card assigned to me, and it gives
You
me
deprogram a
certain
card by turning off
areas that I
Fox
am
News.
authorized to have access, is there a central
Cut off the
server or
source of the
database that keeps track
poison.
of every time that card is used?
Every time your card is swiped, whether you have access or not, it'll log
Here we go. We
a
just read
record,
about this.
whether you got granted access to that door or not. And it keeps a record including date, time, and who it was.
This is the important part.
In Mesa County and amongst the Mesa County buildings, are there a handful of locations that are the most restricted, the most sensitive, that have the least amount of people having access?
Yes,
What are some of those places?
elections is number one at the top.
And within elections, is there a specific room
Gerald,
that is
who
the
said
most
he didn't
sensitive of
use
them
it.
all?
That's the tabulation room back in the back. It's the most secured room.
So even more so than, like, say, the county jail?
The county jail basically is secured, but you have guards there all the time.
Bye,
so
Teresa. Thanks
you
for
don't even need
listening.
your card
I'll
to
see
get
you
in there as
later.
long as they know who you are to basically.
We have a
get
space
in there.
tonight.
So in terms of a location where there is not armed personnel.
Oh, wait.
would
Should
be
we have a
the
space? I don't know if I'm
tabulation
going
room
to
in
bet up
county
against
elections
that.
as the
I
most
suppose I'll be
secure
able to get a
location
break.
in
It'll be
county
fine.
government.
Yes.
All right. Let's briefly talk about, before we get into card usage and record keeping, I briefly want to go and talk about the week of August 9th, including August 10th, 2021 here in Mesa County. Was that a memorable week in terms of outside personnel coming into the elections department?
Yes, I believe it was the Secretary of State's
Trump
people
bear.
that was coming in.
And at some point, were two non-election
Is anything else going on? I don't know.
designated by
I don't
county
even know.
leaders to serve as the designated employees who would accompany the Secretary of State workers while they were here for their business.
Yes,
Were you one of the two designated people?
yes.
So for how long were you assigned to be the county representatives to work side by side with the Secretary of State?
As long as it took.
And how long did that take?
The first day was a day, and then a week later, I believe, when another group came, it was another day, I believe.
Okay.
I know, it is hot. I
Did
have
you
the
also
fan.
work side by side
The
with
fan, and there is a breeze.
investigators from the district attorney's office as they were embarking on their criminal investigation in that same elections office?
Yes,
Did you assist law enforcement, including but not limited to then investigator James
I'm
Cannon?
not sure I know what that means, Lisa,
when he
but
executed a search warrant on August
sheriffs are a
16th,
problem.
2021, which I think may have been a Saturday?
yes,
And sir, are you a custodian of Mesa County's records regarding keycard access?
yes. One of two.
Who's the other person?
Tim Morfin.
I'm going to show defense counsel what has been marked as People's Exhibits 27 and 28.
All right.
Approach.
Yes.
Oh.
Mr. Vargas,
I
are
just
you
think
familiar
we
with
need to have a
People's
picture of
Exhibit
who swiped
27?
in.
Yes.
Do we have a picture of that?
What does it appear to be? A staple packet of what?
It is a access report from Elections Department from, that would be May 23rd, all day, from midnight to 11:59, 59 seconds.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate report of the key card access in elections for card access usage that occurred on Sunday, May 23rd, 2021?
Yes.
At this time, I'd like to offer People's 27 for admission, Your Honor.
Objection?
No, sir.
It is so admitted.
And permission to publish 27?
Yes.
Okay, let's find out when this key
Mr.
card was
Vargas,
used.
How many pages is this Exhibit 27?
Good, we
two.
have video.
How many individuals
Maybe we don't.
does
Oh, that's
this
right, they turned the
report
cameras
show
off.
use a county-issued key card access in elections on Sunday, the 23rd of May, 2021?
Reminder, they
3.
turned the cameras off
All right,
on May
so
19th,
let's-
4
from the
days
top on
earlier.
Page 1, who is the cardholder whose behavior is accounted for by your records?
Tina Peters.
All right, and let's just scroll down a little bit. I know we probably have to zoom back out. And all told, how many different kind of actions are there associated with Miss Peters' usage that Sunday?
40.
So 40 separate times the card was used.
Correct.
All right, and then who's the second person who was using their card that same Sunday in addition to Tina Peters?
Sandra Brown.
And how many, at the bottom of page 1 onto page 2, how many accounted for usages are there attributable to Sandra Brown?
11.
And finally, the third of the 3 people, what is that employee's name?
Gerald Wood.
Fuck yeah!
Now, did you know Sandra Brown?
I may have met her once or twice.
Did you know Tina Peters?
This
Yes,
fucking
I
murder
do.
she wrote,
And the
bitches.
person who you just recognized her name, is that person in court today?
Miss Peters, yes.
Can you please identify Miss
Nice.
Peters for the record in terms of her location and article of clothing she might be wearing?
Objection.
Miss Peters is over at the defendant's table in the middle.
They don't like her pointed
wearing
out, like what she's wearing.
a blue blazer
And
a
some
white
ridiculous
and black
shirt.
blouse.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that
ridiculous
Mr. Vargas has identified the defendant subject to cross-examination.
Mr. Vargas is also a fashion critic on the weekends
How
for
long
the style
had
section.
you known Miss Peters in your capacity as a manager
This is
of
great.
facilities?
Well done.
Ever since
Well
she
done,
got elected.
prosecutor.
Had you ever met a Gerald Wood?
Never.
Did you even know the name?
Nope.
Okay. And again, how many usages or counts are attributable to his use on that Sunday, or at least a card associated with him?
6.
And what is the earliest time that a card associated
Thank you to the
with Gerald Wood
lounge. I think it was
used on
either
that
Scott or Paul J. I can't
3:53
recall.
and 27
who
seconds.
alerted
What's
us to the
the
fact that this
last,
was even happening on Friday
time on
morning.
that
So
date that a card
another
associated
win
with
for the
Gerald Wood or
loungers.
assigned to Gerald Wood was
Hello.
used that Sunday?
6:50 p.m. 17 seconds.
Okay. Now the times, how accurate are they in terms of mountain time?
Their mountain time, they're dead exact.
How do you know their exact times?
Because it syncs, our computer, our server syncs exactly with
I might have to skip
the
this space
IP's,
tonight. I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little. I'm
time
not. I don't know if
server,
I'm gonna be like
which
totally.
syncs to the national
Maybe I
time
won't.
server.
I hate to do
wherever
that.
it
I
is.
hate to
Okay, the
cancel
national
that.
clock?
Yes.
I feel like even if we do it for a few minutes, it's helpful. I don't know. Maybe that's stupid.
And going back up to page 1, what's the earliest usage associated with Miss Peters' card on the Sunday, the 23rd?
It's 11:49 and 52 seconds.
And the last usage associated with Miss Peters?
8:21 and 26 seconds.
So the first one was AM and the
A
last
little
one was PM.
nighttime.
That is correct. Sorry about that.
Thank
Little
you, I appreciate that.
nighttime midnight snack.
All right. take a look at the next
ooh.
exhibit, Exhibit 28.
After dinner snack. Yeah.
What does that appear to be?
I don't know.
It's a card access event for all elections from
It's
May
my
the
soul.
24th through
It's my soul.
May the 26th.
What's displayed right now is my
Does
soul.
that report appear to be
A mini
fair
space.
and
We could totally
accurate
do that.
report of the
I'll do it.
usage
I don't want to not do it.
for
I really want it to
card
be
usage
consistent.
in and around the elections department?
Yes.
It's only one thing. Like
Your
it's.
Honor, let the
so-
record, at this time, I would like to move.
I just hate babbling,
Exhibit
that's all.
28 Into evidence based on the
It's fine,
foundation
though.
being laid by this witness.
Ms. Jones?
I'll try not to babble.
Exhibit
No
28
promises.
is admitted?
Permission to publish 28?
Yes.
Now, on this multi-page document, Mr. Vargas, there's a variety of
Did I even? I set it up. I hope.
individuals
Let me see.
whose card usage is at play, and most of them are not relevant to our inquiry here, but if you can go maybe toward the last page. Who does that record keeping purport to account for?
Gerald Woods.
All right. And does this appear to be all of Gerald Wood's usage between the 23rd of May, the Sunday, and Tuesday, the 25th of May, 2021?
Yes, on the last two, well, let me see. Okay. Okay, page 5 of this document shows, yes, from the 25th on.
Okay, so we need to go one page. I think we may have done page 6, so we'll do page 5. That was on me.
Yeah, that one right there, correct,
All right, so this is just the 25th.
correct.
Let me ask you this, though. Does this report show any usage of a card assigned to Gerald Wood being used on Monday, the 24th of May, 2021?
No,
Are there other cards being used that were used by other people on Monday, the 24th,
yes,
but not Wood's?
correct.
What is the earliest timestamp that the card assigned to Gerald Wood was used on the 25th?
9:54 and 56 seconds a.m.
And the last time that the Wood card or the card associated with Wood was used on the 25th?
2:15.
I really thought I set one
24
up right
seconds
after the
PM.
space last week. That's so
And
weird.
do you see any?
Well, there's one up
and
now.
This report,
So
does
thank
it
you.
go through the 26th?
Let's do it. I
Or
just
should
want to
it
do
have
it.
gone through the 26th if it was used?
I always love doing
Yes,
it.
it should have went through the 26th, but there are no logs of him using it on the 26th.
Okay, so no logs of the Wood card being used on Monday, the 24th, correct?
Correct,
And none of the Wood assigned card being used on Wednesday, the 26th, correct?
correct.
Just a
So
moment,
not
Your
during
Honor.
the trusted
All right.
build.
Mr. Vargas, I have actually no further questions for you on my direct examination. Oh, wait, I do. I apologize. Getting back to your assistance of the Secretary of State's office in the week of August the 9th through the 15th.
Okay.
Or the 16th.
Okay.
Of
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm
August
fine.
2021.
I'll rest when I'm dead. No, I'm just kidding. Although that's technically true.
change the
No,
locks
I'm
or
fine
the
because it's just
access
this is the only day a
all the
week that I really
doors,
have like a space that I
in
need to make
elections?
sure is open
Yes.
and like
How did you do
functioning.
We change
So,
out the
I'm good.
cores. Each door over there in that election
This is
has a
good.
little core
And
you
I'm
take
never,
out and
it
put a
doesn't
different
even
core
matter
in.
how tired I am.
And, it was.
I really
we,
enjoy
changed it out
doing
on
this.
Saturday morning,
I really do.
You're pointing to someone and you
So,
say we. First
yeah,
of all,
thank
you're
you.
pointing in
Thanks
what
for your
direction?
concern. I really
To
appreciate
the
that.
plaintiff's table.
I'll be all right.
Okay, is there a particular person at the
Somehow I'll struggle
prosecution
through
table?
sitting here and
Yeah,
smoking
Mr.,
pot and watching
I'm sorry.
shitheads
I
talking
just
about
had a
shit.
little.
Is it the DA? Is it our paralegal? Or is it the other lawyer, Miss Drake? Or is it the gentleman with the green shirt, the nice looking jacket, and the facial hair?
It's the green shirt. Yes.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Vargas has identified Chief Investigator James Cannon.
James Cannon. Sorry about that.
It will so reflect.
And was that pursuant to a search warrant?
Hey, he said I had a nice jacket.
Excellent.
I don't care.
Now I have no further questions for you. Defense counsel may have some on cross-examination.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones, if you'd like
They
to
are going to
cross-examine
wrap it
whenever
up
you're ready.
around 3:15 or 3:30, so my
Good
time.
afternoon. Good. How are you doing?
Good. I'm Amy Jones and I represent Clerk Peters.
Okay.
I just want to go over some things that you and Attorney
Oh, she doesn't do the
Shapiro talked
microphone
about.
very well.
And just to be clear, so I'm accurate, your current title is Facilities Manager.
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
Did you get a
And I think
promotion
you said now you've
because
been
you
employed
lied?
with Mesa County for 18 years, correct?
That is correct.
You supervise at least 10 employees?
Tina Peters,
The
number
department's
6.
10 employees, but I supervise about 6 of them.
If you know, you know.
You oversee the maintenance of every county building?
Yes, over 1 million square feet.
I was just going to ask you that. Quite a campus.
That
Now,
means
in your
each
role,
person represents
you don't
over
have
100,000
any
square feet.
role or responsibilities with election equipment, correct?
No.
No, you don't, or yes, I am correct.
The only role I have with elections equipment is scheduling when they need to set up their elections, their cards, when they need set up remote sites
I
and
am
that kind
gonna
of stuff. But I have no involvement whatsoever.
Okay, fair enough. I think you testified on direct. Human Resources was and is responsible for issuing badges and key cards. True?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. Let me ask you this question. The cards, you talked about those badges. For employees, they have a photo, right? You have one?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know with temp badges, if they have photos?
Most temp badges do not have photos,
They do not. Okay.
unless it's issued to that individual. You could have a department temp badge that's a generic badge that they give out. Unless it was directly issued to that individual, then it would have a photo.
Okay. But there are circumstances, no photos on temporary cards, right? That was your testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. I think you also mentioned on direct that Human Resources tells you what access is permitted with those cards, correct?
That is correct. Except for the elections department, there's times I have to question it. So I will call the elections manager to verify.
Okay,
It's another safeguard I just put on the elections department.
that makes sense, but let me understand what you're saying. So the elections department, or let's say the elected clerk, would direct Human Resources once someone's hired, and then they convey that information to you?
Yes, HR does, yes.
Now, the IT department
Ooh, good to
is
Beppo. You know what?
responsible for
Italian
all
sounds really good.
cameras, correct?
Yes,
Little
they were.
Pasta.
They were in 2021.
Pasta.
Yes.
Okay.
God,
Is that
what is
true
wrong
now?
with my camera?
No,
My camera.
What changed?
Hold on.
I'm responsible
Hold
for
on.
the cameras.
Okay. And I was just going to ask you that back in 2021,
There we
the
go.
only department who could turn off those cameras was
Symmetry.
IT. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It's
Now
the new
you
little
could.
black dress.
We
Hi,
can't turn them
Val.
off.
Oh my God. Hi,
Okay,
Val.
just
Well, no.
IT.
No, they're made so that you cannot be turned off.
Okay.
The only way you could turn off is basically.
Watch. It'll end up
even
being
the-
like a
it's
4-hour
hard to turn them
space
off
and
because now they're battery
fantastic.
backup and everything, so it's almost impossible to turn off anymore.
Okay.
It's always the
makes
way it
sense.
works.
Back in 2021, though, IT was responsible for the cameras.
Always the way.
That is correct.
Thank you. Just to clarify, you were not present on May 23rd on site, correct?
When was that? What exactly happened on the 23rd?
Attorney Shapiro showed you the listing from May 23rd, and Sandra Brown had access, Clerk Peters, and Gerald Wood.
That is correct. I was not there.
Okay. Were you present on site on
That
May
was kinda
25th
scary.
for the trusted build?
No,
Were you present on site May 26th for the trusted build?
no.
Now, that access report that we saw up on the screen
Could it be
tells you when
fabricated?
a card is swiped, correct?
Correct.
But not when someone physically
Again, you
walks
weren't
in.
present, true.
Correct.
Did you ever have a discussion with Clerk Peters about the trusted build on May 25th or May 26th?
Not that I recall.
Now, on
Why were the
May
cameras
23rd,
turned off?
2021, what Attorney Shapiro had up on the screen. Tina Peters swiped 40 times, I think you testified to.
Yes.
She had authorized
Flip, Jenna, flip. Flipping a flip,
Yes.
flipping a flip.
Sandra
She better flip
Brown
really good.
swiped
Okay.
11 times, correct?
Correct.
She had authorized access, true?
Correct.
Now, that report can't tell you if the other individual, other than Clerk Peters and Sandra Brown, was supervised the entire time, right?
Correct.
So you have no idea if he was or wasn't supervised, true?
That is correct. I only know what the statement of fact shows.
Well, to be clear, sir, that's an access report that only reflects swipes.
Correct.
I think you said you've never talked to Gerald Wood.
No.
Ever met him?
No.
Did you ever talk to Conan Hayes?
Don't know who that is.
Never met him.
No.
Okay. Just one final area. The discussion of timing of cameras being turned off and on.
Thank you, gal.
Do you ever recall receiving an email from Brandy Bance directing when cameras can and cannot be turned off? Do you recall that?
I had never received that email.
You didn't?
I believe I did.
You
I was not
didn't?
in charge of the cameras back then, so I wouldn't have been.
Okay.
You
If
didn't?
don't
What's
mind,
wrong with my
mark
notes?
this as Defendant's Exhibit double P, and I'd like to just see.
Like as in
Mr.
PP?
Vargas.
She said PP. She said PP. I hope the cooperation is more. Yeah, all right. And Oren, I hope it's better than her seemingly non-cooperation in Georgia. Okay? That's what I hope. Same with Cheese Bro. Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. No, I think that Cheese Bro is another dude that needs his ass in a sling, and he's getting away with all kinds of shit. Like, I'm cooperating. I'm a cooperating. I'm a cooperating. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. You wrote that stupid ass fucking apology letter, which was dumb as fuck. Anyway. All right. Attorney General Mays announces cooperation agreement in fake electors case. Phoenix. Attorney General Chris Mays today announced a cooperation agreement with a defendant in the fake electors case. Jenna Ellis signed the agreement earlier this morning. The state has agreed to drop the charges against Miss Ellis in exchange for her cooperation with the prosecution. This agreement represents a significant step forward in our case, said Attorney General Mays. I'm grateful to Miss Ellis for her cooperation with our investigation and prosecution. Her insights are invaluable and will greatly aid the state in proving its case in court. As I stated when the initial charges were announced, I will not allow American democracy to be undermined. It is far too important. Today's announcement is a win for the rule of law. Miss Ellis had previously been charged with 9 felonies, including fraud, forgery, and conspiracy. The case against the other 17 defendants remains ongoing. Copies of the dismissal charges. Oh, yes. Oh, I can't click on that. Sorry. Sorry. Maybe no? No. Maybe no? Maybe no? Maybe no? No. Okay, fine. I'll find it. End up with corkboards and strings. I know. I can't keep it straight. I really can't. Yes, Cheesebro had the secret Twitter. Yes, he was the one who said to the, was it Michigan or someone? I don't have any Twitter. What are you talking about? And then all of a sudden they went, well, what are these? And he went, oh, that's my other Twitter. Ba-dum-bum. Yeah, but that's a sock and it hardly fits. Yeah, that's a sock because my foot was cold. I only can capture a few details in my little tiny brain, my aging brain. I can't even do Sudoku, okay? It did work for Trebuchet on Friday. That's for sure. The font. Little Lord Fauntleroy. Am I right? This is a good set. Should record it. Although it won't make any sense to anyone on a stand-up stage, so maybe not. Yeah. Put it in the reel. Clip it! Little Lord Fauntleroy. This guy's name was Trebuchet on email. Never mind. It was a long story. It's going to be okay. Please, hold on. I know you're looking at the light fixtures going, God, one of those bulbs is about to go out. I got to get one of my guys in here. Because he runs all the facility. 10 people on his staff, and they run 1 million square feet for facilities. That's fucked up. I'm sorry. I mean, I know they use contractors and shit like that. But that's probably why we can't have nice things. Is because you don't have like the craftsman on site to do your shit. You know, that's what I'm saying. If anyone follows me on TikTok, can you just check TikTok to see if we're still live? I think I've been kicked off, but I'm not really entirely sure about that. I'm not entirely sure. I thought that Trebuchet guy was the infamous Gerald Wood. I think he is. Yes, I think it is Gerald Wood. I think that Kenny Rogers, the Walmart Kenny Rogers, is Gerald Wood. So yes, Lee. And if not, let's pretend. Okay, media literacy. Here we go.
So just to revisit the question, do you remember receiving an email from Miss Bantz discussing the timing and requirements of cameras? I thought you said you didn't.
Oh, from Miss Bantz.
Yes.
Miss Bantz is like 60 days before and 30 days after. I remember receiving the rule, yes.
Okay. May I approach?
What are we approaching for?
What are you doing? You want to give him a hug?
He remembers receiving, originally said he did not. Now,
Do you want to clean his glasses?
I'd just like to show him this.
Credibility.
He recalls that.
Mr. Shapiro.
I submit that the witness's memory has been refreshed even without the tendered exhibit. I think he's rehabilitated himself.
Thank you, Orrin.
So the witness hasn't testified that his...
I have to figure out how to broadcast so that it makes sense for TikTok. I don't really know how to
Pre-sidebar
broadcast
he
here
did,
for that.
And I appreciate you permitting me the opportunity to discuss it with him further. So you do remember that email?
I believe I remember a email. I don't remember the email.
Okay. My approacher, Judge, he just said he doesn't remember the email.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Take your time and read that.
Oh, 2020. Yeah, I remember the rule. I just didn't know whether it was before or after. Okay, yes.
Okay, thank you. And so the rule was retention.
Your Honor, I am going to object.
Hold on,
This-
let's let her ask the
Okay.
question, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So pursuant to that email and the information you had at that time, in 2021, the rule was retention of those cameras 30 days after an election per Ms. Bantz?
Your Honor, I am going to object. This is cumulative. We're not disputing the 60-30 rule that was in place under election rules at the time. This is now becoming repetitive, so we do not dispute it.
Okay. So we can enter into a stipulation?
The objection is cumulative, so I'm going to sustain the objection. This is beyond what we talked about at the sidebar.
Okay. But you recall that email, right?
Ruh-roh.
Yes, I just don't remember when it was. Now I know it was in 2020.
Okay. Thank you
So
much.
that's all he didn't recall. Oh my God, lady, you really reached. You
Couple more
reached
questions.
deep in your
If you know,
fucked up Mary Poppins
in
bag.
your realm or area that you're familiar with has access to what are called cloned cards. Anyone?
Nobody that I know of.
Okay. Has that ever been the case?
He doesn't handle cards.
I've read
I thought.
about how people are using certain devices to clone
That's
different
hearsay.
cards and stuff like
No,
that. But we
he's
have
not the
run
person.
into a
Oh my
case here
God,
in
stop
Mason
this.
County yet.
Okay. And
It's
same
not his
is true in
job. He's a facilities guy.
That's
He's not the IT guy.
Thank you. Very good. I appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
He doesn't clone shit. He doesn't clone shit.
Any redirect?
No,
He fucking he does the important work of keeping the toilets running and the place decent
I don't
temperature
see any.
and
Is
all this
Mr.
shit.
Vargas here under subpoena, and if so, is he released, Mr.
Oh
Shapiro?
my
Yes, he was
golly
under the
molly.
prosecution subpoena, and
Holy
we do,
moly.
release him from our subpoena.
Holy moly.
Ms. Jones.
Let me just confer with
Okay.
Mrs. Jones. I know, planting seeds of whatever nonsense. But yeah, no, this guy doesn't plan that. He doesn't.
Okay.
Thank you for your time, Mr.
So, Mr.
Yeah,
Vargas, I
you don't have
know
anything,
who
do
you've
you,
received subpoenas
sweetheart?
from,
Okay?
but
No,
if you've
not
received
sweetheart.
one from
I'm
the
sorry, I didn't mean to
prosecution,
do that.
you're
That's
no longer under any obligation to appear
mean.
in court on that.
I don't mean to be
If you
mean.
have
She's
received
very
one from the
smart. She
defense,
passed
then
law
you
school.
remember
I
that,
can't pass law
and,
school.
they'll
That's
just
for
let you know
sure.
if they need you. If you haven't
The
received
jury
one
is
from them, then you're
pretty,
done.
I would imagine.
Thank you very much, guys.
I don't know how you guys feel,
Counsel
but.
approach, please.
Uh-oh. He's mad. Oh, he is MAD. Pissed. You know what I'm not liking on the jacket? The 3/4 length sleeve. I'm not digging on that. I'm sorry. I think it's a mistake. I'm always looking for the rest of the sleeve. So I'm just saying, I think that's a mistake. The bar is the bar. The bar is the bar. I know. See, I can't pass the bar for sure. I cannot. Half of everybody passes law school. Well, I would be in the half that didn't. I'm pretty sure. I just don't know. Plus, I am not going back to school. I feel like people who do that at an advanced age are brilliant and wonderful and brave and strong. And I don't I don't want to be some of those things. So maybe I just don't want to be like, I don't feel like I want to, I mean, I want to achieve some things, but not like, I don't have any ambitions. And I'll probably say something stupid. I mean, look how well it's going now. Right? So, you know. Oh, I'm just saying. Yeah, I think the judge is yelling at them saying, you guys are dumb. I'm going back to 5th grade math for exercise. Oh, well, yes, I understand that. Boy, it turns out you do use math. Fast forward, you do use math. Sorry, everybody. It actually is important. And you want to know what else and why one of the things that contributes to a poorly prepared population for STEM? You want to know what is one of the factors is the lack of development of spatial skills in typical labeled girl toys, which is dumb, but whatever. For sake of argument, let's just all the stuff that they consider to be girl toys. There's like not as much emphasis on spatial skills, right? And like manipulation and stuff like that. Yes, you've got tiny Barbie shoes, but let's face it, you give up after a minute and those are gone within the first 24 hours. So I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about if you look at Legos, all right? I don't know if they still do this, but if you looked at Legos and you compared kits of Legos that were packaged and marketed to a primarily female demographic. Oh, Lee, thank you. Oh my gosh.
Yes, okay, all right.
Hold on. Oh, no, that's
Give me
not
just a
it.
moment, please.
That's not it either. I was clog dancing. You just didn't know it. I was clog dancing. I have soft clogs because, you know, I got downstairs neighbors. But anyway, thank you, Lee. That was really kind of you. Not necessary, but so kind. I really appreciate it. But I can't exactly remember what, but it was probably stupid what I was saying about law school. Is it about law school? No, I would say something stupid. I would say something stupid in court, and I would
Ms.
fuck things
Drake,
up.
the people, next witness.
Or I'd call someone a cunt or something like that. Oh my goodness. Oh, you got the lights. I like the new super chat thing.
Come on up here. There's a
I don't really know how I did that, but let's pretend that I knew what I was doing.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear
I'm
or
gonna-
affirm
I'm gonna
that
hide the
the law,
Mondays.
statements and testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth,
I
nothing but the
don't
truth?
like
Please take a
Mondays.
seat over here in the black chair.
I don't like
And once
Mondays.
you're seated, please state your name and then spell your
I
last.
don't like Mondays. Tell me why.
Danny Casillas, C-A-S.
Thank you, everyone, for
IAS.
being here and for the financial
Ms. Drake,
support.
who's
You're
your
so
Thank you, Your
lovely,
Honor. Good
and you
afternoon,
give so
Mr.
much.
Casillas.
I
How are
see
you
you do this.
Good.
You're
How are you?
generous
Very
people.
well, thank you. Would you
And
please tell the jury
certainly
how
not
you're
just with me.
employed?
So I just
I'm
really
employed by the,
are
Colorado
grateful.
Secretary of
Grateful.
State's
Those
office.
are hard-earned
What's your job
resources, and I see you
My
being
job title
generous,
was,
and I'm
Senior
so
Voting System
I'm
Specialist.
just always
How
moved
long
by
have you
that.
had
So thank you.
position?
I think
I've been with
we
the
do
state
good
for
work.
16 years. I had that position for
This is definite.
I think the last 3 or 4 years.
This isn't a frightening
What was your
level
job
of joint
title before
effort.
that?
Just voting system specialist.
Let me tell you.
Would you tell the jury about your educational background?
Come for the fool, stay for the
Yeah,
chat.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in electrical engineering from the University of Utah,
When did you get that degree?
1980.
Oh, this is the gentleman who can't be on
Please
film.
give this jury a high-level overview of your career path since then.
Sun.
I worked for about 20
Oh,
years
here
for
comes
Lockheed
the
Martin.
sun. Do.
Got laid off
Here
and
comes the sun.
finally got a job with the Secretary of State's office back in 2007 as a contract employee. And then I was hired on full-time in 2008.
I have a feeling he's been under threat,
Would you
perhaps.
describe the job that you were doing in 2021?
We were doing the trusted build for all the counties across the state. That involves upgrading the software.
Have you participated in trusted builds during your career?
I can hardly look at Tina
yes, I have.
sometimes.
Approximately how many?
How many counties? Probably 100 or so. How many? The number of devices? That's probably in the thousands.
Okay. And what is your role when you're participating in a trusted build?
As the representative of the Secretary of State, I'm installing the software on the devices.
Did you participate in a Mesa County trusted build on May 25th, 2021?
Yes, I did.
Would you explain to the jury how you prepared to come and do that work?
His pen is out.
Me personally, we have a trusted build suitcase where we have all the appropriate software tools and the trusted build software.
Is it hard-sided?
My boss, Jesse Romero, makes the appointment with the county, determines who can be there, what day and what time, and for how long it should take.
This is excellent testimony. God, this is a good trial. Good fucking trial.
The witness with what we marked as Exhibit 60?
I always wanted to go to law school. When I was a little kid, I wanted to go to law school. I wanted to go to Ratcliffe. I didn't know. I didn't know anything. I wanted to go to Ratcliffe, and then I wanted to be a lawyer. I didn't think about law school. I just thought about Ratcliffe. It sounded cooler to me than Harvard. I didn't
Mr.
go.
Casillas,
I went to
have you
UC,
had an
University of
opportunity
California.
To review what we've marked as People's Exhibit 60?
Yes.
Is that familiar to you?
And I
Yes.
would
And
never
would
have
you
made it
describe
into
what
law
is for
school.
the jury, please?
It's an email from my boss, Jesse Romero, to the Sandra Brown at the Mesa County.
Were you
Which
copied
is
on this
sad,
email?
I was.
That's the way it
Does
was.
it look like a true and accurate copy of the email you received back in May of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people offer Exhibit 60 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Objection?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
When I had my kid, I got really pushed out of my corporation in financial services for being a single mom. And then I kind of floundered for a couple of years, and I worked on boats down in Florida. And I hooked up with a pretty bad dude who was pretty mean. And then I left him. And then I came into, I moved to New England, and where I had friends. And I got a job in nonprofit. And I started over again at like $10 an hour, being an assistant in a program in Maine, a social services program. And then I started to learn like fundraising and shit like that. So I moved up the chain in my organizations and spent the next 22 years in nonprofits. So that's what my arc was, a double arc. So I don't know. The corporate life left me first, but then I recognized that I wasn't built for that either. I was always kind of an outsider and not part of the glitterati of my companies. I knew the glitterati, but I didn't really have the. Someone told me I was flip once in a meeting. So and so said you're too flip. I went, what does that even mean? When was I flip? I probably was. I mean, now thinking back on it. But we did good work. I mean, I tried to do good work for customers. Customers were really the heart of what I cared about when I worked in corporate, in, kind of retail brokerage. I really cared about customers. And because I felt like, that's such an emotional, your money is emotional, your children are emotional, your money is emotional. Comparing business cards with the others in the meetings. Well, I mean, I didn't really have a lot of external, when I was in a branch I did, but I was a terrible networker. Oh, I see, the American Psycho. I was a terrible networker. I really was. I just can't fake. I just can't fake that level of nice. Like, I don't know why. And I really detest meetings and shit like that. I fucking detest that. And I recognize that corporations do a lot of damage. And I've always been, not necessarily a fan of that. But I did give into it. And I think I made key decisions along the way, like all of us do. Like, I had my degree in Russian language and literature. National Security Administration comes on campus, tries to recruit you. It's in the 80s.
The court does sustain that objection.
Oopsie. There's an objection. Anyway, back to my life story later, which is not that interesting. But I did live on a boat for a few years, and I really enjoyed that.
Mr. Casillas, do you recall receiving the email that is marked as Exhibit 60?
Yes, I do.
And once you received that, did that help advise you about who to expect would be participating in the Mesa County Trusted Build?
Yes.
Who did you have an expectation would be either in the Trusted Build or associated with the Mesa County Trusted Build in May of 2021?
For Mesa County, Sandra Brown, Tina Peters, and Gerald Ward. Then the Dominion people. Chris Estes.
And who were the Dominion people?
Chris Estes, Sean McCrum, and David Stahl.
And if you could just flip that over, the exhibit. Can you just flip it over so you're not reading from it? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what the people have marked as Exhibit 61?
Yes.
Uh-oh, Exhibit 61. Uh-oh. Approach.
Sure, yes. And
I
yes,
need to talk to you about this. I have a problem with my ill-fitting jacket. But no, really, it's this document. Sir, who are you? You can't just walk up here. No, I'm just kidding. Not a brown noser. I know that. You never are. Who said that? Oh my goodness. I was going to have to stop that. I'm going to tell those people to stop it right now. Let me move this over so your name isn't cut off. Oops. Oh man, I have just made this just a little too big, haven't I? I cannot get these things right. Try and get it so only some is cut off. Although I blame... Oh, see, that makes it bigger. And then she said, I don't want to have margaritas tonight. We had margaritas on Friday, and we cannot go back to that Chili's. They told us they're not going to allow us back in the private section anymore. So I say we have a nice, calm Monday night beer at Applebee's. Okay, that's my vote. I'm not going back on it. And I am not going back to that Chili's because they literally just told us not to come back there. Okay? So listen, Judge, you can do whatever you want. Well, what do you guys think? Well, I don't know. Applebee's doesn't have those fried potato chips anymore that they used to make. So I'm not as big a fan as I used to be. But the one on Highway 76 isn't bad. And the waitresses are really generous with the refills, if you know what I mean. So maybe, I don't know, I could probably be convinced. Well, okay, if I promise that you will be able to get a picture, will you be all right? Is that okay? Is that something you can agree to? Well, I don't know. What do you think, Sharon? Well, you know what happened last time you had him get a picture? Do you remember that? We're not allowed back in that Marie Callender's either. I don't know what to do about this. That's right. Henry, let me see. Can you promise me that if I get you a pitcher of beer at the Applebee's tonight, that you solemnly swear that you will not do those things that you did at the Marie Callender's in Grand Junction? No, not the one on the corner near the Dunkin' Donuts, the other one on the other side of town. Oh, I can't promise that. Oh, give me coffee! Thank you so much. Oh my God, the timing, our timing is fucking impeccable. What is this, heaven?
Mr. Casillas, I was asking you questions about the Mesa County Trust.
Thank you so much, Gimme Coffee. So appreciated. All the money goes back into the monthly subscriptions that support this show. So thank you so very much.
Was the defendant, Tina Peters, also expected to be there?
Yes.
Had you met her before?
Yes.
Under what circumstances?
At the we have conferences with the clerks that we attend, and I met her there.
Had you ever done a
There was that
trust
incident by the
build in
pool,
Mesa
but
County
I
prior
really
to
didn't have anything to do
2021?
with it.
Yes, I have.
And do you recall the year that happened?
2019.
Was Miss Peters the clerk then?
Yes, she was.
Did you interact with her at all in 2019?
I believe that she walked in and said hello and stayed a minute or two and then left.
Would you see Miss Peters if you saw her?
Your Honor, I'll stipulate that we're referring to Clerk Recorder Peters, and then he can identify her and knows her.
All right, Ms. Drake, is that okay with you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Then the record will reflect this witness would have identified the defendant.
He pointed the bitch
Mr.
out.
Casillas, had you met
I
Sandy
don't want him to
Brown
describe what
before
I'm
May
wearing.
25th, 2021?
Nobody understands my blouses.
I don't believe so.
Do you know whether you'd had any communication with her other than by email?
There might have been some phone calls, but I'm not sure.
Had you met Gerald Wood before May 25th, 2021?
No.
Have you ever met Gerald Wood?
No.
Do you know what he looks like?
How did you meet a person?
If you were in line
represented
behind
to
him
be
at the
Gerald
Ralphs, would you
Wood
know?
On May 25th, 2021 at the Trusted Build.
Okay, it was during the trusted build. Tina Peters showed up with a man that she introduced as Gerald Wood.
Did she say anything else about Mr. Wood?
She said that he was a current employee working in the motor vehicle division, and that he was going to be transferring over to the election division.
Can you describe what the person looked like who Miss Peters introduced to you as Gerald Wood from the DMV?
He was about 5'8", slight build, short brown hair.
Oh,
Do you know
shit.
approximately how old he appeared to be?
I would say in his mid-30s.
Oh, shit.
And let's just take a minute. It was 2020. Were there any COVID protocols in place during the Mesa County Trusted Build?
It was 2021, and yes, there were.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
2021. Still COVID protocols
Yes.
in place. Thank you. Did that include people wearing masks?
Yes, everybody was supposed to wear masks there. And we were.
What steps, if any, did you take to verify who was in the trusted build on May 25th, 2021?
Just the introduction, that was sufficient for me.
Well, now there's a problem. No.
Why was that sufficient for you?
Because I trusted that Tina Peters wouldn't bring somebody else.
Were there any security protocols that were applicable to the trusted build in Mesa County in May of 2021?
The room was supposed to be under video surveillance, and it was a closed area, so nobody else could walk in off the street.
Was there a log that was?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Tell the jury about the log, please.
Yes.
There was a paper log that I signed when I
They
entered
just
the
love
room.
the cheese hash brown casserole.
And you signed that log?
Yes.
How great is it? Though?
Even though you were approved
We
to
were
be there and
supposed to,
everyone
is what he
expected you
said.
to be there.
Yes.
Would you please describe for the jury what your
And
role
we
was
were.
in the trusted build? What were you required to be doing in there?
Okay. My role was to install the software, so that involves, first step is to unlock the BIOS so that we can change the settings. The BIOS contains the settings on how the computer boots up, and one of the settings that we set during the previous trusted build is to
Under the Flurgle muffin?
disable booting from a USB or thumb drive or hard drive. So the first step is
And next to the hoopy doop?
enter the password, go into the BIOS, and enable that setting so that we can use our imaging software.
Sorry.
We can boot from the imaging software to start the trusted build process. Do you need more detail?
In English
No,
this
I think
time?
that's perfect, actually. I don't
just
want to
kidding.
get bogged down in
Yeah.
the technical details of the computer. Before you started doing anything with the computer, did you inquire about whether a backup had been made?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Oh, look, Tina
A lot of
Peters,
times
number
the counties
8, made it
don't
back.
have the
She's still
backup done, so
alive.
if it-
Congratulations,
if not, then
dear.
At that point, they can do the backup, and we'll wait for them to finish that. But
So
I-
the backup is something that the Secretary of State's office inquires about?
yeah, it's required after the election, and some counties do it right away, and others might not.
The Cracker Barrel caucus.
This is their last chance to get it done.
You know, it's too bad
Did you
because the
ask
cheese
anyone who was
casserole, hash brown
participating in
casserole
the
is
Mason County
decent, but
Trusted Build,
it's
whether
just so
they've done
bad
a backup?
everywhere.
I asked Sandra Brown,
And,
and she said yes.
and was that satisfactory to you, that it had been done properly?
Yes.
And so then you moved on with the process of unlocking the BIOS, changing the settings so you could do the software upgrade?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness with Exhibit 29?
Yes.
Previously been shared with the.
I need the county
Yes,
clerk
you
with the
may.
TikTok keyboard to put it away and get a normal keyboard because the clicky clacky is throwing me off a little.
Yes, Exhibit 29 is admitted.
Mr. Casillas, do you recognize Exhibit 21? Excuse me, 29?
Yes, I do.
Would you describe what that is for the jury?
I think that's so awesome.
that's me
I
leaning
love
over
your
a computer
girlfriend's
screen
mom,
to,
or
check the
that's so
BIOS
fucking
settings.
awesome.
Permission to publish your.
My dad
Yes.
was like that. He would take like a spoon or if they had a jar of blackberry jam, he was like obsessed with blackberry jam. It was crazy.
Where are you when you're doing this work, Mr. Casillas?
In which room?
Yes.
They have a tabulation room, and that's where all the computers are set up.
And is that where all of your work happened?
No, there was an adjoining room where they had the ballot marking devices set up. It was directly adjacent to that room, but with wide open doors, but not visible from one room to the other.
Your Honor, I'm having a hard time hearing. Could you speak just a minute?
Sure, yeah. Mr. Casillas, if you could just make sure you're speaking directly into the microphone, so we. you're
Whoa,
a little
whoa, whoa.
soft-spoken, and I wanna
Hey,
make sure we
Patty
don't-
Perm, go sit
Okay.
down. Patty Perm, you're throwing off the focus.
Mr. Casillas, how long did the
This guy
trustee
can't
bill
throw
take
focus
on
with
May
your big
25th,
fat head in the way. Get away. Patty, get.
We started in the
Get out-
morning about
get-
8:30, and
get-
The actual
Move.
software installation was concluded mid-afternoon.
Oh my God. Camera dude. Patty Perm needs to get the fuck away from your camera. She's
Oh, yes,
throwing
I'm
your
sorry.
focus.
Take that down. Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh my God.
Did you know that parts of the trusted
Ugh.
build were being video recorded?
No, I did not.
What would you have done if you had known someone was taking images of you performing the trusted build?
I would have told them to stop, and I would have been more careful with the computer screen being visible.
Did anything seem unusual at all to you about the trusted build as you were performing your work?
No.
If it did you have the option to stop the trusted build?
Yes, I did.
And would you have stopped the trusted build if you thought anyone was in there?
Oh
who
my
was
God. Parking is like
Yes, I would have.
money.
Did you need to do anything regarding the work around the trusted build the following day on May 26, 2020?
Oh my God.
The following day involved mostly testing the system to make sure it was installed correctly.
I am. Doesn't
I
that
was
matter?
there to, in case something needed to have trusted build reinstalled.
Isn't that enough?
But nothing happened.
Isn't my suffering
Testing went good.
enough?
The testing was successful.
It looks like a really
problems
bad
that you knew of.
Wes Anderson shot.
Is there any sort of a document that you signed to affirm that the software install and upgrade has been successful?
She's going to be pissed when
yes,
she
we
goes
supply
home and
a-
sees this replay. I'm going to tell you that
affidavit
right now because
for
that's
each
some
piece of
dry
equipment.
ass hair. I'm
That's so
sorry,
that the
lady. Your hair is
trusted build
dry. You
installed,
need some hair
which
oil.
version number of the trusted build.
I would recommend
And
the Quai,
At the end, when everything's all tested,
QUAI.
I sign it, and then
It's
the county
available
representative
at
signs it,
fucking
which is Sandra Brown in
Ulta,
this
so
case.
don't think you need to go to fucking Sephora with the woke people.
And then the county
But you
keeps
could
those for
go,
the
you could
records.
drag your crusty ass to Ulta and get some fucking Quai hair oil and
Talk
just
a little bit about the
stop.
videotaping and
Stop
photographs
perming.
that may have been taken during the
I'm sorry, I have to do tough love here.
Were you?
I don't
was
know
it
where
your
she came from,
understanding
but
that
she's a pain in
trusted
the
build was
ass.
actually under surveillance camera?
Yeah, this is like
Yes, it
drab
should have been under
Wes
county video
Anderson.
surveillance.
So there should have actually already been images that the county had control over of the trusted
She could rock like
Yes.
a modified not mullet, but like a mohawky kind of thing, like cut the sides a little short. She could rock it.
No, not necessarily.
She could totally rock it.
It's a county
I do
video,
love
they could
Richmond, Virginia.
review
I really
if they
do.
wanted
I
to.
love that area
It's up to
so
them, though,
much.
to determine what happens
There's a
to
great
that
grocery store in Richmond. What's the name of that grocery store in Richmond? That's really,
How would you
really
have
awesome.
responded
She
if somebody who
materialized
was
from
not
Maggoteers.
authorized
She's the
tried to
manifestation.
participate in the trusted
She's the
build?
banshee.
Objection, speculation.
She's the banshee come to haunt y'all.
I would have asked the county personnel to remove that person, and if they didn't, then I would pack up and
Yeah, exactly, the food lion. It's not the Food Lion. It's the other one. There's some fancy fucking grocery store with overpriced food. But it's fun. It's fun. I'm sorry. I hate myself for loving it. I'm sorry.
It was months later. Jesse.
I'm going to enter an objection to the
It's Ivan Raiklin.
It assumes facts that have not been established. There's not been any evidence that there's been a security breach. And the phrase...
Oh, contraire, mon frere. Where have you been the last 7 hours?
If you know the answer, you can answer the question. If you don't, you don't.
It looks like the judge's head is growing out of her
It was
wig.
several months later when my boss, Jesse Romero,
Like he's a little hat.
sent me a link to a video, I believe, that was online. And I looked at it and I compared some of the
Not
things
Fresh
that were
Market. I gotta
shown to
find
what
out.
I
I'm gonna find
knew to
out.
be
Hold on.
The Mesa County's equipment setup.
What was your reaction when you saw that information?
I was very surprised and amazed.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the attorneys have let me know that they want to chat about something, and as I said, a long time ago, it feels like, last Wednesday, that when there are things that I need to discuss outside of your presence, I'm going to do my best to try and find a natural break to do so. We're close enough to what would be the mid-afternoon break that we're going to
It might be a Fresh Market. It might be the Fresh Market.
with the lawyers. I assume 15 minutes is what I would typically give for a break, but because we have to have that discussion, it's probably going to be more like 20 minutes before I get you back in here.
It's across from a coffee place.
As to what the next,
It's yeah, Wegmans. You know, we had a Wegmans when I lived in New York. It was pretty good. That was pretty good. We got a Wegmans. It was far away, but we got a Wegmans in Brooklyn. Okay, bye everybody. I mean, I'm not going anywhere. Whoa. Okay, calm down. All right, they're taking a break. Karen's running to unplug. Okay, his mic is bugging me. South Carolina has them. Well, I think it's the Fresh Market. I think Jim is correct. And it's across the parking lot from like a coffee place that's really good, or was. This is like a long time ago. This is like 15 years ago. No, it's like 12 years ago, 13 years ago. It was a long time ago. Maybe it's the Market. No, that's not it. Fuck. Maybe it's McDonough. Is it McDonough? No. It's a big It's pretty big, actually. And it feels like you're always like, yeah, key bump break for the Republicans. That's right. Oh, look at you sexy beast. Anyway, smart. I love smart people. You know how I love smart men. Anyway, what was I saying? Something about grocery stores. That doesn't matter. How can she not know that she is right in front of the camera? Well, I don't think she does know, because clearly she's not on YouTube. But I don't know why camera guy isn't saying, hey, lady, you're throwing my focus. You know what I mean? The camera guy is clearly there. You have the pig here in South Carolina. You have Piggly Wiggly. I used to go to one of those. You know what I liked, and I'm sorry to admit it, but I really liked Publix down in Florida.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So this is a topic that is very central to the defense of the case. So, Your Honor, the first thing that I would indicate is that earlier the court had made a ruling in limine related to the status of Conan Hayes as being a government and informant.
Okay.
The court had indicated that if that door was going to be rediscussed or reopened, we had to do it outside the presence of the jury.
She did.
So the first thing I would like to add to this record
Oh,
is that
stop it.
the DA
You're
has
terrible,
graciously
Jim. Dad joke.
established that Mr. Frank was paid by Mike Lindell when he was here seeking to preserve election records and not violate the law through their proofs. One of the things they stated was that they were willing to assist with an audit, and there was a discussion about, no, we can't look in the machine to see if it's connected, but our interest is in preserving the records. I'm going to ask the court for now to trust me that I can prove that on March 29th of 2021, Dominion Voting Systems sued Mr. Lindell, and he was in the effort of issuing subpoenas and attempting to preserve election records, including the records in 60 out of the 62
You're reaching all the way up somebody's
Dominion
ass.
counties that were deleted in Colorado. This is a violation of 52 USC 1512C, because these were
Warning.
records that were anticipated in federal litigation.
This is wrong.
Warning.
This is a lie.
This is a actual destruction of evidence, and it is a 10-year felony under the
That is not true.
US
Oh
code
my
for
fucking
destruction of
God.
evidence. So because there is a proceeding, Your Honor, the way the rule works is there's a proceeding.
Oh, I do
where
love the
these
Bob's Big
records
Boy
are
in Burbank.
anticipated, and he has people out in the
I
field
do. There's a few
trying
good.
to establish the claims in his litigation. So it's a
Bitch, sit
particular
down.
importance
Sit
in
the
this
fuck
case
down. This
are
is
three
embarrassing.
claims
This is
that were later the
insulting.
basis of a settlement with Fox News for $797 million, and there were other people sued across the country related to Dominion, stemming from three basic claims. Claims that the Dominion voting machine system worked as promised, and it had not had problems during the 2020 election. Second, that it was incapable of being connected to the internet.
Oh my God.
And third, that the system
Suck
was
my
entered
dick. I
during
hate this
the election
guy.
process. So, Your Honor, what's very crucial and germane is that the instructions, which tie into the exhibit that the court denied admission earlier in the 2019 instructions for the trusted bill, indicated that the clerk had free range to back up the records. We've had in this case admissions that Dominion controlled the instructions to the clerks as to what records they should back up. Therefore, the Secretary of State is clean hands as to that aspect. So
What
Dominion
is your
gives the
fucking
instructions
point?
to the clerk on how to back up what is called an election project. Your Honor, there is a rule of election rules related to county responsibilities. It is 20.19. I'm sorry, it is 20.19.2.
Okay, Aldi Perry Mason
and
thinks
it
he's going
makes
somewhere with
a
this.
Duty, just like the duty she's charged with
He said
breaching,
duty.
for the election clerk to back up or to maintain the
Oh, is it for her to
access
give it
records
to a child
and
pornographer
activity
so that he
logs.
can broadcast it on his Telegram account,
Your Honor, I
sir? Is
have
that in there too?
A exhibit which I will produce for the court.
I got an
It's
exhibit
called
for
The
you.
Prosecution of Election Crimes, Federal Election Crimes, written by the Department of Justice that makes it very clear that their definition of 52 USC 20701 states that it is any election record generated during the process, computer records included, that are necessary for people who are looking to prove or disprove a fair and full election. Ms. Peters has no stake into whether or not the claims that were made are true. She was apprised during a very long meeting with Mr. Frank that she took to defend her office that there was responsibilities for her to preserve the records.
Was there a responsibility to
Consulted
publish
outside
the records,
counsel
sir?
That she had to preserve these records. The
Because,
problem
you
is
know,
the records that
I got some,
include
yeah, I got an
in the
exhibit for
preservation
him.
that are not included in Dominion's instructions for a backup project include a configuration log, which says whether or not the machine can be accessed. In fact, you have to have the BIOS password in order to change the configuration to
Okay,
allow
this
it to
isn't
connect to the
going so
internet.
well.
Something that
What's
we're
your
going to learn from this witness in
What's
a
your
few
big
moments,
Columbo
that
moment,
they
sir?
took away from the clerks, even though the clerk and Dominion has already been established are the two people in contract for the system.
Breathe.
It is the clerk system and Dominion branded software.
Okay.
And Dominion is a vendor who provides maintenance.
Okay.
The disturbing part of this, Your Honor, is those configuration logs are part of the logs that were deleted.
What?
One of the biggest ironies
When?
in this case is Inspector Cannon will be cross-examined and testify in a little bit, next time he testifies, about a very interesting thing. When he was trying to establish who accessed the system on the 23rd to look at the access logs, they used an outside consultant. They did not get the information
Oh
from
my
the Dominion voting
God.
system that they searched on August 10th because it was white.
Magical.
I'm sorry, May 23rd was before the 25th trusted bill.
And by magic.
Instead, they turned to the image that was protected and preserved by Miss Peters that was
Nothing
placed
up
on
my
the internet.
Presto.
That image, easily identified, because she in this county, not like in 60 of the other 62 counties, only Albert County did as well, she had preserved who had access to her system. And it clearly shows that Sandra Brown had logged in, and Sandra Brown was seated at the computer on the 23rd.
Okay.
Ironically, had she not preserved her access
Shoulder
logs,
pad violation here.
she wouldn't be charged. But by fulfilling her duty, she was charged.
Whoa, no,
Now,
sir,
the other
there's so
laws that
much
are
more.
talked about are
Oh,
the
there's so
adjudication laws.
much more.
This is the ability of the
There's
system.
so much more.
as it
This
actually
is so
receives the optical
crazy
scanned
how much
images in.
more
And
there
let's be
is.
clear. When we talk about this concept called a
Is that the
risk
judge
limited
breathing?
audit, we're checking the optical scan.
I'm so
We're
sorry
not
about
checking the
Dollywood. I really
tabulation
love her.
software.
She's
It is
amazing.
a misnomer to call
What a
it an
gift.
audit. Very cleverly labeled. What they do is they say, did
Oh.
you read this piece of paper with your optical character recognition
Please don't fall
correctly?
for any of this,
And that is
Judge.
what they are
Please.
checking with the risk limiting audit.
Please stop.
The people need to understand
There
that.
was no
This court needs to
anomalies. There were
understand
no
that. What is very
irregularities. The
critical
data
that
is
that
crap.
adjudication log will
They
track
have to say
and
all these
record
words
how the votes are actually counted and
in order
tabulated.
to obfuscate the
And
fact
if
that they
people
have no fucking
make
defense for what this
decisions as
bitch
election
did,
judges
and she needs to
determine a
fucking
voter's
flip
intent, that is
right
preserving
now
the
on
adjudication
Patrick
log,
Byrne and Mike
which was
Lindell
not
to
part
start with.
of backing up the election process.
Flip,
And that is
you
fundamental
stupid
to the
idiot.
claims in the lawsuit Dominion brought that is necessary.
She is going
for
to
Mr.
lose.
Lindell to preserve and protect
Because he needs to,
his claim, because truth is an
flood the
absolute
zone with
defense to
shit.
defamation.
He's following Daddy
However, let's move
Bannon's
forward, Your Honor.
instructions.
Not just as the access log, there are security logs.
You know,
There are things
Sauron.
called PCAPs, which talk about internet tracking. Now, Ms. Peters
Actually, Walmart
later
Sauron.
was able to have 3 reports generated from people studying this to determine from her voting system, because what is very important to remember when we spin back the dial to 2021, talk about lying to a public official. The clerks were told the machine was incapable of connecting to the internet. I don't remember the
Stop it
exact
right
number,
now.
but it was more than 20
Stop
points
it. Stop
of
it. Stop
connectivity.
it. This is a lie.
And
He's gonna lie.
The problem is that Mr. Romero, when he comes in, not only will we be able to ask him questions about the configuration of this voting system, we will also be able to ask him about these areas, about what the backup log did not preserve. And
Oh my God, all this stuff has been debunked. All of it. All of this has been debunked. All right, so all the maggots who are hate watching me right now,
the court had given us earlier.
this has all been debunked.
Intent requires you must
It's all been
intend
debunked.
the objective.
Sorry.
Willful
No, they're not,
requires
Lee.
that there is
He
a-
excused the jury for this
I forget the term.
fucking
but some
rant.
kind of awareness. There is a high level of awareness.
A person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to conduct or to a circumstance described by a statute when they're aware that their conduct is practically certain to cause the result.
Practically certain to cause the result.
Oh, baby.
That's a lower standard than intending to cause the object.
I'm going to be
And that's the
replaying
reason
that
why
one later.
that instruction is
I need
different,
that
Your
as a
Honor.
soundbite.
Because in all of her charges, she's
What
charged
are we
with
at? 7
intending
minutes, 7 hours
to
and 13
influence
minutes.
the public official, when it is going to be very clear as this
What?
case progresses, it was her intent to preserve the records. And that brings into the question of Conan Hayes. Conan Hayes did have a background check.
I don't understand that argument, and I know we talked about that before. It seems very circular. Her intent was not to deceive
There was
the
like a
public
really
servants,
crazy,
but her intent
I have a fucking
was to
mosquito
preserve
in
the
this
election
room.
records.
What
But she
is the
intended
mosquito
to
doing in
deceive
my
the
room?
public servants so she could preserve
There was kind
the
of a really
election
crazy,
records, which was her intent.
So I appreciate
okay,
that
I'm going to be
Conan
quiet.
Hayes
We'll talk about Fallout
will
after.
discuss that, 'cause I agree the court has asked me to clarify that circular reasoning argument.
I really want to like it, but
So
it's
let me
really,
be clear here.
it's really graphic.
Conan Hayes did have a background check. He had a security clearance. This court has said we can't refer to him as working for the government. There are many branches of the government, federal, state, county. He was working undercover as a government official. We have a attestation of Mr. Hayes to present to the court today. So the DA's motion objecting to Mr. Hayes starts off on a
He's saying the machines were faulty. He's
misunderstanding
going
of what
back to the
Mr.
old
Conan
argument.
Hayes'
And so he
actual
can't
status
wait to
was.
get everybody in
In
so he
fact,
can
he
do
worked
discovery and
on
drop the
and was
bomb.
given access to voting systems
Stupid.
by different branches of the government. He was not just a surfer, he was qualified. But one of the challenges is, after he'd been identified, in conversations, and it will be our position, and this is why it's important for relevance, I'm telling the court our theory, Mr. Wood lied. Mr. Wood was part of those conversations that he did not want to have in. And on the 14th, there's a separate conversation between Ms. Peters, her attorney, and Mr. Hayes, in which it is clear that Mr. Hayes says, I will come here and observe. I will not interfere. And we will hear he only observed. I will observe the trusted build. During that process, I will observe. However, I require one thing. Because I'm a government informant, you must conceal my identity.
Oh, really?
She made a promise which she kept.
Excuse me?
That promise that she made kept was the pivot from this claim that the system was unsecured. We've already talked about multiple levels of multi-factor identification. We're going to talk to this witness that these passwords are blurred when they are posted online, and there will be no link. In fact, later on, depending on how the case goes, I would indicate that for an offer
I
of
have
proof,
tapes of
we can
that.
provide it to the court now. There was a chat discussion between Ms. Peters and Mr. Hayes where she exacted the same kind of promise that Mr. Romero extracted from Sandy Brown, that he would not release it, nor would anybody he was associated with release the video or the images.
But she did.
So I understand the prosecution's theory is that Ms. Peters wanted to get this out on the line. That is not the case.
She did,
wanted
though.
to preserve the evidence.
That's not true. Oh
And
my
she was not
God.
a crazy conspiracy
Then why did she
person.
fly down on a
She was
private
person
plane or
who
fly
was
up
trying
rather
her
to
best
South Dakota
execute her
to be
public
at
duty. And this is
Bitch
why this
Kitten's
becomes important with
Symposium?
this witness, Your Honor, comes to the stack of papers that I gave you.
Okay.
One of the material
Cut him off.
claims- one of the
Cut
material
him
claims
off.
involves emails. These emails were produced online by Sheriff
Granted,
Darleaf
they're 98
as
font,
evidence of a crime
but that's fine.
in Michigan. In these emails,
Oh,
You
no.
can look in here
Oh,
and I
no,
will
no,
show
no, no,
you
no,
the
no. We're not
pages
doing this. Is
where
this
Mr.
Antrim?
Romero and Mr. Casillas
Nope.
are included in a conversation about a thing called the Colorado export problem.
Oh, my God.
Suffices to say, Your Honor, what this actually is
It's a conspiracy of the
this
derp
is
state.
the machine not operating properly. But more disturbingly, Your Honor, and I'm going to show
He's
you
about
the
to
pages
catch
in
a
a
suit
moment,
from
you are going to
Dominion.
find out that during the June
Listen up,
30th,
Dominion.
2020 primary, which is within the 25 months of protected records for Clerk Peters, within that
That's a guideline.
25-month period, there was a primary. And that primary, during that, the Colorado export problem occurred in which the system did not properly load the batches. Dominion
No,
was
where's your
able to
proof?
enter,
Where's your proof, bitch?
apparently,
Where's your
because
proof?
within minutes they were able to diagnose and enter and
Yeah,
tell the
because they're
clerk,
fucking experts.
you need to go in after the logic and accuracy test and change and delete this batch file for the system to get out of a system called parallelism. This is particularly
I know.
relevant
I would
because
love
that
to
is
hear
one
it
of the
right now.
defamation claims which they asserted in
I'm
federal
going to
court
clip
did not
what he
occur,
said earlier,
that their
and
system worked properly.
I don't know what I'm going to do with
So
it.
Tina, being unwittingly, wanders into a
None
mob
of your
hit.
business.
She preserves the records she preserves in her records
He's a little young for me,
the
but still.
configuration logs, the access
Brain.
logs, and all of those things in her system.
Just kidding.
The problem was it wasn't her county
He's probably really
that had the
happily
Colorado
like,
export
partnered with
problem,
me.
which would be
And he
later
lives in Colorado.
renamed as the Antrim County problem,
It can never work.
which reared its ugly head in the email
Never work. I just have
as
to
an
love him from
attachment to
afar.
Lana Jordan in this case.
Ah,
and it
oh,
also
me.
rears its ugly head in the discussion that the DA introduced.
This guy needs to slow down.
This was the genesis of
Oh.
why, because in the Gateway Pundit article that's referred to there, Your Honor,
What?
Mr. DePerno in Michigan
Oh, shit
had
in-
obtained a court order,
shit
had
in
opened
balls.
the suitcase or the black box,
Stop
and
it.
taken a picture
Yes.
of the chip.
This is
that
ridiculous.
Dominion, up
This has
until
been
that
all over
point,
the
said
place.
Was not capable of connecting in the internet.
This is all
Hiding
over the
behind
place.
intellectual property. So when Mr. DePerno takes the picture
Oh my
of the chip
God.
and they publish that destroys the myth that they're not connectable. And
Oh
then
my fucking
connected
God.
to that other issue
What?
becomes the question of how, during the conduct of an election,
Did you pay attention to
and Your
Mr.
Honor, you will give an
Eastman's?
instruction
You're
on
about to be
inferences from
disbarred. And you know
fact.
what? I'm going to
But
make
here's
sure I
the
know what
fact,
your
and
name
let's
is
pull the inference.
so I can follow your
During
disbarment.
June 30th, 2020,
Lying sack of
the
shit.
Colorado clerk says, hey, my system's stuck. Remote actors from Serbia enter the system
Oh,
or have prior
stop!
knowledge as one of the
Where's
only
Tina?
two
Where's Tina?
and say
Where's
to the
Tina?
clerk,
Where's my Tina?
Go in after the
Where's our
logic and
Tina?
accuracy test and delete
Serbia.
this
And you
batch file
know,
and
the
it will work
CIA
properly.
owns Serbia. That's
Then,
what I have a
in this
clip.
packet
I have
I've
the
given you,
famous
there are
clip of
internal
Sidney Powell
discussions, and
saying
this
that.
is-
Oh my
by the way,
God, this is
is
so.
online.
This is like
the subject
this is like
of a
Christmas.
perjury charge in Michigan that's being investigated.
This is Christmas and my
against
birthday, all in one.
the, Mr. Polis, who apparently there's some drama outside this courtroom about
Yeah,
his service.
there is.
But what I will say here is, in this port, and what is very critical to understand
Yes,
is,
yes, Lee, because they only have
this
one.
Colorado export problem,
They only
had
have
a
one.
discussion about whether Dominion should put out an advisory to the public officials.
Yeah, you
using
know
the
what they
system
did? Here's
and
the thing,
ultimately
honey.
deal with it
They
on a
won
case-by-case issue. There is a
$797 million,
list of the
almost
different
$1 billion from Fox
which are running
News,
the 5.11
because Fox News lied
system,
about what you're actually saying
exact
about
one
Serbia
that the
and
trusted
all of
bill
that
is
stuff.
changing.
That was
There's a
the
discussion
lie.
of the 5 states
That
are
was
running
the
that system.
lie.
So, Your Honor, I submit
Come
to the court
on.
the reason I brought this up outside the presence of the jury.
Can you please? Yeah,
is
because it's a bunch of
We need
bullshit.
to be able to present this as a
Because
defense
you
for Ms.
would probably
Peters.
get a fucking
I'm
mistrial
going
or
to provide
something.
the
I don't
court
know.
With the affidavit tonight, because Mr. Hayes is down the road.
What?
His attestation under Colorado
No, he can
rules
come in and
that
testify.
indicates that he was both a government employee
Oh
and
my
he was
fucking
qualified with
God.
security clearances in order to collect the image, which he assisted Clerk Peters' staff with doing. And we will provide the information that he was merely an observer during the trusted bill
drink big.
throughout this point.
That takes a whole
So, Your
bottle.
Honor,
The election deniers
one other
remind me
thing
of a
that you
cult.
haven't heard
Yeah.
yet, but you will hear through Caleb Thornton. Mr. Thornton, as a Secretary of State
Yeah.
employee, wanted to investigate claims of misinformation and misstatements by the public about the Dominion voting systems. So he took on a fake name, much like Conan Hayes,
What are you
to
doing?
conceal his true identity.
Where are you
so that he
going?
could observe chats online.
Is he on trial
Your Honor,
right
I
now?
have cases where the court
What
has
the fuck is
held
happening?
in Colorado that it is not improper for somebody conducting an investigation to conceal information from the target of the investigation. Tina Peters clearly was conducting an investigation. She wanted to know whether or not the Secretary of State was violating the federal records deletion law
Oh my God.
as well as the state requirements.
Can you give me one of those cases?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Oh my God.
All right, it's in a brief over here, Your Honor.
I just can't.
I would assume that the court would want it tonight.
I prefer to have it right now.
Yeah, since we're talking about it.
It's in the findings report.
Oh, so it's so important you didn't have it ready? I think they have to be true believers, right, Kathy? You can't. I mean, I understand vigorous defense.
Honor,
Paul
I
J.,
have
I'm so glad I
indicated
have no life so I
that
can watch this shit. I
while
know.
Colorado
I'm here
does
for
not
you.
follow the advice of
Don't have a
counsel
life?
defense,
Come on in.
It is
Come on in with
germane
other people.
that
Maybe
Ms.
some of us
Peters was
do have a life. I
consulting
don't.
with an attorney in the
I
same
don't have a life.
conversation in which
This is
she
my life.
pledged to maintain the confidentiality of Mr. Hayes, who was at that time conducting other investigations.
Okay, well, produce
Your Honor,
it,
was able to
counselor.
retrieve it under a simple Lexis search.
I can't wait to
There
see
were
your
several of them. I
disbarment.
mentioned them previously on the record, but I apologize, my mind is,
Really? Addled?
No, it's okay.
No, it's not really okay, but okay. He's just being nice.
Just the pin site will be great.
yeah.
Which cases? Okay, let's find one. Tina, do you have it in your day timer? Do you have it in your Rolodex? Do you have it in your Filofax?
Okay.
Did you write it down in your Google Calendar? Did someone send you a reminder of it, Tina? Do you have maybe a reminder in your reminders folder? I know
also
that
just-
thing you never use.
These records say confidential on the bottom of them.
Oh, dear.
And I know in some of the papers that I've received,
Oh my God.
let me go back and look.
I can assure you, Your Honor, I printed these off the internet directly. So if they were confidential, my understanding they were in information that Sheriff Darley previously released.
Darley! Oh my God. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, yes, Darley. I don't know enough about him, but Clayburg knows all about Darley, and Tina knows all about Darley.
And unfortunately, Your Honor, you would have to
Holy
study them,
shit. It's a
which
cavalcade
many
of
people
clowns.
have already begun to do to understand some of the representations that are based on that, but I do want to point you to HH8
Darleaf,
dash
yeah.
019.
There,
No, I
gal.
want the citation.
Oh,
for the
Hells to the
proposition
yeah.
That
Oh, yeah.
person
that a-
running the
Gal knows all about
investigation can
Darleaf.
conceal the identity.
The gal squad's all on top
I'm
of
aware that
that asshole.
I'm aware law
You
enforcement.
guys were just talking about him.
So, if the court is asking me whether or not it's, excuse me, Your Honor.
Sure.
My mouth is dry. I'm talking a lot. If the court is asking me if there's a case that says a clerk recorder can do it, there's not.
Well, you just said you had cases.
There's cases
you
that
said
say
you had
during an
cases to
investigation-
support the proposition that Miss Peters was within her right to do what she did. I just want one of those cases.
No, Your Honor. The court has said you're aware that law enforcement can do it.
I am.
Right. Law enforcement is not the only one that can conduct an investigation.
Right, and you said you had cases to support this proposition. So just give me a case.
No. My only case that I have is that law enforcement can do it.
Well, give me the case that you said that
That's not
supports that
it.
proposition.
Thank you, Your Honor. I thought the court said you were aware that law enforcement could do it.
Oh,
I
I'm
apologize.
acutely aware that law enforcement can
So that's what I'm relying upon.
can deceive targets to achieve their ends.
Ooh.
But if that's all, if the cases you're going to give me are examples of law
I think I'm
enforcement
in
doing
love.
that and not private citizens,
I'm in
then I guess I don't need you
Okay.
to give me a case that says what I already know.
I would ask the court to draw a distinction that she's not a private citizen. She's like the Secretary of State.
Is she
who has
like
not been
the Secretary of
equipped
State?
Investigation powers, but yet they have an investigator from the Secretary of State that does investigations. Clerk Peters is able to render decisions, make interpretive statements, and to analyze the performance of a contract that she is responsible for.
Okay, so I've given you a lot of leeway
Okay.
here to
Yeah.
make argument. I think it's been going
Fuck
on
yeah.
for at least 20 minutes or so
Okay.
without any interruption from me. So
right.
I want to circle back then to
Yes, sir.
what it is.
Oh my God.
You
Love this
want to
judge.
introduce this evidence in HH8 in order to show
I wonder if he likes
that-
glamping.
the Secretary of State was deleting information from voting records that she was required to keep, that Dominion was a part of that effort, and that Ms. Peters was aware of this going on, not necessarily that she believed it, but that she was aware of it because of the conversation that she had with Dr. Frank, and she was going to find out on her own accord whether there was any truth to this or not.
Okay, Your Honor, that's close.
Okay,
It's
that's
very
pretty good then.
clear.
I'm pretty happy that I got close.
Right. It's very clear on the April 23rd discussion that was played in part. That's not the entire discussion, Your Honor.
Uh-huh.
It's very clear in there that there was a concern that the trusted build would delete records.
Right.
We will get admissions later from Caleb Thornton that that was
'Cause
one
they
of the
do.
main areas of contention.
That's just the gist of it, though, sir. I don't need
Right.
to get into the details because I don't know that I'm ever going to. It's going to take a lot for me to get there in the amount of time we have.
Okay.
But the gist of it, tell me if I missed a dot.
Right. Let me tell you the questions I want to ask Mr.
Sure.
Mr.
Yeah.
Casillas.
Maybe we could start with.
I
that.
want to establish through him that Dominion was the one, once again, I'm going to confirm, was the one that prepared the protocol for what a trusted build backing up an election project was versus the difference between that and what in 2019. I also am going to ask him the fact that is very clear that in 2021, what Tina Peters backed up and was later made public by people without her consent, but regardless of what she
Bullshit.
backed up, was not a violation of law. And I also want to that included configuration logs, adjudication logs, access logs, a security log, and the audit logs, which are machine generated during the election. And I want to solicit an opinion to him, since they're not included in the trusted build's instructions of what to back up as an election project, as to whether or not he feels that those records are things that the clerk is obligated under federal and state law to back up. The second thing I want to point out to him
She went
is
on
I wanna
stage
ask
with the
him
data.
about is
Okay,
whether or not
people.
he had
I just want to
awareness
be really clear about this.
because of the emails.
He can
and it's
word salad this all he
018
wants.
and 19 in those emails.
But I'm here to
Whether
tell
or
you,
not he was aware
the shrimp in the Caesar salad
that
is
during
that she
2020,
fucking did
within
stand
the
on a stage
25
and share this
22
data.
month requirements,
Period.
that Dominion systems had malfunctioned in Colorado, and that without these records, there would be no evidence.
And they're
to be
claiming
able
that
to
the
look at
overwrite of the system when you do a system upgrade
processes.
is somehow
That is the
illegal.
gist
Well,
of
shrimp on a
what needs
Caesar
to
is really
happen.
good. Okay?
Your Honor, I submit to you that this is relevant under bias.
I'm a big fan of
Because whether
shrimp.
Mr. Casillas is an unwitting participant with Dominion,
So the
or
important
whether
part of
or
the
not,
Caesar salad.
we are going to hear from Dominion witnesses, and this goes to the state of mind of Dominion.
It's not replacing the
motivation,
anchovies. They're
and
part of the
when they are
dressing.
testifying. Your Honor, our position is that wrath
I don't
rained
need the
down
big
on the clerk
fillets.
for preserving these records. They charged her with security breaches that did not exist publicly.
This is
They
pillow
charged
theory,
her
yes.
with,
Pillow
all
logic.
types
No,
of
it's pillow
crimes, and
logic.
It comes down to the fact that she failed to
Lumpy
document
pillow logic.
properly, misdemeanor rules related to who was in the trusted build. Is the best
Ooh,
claims
Kathy,
that
I
they
want a
have,
link for that. Hold
as
on, I'm
well
gonna look
as
that
the
up.
fact that she concealed the identity of an informant. And Your Honor, our defense to the concealing of the identity is that she believed that she did not have a culpable mens rea, because in consulting with her attorney, that she had the right in
Yes, Rhea.
execution
She didn't
of
have
what
any
she
Rhea.
believed as a public duty.
That's what
and
I'll
if she's
say.
mistaken
But
about
I'm
that, there's an affirmative defense in Colorado.
Okay, wait, what now?
She
The
believed
Guardian.
she had the right to investigate, and like law enforcement, she could conceal Mr. Hayes' identity as to not compromise his other things. And at the end
Got
of the
it.
day, Your Honor, one of the battles in this case,
Got
I
it.
will quote the DA in
Got
this
it,
case,
love.
who
I got it from the
Mr.
Guardian. Yeah, I got it, love.
into the paper one time about this is a case about the
I
authority.
got
and
it.
Tina Peters clearly thought she had the authority. Your Honor,
Tina
the rules
Peters
are
is a
clear
big cow.
that she had the authority over the machine, and she had the authority over who was accessing the Dominion room to watch. And Your Honor, I know the court recently this afternoon with Judge Jones' argument earlier had made the comment that it was irrelevant as to what had occurred. That relevance objection that the court abstained, I understand the court's viewpoint at the time, but it's very germane when we're looking at, wow, that lost my mind. I apologize. So, Your Honor, the key point here
I hate
is,
it when that happens, and it happens a lot.
not
Thank you,
just the
Kathy.
2019 email, Your Honor. It is about, what was the objection?
Fucking hell. Dun, 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 dun.
Judge Jones? Do you remember the objection?
Do you remember what the objection was?
Margaret?
Yes.
Oh, the 2020 timing of the election.
Oh, no, Your Honor. This is about the municipal election.
Oh my God.
The court has not understood the relevance of the municipal election. So the municipal
What
election.
about Tina's election?
Under Colorado Revised Statute 1, 13.5, article.
You know, Tina
And then under different sections, 107
also won in
specifically,
2020.
gives the clerk,
I think.
without consulting the Secretary of State, exclusive authority over a municipal election.
Yeah, we have a lot of
Three
Nazi
important facts related to that.
leaning sheriffs.
At the end of April, prior to receiving the COVID policy from the Secretary of State, the public was present
Leger
in that
Germain.
room observing a risk limiting audit.
Leisure Maine.
That is
Leisure
relevant
Maine,
because of the COVID policy had been rescinded
Arrondissement,
by the commissioners of
Arrondissement
Mesa County
Germain,
as of March,
the relevant
and the state
relevant
policy
neighborhood.
ended a few days after the trusted bailed as of June 1st of 2021. So this notion that she is charged with felonies for violation of a COVID policy is...
She's not charged with that. We've been saying this throughout the trial, and no one's objecting, and that's fine. I don't know that I would sustain an objection in any event. But she's not charged with anything in violation of a rule as it relates to the attempt to influence a public servant crimes. That's not in the elements of that crime. That perhaps the Secretary of State didn't have, I guess, the rule made or the authority to say to limit the number of people who came to the trusted build doesn't matter, as far as I can tell with the law, because that's not what this is. So every time there's an argument about COVID policies or turning off the cameras wasn't breaking the law or posting on the internet wasn't breaking the law, I don't know that matters for any decision the jury has to make, and it certainly isn't going to make a matter to me right now as I'm trying to resolve this legal issue that's taken us 40 minutes now to talk about.
So, Your Honor, we're not conceding the deceitful acts.
I'm not saying you are.
I understand that. But I want to just say that there's
Oh,
the
he's so
requirement
pissed.
to lie to a public official, such as lying about whatever reason, and we're not conceding that's what occurred. But it has to be intended under public corruption to be tantamount. It's under the same charge as a bribe, and there's special language, Your Honor.
No, this is not a public corruption charge. This is not a bribery charge. The elements of attempt to influence a public servant are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, on or about the date place charged, attempted to influence a public servant by means of deceit with the intent to alter or affect the decision, vote, opinion, or action
Don't you
of
dare
the
interrupt
public
him.
servant concerning any matter which was to be considered or performed by the public servant, agency, or body of which the public servant was a member.
Excellent, Your Honor. So the court has correctly cited it as decision, vote, opinion, action. Those are terms of regulation. Those are terms of how government functions. Those are not decisions about executing a task and you have a choice when she's made the decision to authorize the person to have release.
We need to move on with this. You asked to admit all of this. Is there something
Yes.
we haven't gotten to?
I asked to be able to admit portions of that. I've explained how it's relevant through this.
Well, you
witness.
should have
I would ask
identified the
court to look
portions
at
then.
HH018 and HH019.
I don't have, well, this is like 300 pages. I don't have 09. I have 8. I'm sorry, I don't have
Your Honor, I think it's
HH9.
18 and 19.
Eight, what? I have HH8.
HH8 0018
Oh,
and
okay.
19.
0018, okay. I thought you were saying HH8 and HH9.
Sorry, Your Honor.
But let me pull him up
We'll look
now
at 18
because
and 19.
he doesn't know.
Actually, Your Honor, it starts at 19 and goes to 20.
Oh, so
okay.
sorry. It's not 1819. It's 1920. Sorry, I didn't do my homework. What's his name? Judge Barrett or Barrel?
So, Your Honor, the context of this.
I'm not going
email
to stalk him. I promise. I promise.
is
I'm going to leave
the
him
discussion
alone.
of the
Believe me, I'll
Colorado
leave him alone.
export issue, which is described in the other emails.
I just think he's
about
really
the
smart.
functionality of the machine.
I love smart judges.
And the fact that there was, during the election of 2020, advice given to a clerk during the primary after the risk limiting audit to enter the machine and make deletions. And Mr. Casillas and Mr. Romero are CC'd on the emails.
So did your client know about this before May 23rd?
No, what she knew
Okay,
was...
that's all I wanted to know.
Yes.
Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. I do think that I need to point out that Mr. Frank, who was
I didn't really get that.
identified as an agent for Mr. Lindell, who was in active litigation.
Oh my God.
I asked the
Wait,
court
hold
to
on.
review
Mr.
52.
Frank, oh, okay, all right, yeah.
I asked you to review 52 USC 1512, and that is no different than if my law firm started shredding papers because I thought my client was going to be sued in a civil case.
Right, but that really makes me, that one I really don't understand. So Mr. Lindell was in a lawsuit with Dominion in March of 2021, and he was trying to get information from various clerks, individuals in Colorado about election records to help him defend himself.
No, he was
in
trying,
that case.
He was trying to get clerks to preserve the records.
Okay, whatever it is,
Yeah.
but it was for the purposes of his defamation case.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Wait, what? Wait,
And
what?
Because he was trying to do that, how does that make it what Ms. Peters was doing?
Sure, Your Honor, I did not introduce the evidence. The prosecution did. They said Mr. Frank was, by Mr. Lindell, some crazy election kook, and that
Which he is.
Tina had.
I don't think they ever,
the
I don't
opening
think I heard any testimony like that.
The opening
Okay.
statement said she was obsessed, though, Your Honor.
Well, that's different
Oh,
than saying someone's
stop.
crazy.
Well, I understand that, but the inference was that
Oh,
Mr.
shut up.
Lindell was somehow, Mr.
He-
Frank had these theories. One
Well,
of the witnesses,
they do.
I believe it was Miss Wenholtz or Miss
Stop it.
Vance.
Don't you
I think
dare.
it was Miss Wenholtz said that she didn't think Mr. Frank's theories added up. That's what triggered canvassing in this county.
What? No,
But,
no,
Your Honor,
no.
the point is
Oh
that
my
Mr.
fucking
Frank
God. I'm
was
so
paid
angry.
for by Mr. Lindell, by the prosecution's own statements, and he was attempting to get the clerks to preserve the records so that they could find out what happened. I
Okay.
can assure you, following the trusted build, that the effect of 60 of the 62 counties was the deletion of the records he needed to defend his lawsuit.
What?
Yeah, okay.
Oh
I
boy.
understand. For the people, I don't know who's responding to this.
Oh my God.
Please take off your hat. Thank you.
Oh shit. Chud. Chud alert.
Your Honor, disappointing that the defense would hand us at least a 137-page document that doesn't seem to have any relevance to the charges in this case, and then go on a 40-minute tirade about election
We don't have to call it a tirade.
conspiracies.
Let's just focus.
This case is not about a defamation case. It's not
See,
about
he's fair.
Serbians and what they were doing. It is not about access logs or activity logs or security logs or adjudication logs that are in the computers. It's also not about federal statutes. And we have taken extreme
Oh, these are
measures in
state
this
charges, by the
case
way. I did confirm
to
that.
litigate these matters pre-trial, so we didn't have to interrupt the trial, interrupt the jury, take time from the court to argue about things that aren't relevant. The court has already ruled that none of this
It's
should
not about
come
the
in.
Serbians. I want that
It's
on a
not
shirt.
relevant to the
Although that might be
charges,
mean to Serbians, and I don't want to
and
be mean.
it's
And people won't know.
confusing
No,
and
never mind.
prejudicial
Bad
and a
idea.
waste of time. So under 401, 402, and 403, it absolutely should not come in.
Okay, thank you. I am not going to read 100 and something pages because that's just not feasible in the middle of trial. I've been directed to look at a handful of emails, which I've looked at. I'm going to look at them again, and I want to have my break. So we'll come back very shortly, maybe 10 minutes at the most, and I'll let everyone know what I'm going to do. Thanks. We're adjourned until then.
Okay, all right. They're gonna take a break and do 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 do. Oh, he is not having any of this nonsense. No, none of this nonsense. That's right. Listen, you clown. Here's a good joke for you. When you say to someone, "Who's that clown?" Or say about someone, "Who's that clown?" It's kind of the world's best insult because it is both you're calling them a clown and you're saying they're not even one of the better known clowns. I know I didn't tell that very well, but you get my point. Okay, I want to see some of this. I don't know who that guy is. He looks like a sheriff-y type of guy. Is that a sheriff? Is that the sheriff? Is that Darleaf? No, it can't be, right? They're not going to fucking let that douchebag in, are they? Look at, there's a fossil. The fossil fuel. Nice buzz cut, mister. Jeez. Actually, I'm kind of digging the Amish kind of beard thing. Whatever that beard shape is, I don't know what that would be referred to. Pagliacci has left the courtroom. I love Pagliacci. Aha! I don't think he realizes how close he's standing to a camera. But I mean, he's well coiffed. So it's good. Oh, do they have like little like radios in their ears? That's cool. Oh, that's fucking cool. I would need that. I would need that because I can't hear. If you have like a little, I used to carry a radio when I worked at the zoo, and you can't hear on the radio all the time unless you have it up or close to your head or whatever. And you don't want it up all the time because no guest wants to be walking through a beautiful little serene part of the zoo and then all of a sudden hear, Lolo, what's your 20? You know, that kind of thing. So, I mean, you know, we got some chimpanzees throwing poo at the exhibit. Repeat. We've got a poo throwing incident. Oh my God, she dressed it. We're coming up on 8 hours of streaming. She dressed like Tina Peters did on Friday. Maybe they traded clothes. I don't know. It could happen. So many old people. So many old, weird people. Oh yeah, you should take your jacket off. Because you're ill-proportioned as a human being. And that's the best insult I can give you right now. Not you, sir. You're fine. You're fine. You're probably perfectly proportioned to what you want to do in life. I don't know. That strikes me as kind of an Amish style beard, but I know that there's probably a proper name for it. Like a modified Wolverine or something. A modified Ted Cruz. Anyway. Oh, wait. I think we were going to do something. Hold on. Let me see what I got pulled up here, because I thought I pulled up some shit. I don't know, but I've been told. Oh, this is the one. Yep, that's it. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Oh my God, I hate the Guardian website. I I want to tell you what hate means. When I say I hate the Guardian website, I hate the Guardian website. Darleaf, Michigan's constitutional pro-militia sheriff, vies for re-election. Well, there he is there. Let's see. This is July 31st. Oh, that's just Wednesday. That's last Wednesday. What is Tina's attorney's name? I don't know what his name is, actually. Is it the chin strap? I don't know. I have one of them. Remember all my beards? I got to pull those beards out again. I don't know where they are, but I have a bunch of beards. If you missed my first Halloween show, you really have to go back to the vault and pick that out, because that was pretty goddamn funny. It might have been a plethora. Might have been. What? Oh, a plethora of implications? Okay, here we go. Come on. Focus. Focus, damn it. Wait, I want to make this a little bigger, but not like such large print that, you guys get me a new library card or something. Okay. All right. This is a collaboration between Bolts, whatever, and The Guardian. On a sunny afternoon in July, a crowd of roughly 100 gathered to listen to their local sheriff campaign for re-election in southwestern Michigan. A self-described constitutional sheriff with long-standing ties to militia groups, Darleaf has made a national name for himself in far-right circles with his fruitless investigation to uncover evidence for Donald Trump's lies that the 2020 election was stolen. I love it. But that wasn't what he wanted to discuss at his rally. Having come under intense scrutiny in the last 3 years for his election, investigation, and militia affiliations, Leaf spoke to his supporters about his office's more mundane work, upgraded vehicles and new training, and urged them to ignore the attacks that he's faced. Quote, "Our eyes are forward, and that's why God put him in front of our head," he said to laughter and applause. Such a scamp. "We've got to keep moving towards that finish line." Don't know which one it is, but that's okay. Still, it's his relentless effort to uncover voter fraud and his associations with far-right groups that have come to define him as he seeks to defeat 3 rivals in next week's Republican primary, which should be, tomorrow, right? Taking up Trump's unfounded grievances, Leaf sent deputies to interrogate local election officials and tried to seize voting machines, which he claimed flipped votes from Trump to Joe Biden. His activities fit in a broader network of far-right sheriffs who responded to Trump's lies by wanting to police elections, and who may soon double down if the former president challenges the results of November's elections. Leaf's skepticism about elections and convictions about the excesses of federal government fit in comfortably in Berry County, a deeply red and rural county just north of Kalamazoo that voted for Trump over Biden in 2020 by a 2-to-1 margin. But locally, some Republicans want to turn the page. 2 of his intra-party challengers in the August 6 primary have highlighted his investigation into the 2020 election as a key point of contrast. "The sheriff has propagated these lies," said Joel Ibbotson, one of his 3 opponents. "I'm sick of that, and I want it to end." When Trump falsely alleged a Democratic Party plot to steal the 2020 election through widespread voter fraud, he found a sympathetic audience in Berry County and its sheriff. With the guidance of Stephanie Lambert, whose trial's also coming up, by the way. She did flip in the Georgia case. She did a half-ass flip. First pancake. She did a first pancake flip. Hopefully this pancake comes out a little bit better, but we'll see. Let's see here. Blur. With the guidance of Stephanie Lambert, an election-denying lawyer who now faces felony charges for allegedly improperly breaching Michigan voting machines, Leaf launched an investigation into how the election unfolded in his county. He sent deputies to question local election clerks who saw his hunt as a form of intimidation. He repeatedly requested authorization to seize voting machines, but was denied by federal and state courts. Throughout the investigation, Leaf presented no evidence of irregularities, let alone a plot to steal the election. He maintains that the investigation is ongoing and said that he couldn't elaborate on its status because there's nothing there. Scott Price, a local pastor who supports Leaf's re-election campaign, said Leaf was giving voice to widespread concerns about election integrity. Quote, "We're grateful that we have somebody that has the courage and literally is willing to stand and take the heat for something that other people are saying didn't even happen," said Price. But some within Leaf's own party resisted the investigation. Julie Nakfor-Pratt, the county's Republican prosecutor, rejected Leaf's inquiry into the 2020 election and denounced it as a waste of resources. In a lengthy statement before the County Board of Supervisors on the 25th of October in 2022, Nakfor Pratt explained why she could not act on Leaf's allegations, pointing to the importance of probable cause and exhaustive detective work in prosecuting cases. She recounted her office's investigation into a grisly homicide case as an example of the kind of rigor necessary in investigative policing. Sing out, Jenna. Sing out, Louise. Let's see. Without evidence, she said, a case couldn't be prosecuted. I will not put my signature on something if it's not there, said Nakfor Pratt. When his office approached her with a search warrant for voting equipment, there was no probable cause. Nakfor Pratt said it wasn't insufficient. There was none. And that's Stephanie Lambert, and she's coming up for trial, and I think it's been rescheduled to September. So we'll be watching that. I have a placeholder for it. Don't you worry. All right. Oh, my God. Earlier this year, Lambert, the lawyer, shared troves of private documents. Oh, here we go. Little Patty McBurn after reading. Here he is in all his glory. Lambert, the lawyer, shared troves of private documents that she claimed were signs of a conspiracy with Leaf. She had obtained them during discovery while representing Patrick Byrne, a Trump ally, in a defamation case brought by Dominion Voting Systems, which some conservatives have falsely accused of rigging the 2020 election. The document shows Serbian Dominion employees troubleshooting technical questions, but in a letter to U.S. Representative Jim Jordan, Leaf wrote that they revealed something more nefarious. Quote, Serbian employees planned and conspired with premeditation to delete United States election data, wrote Leaf, echoing a similar claim that Lambert made on the social media platform X. Oh, and what was her connection to Sidney Powell? We'll find out. Since long before the 2020 election, Leaf has been involved with the Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association. Oh, whoa, we have some stories to tell. An ultra-conservative group that promotes the belief that sheriffs have the ultimate authority to interpret and enforce the Constitution within their county. This philosophy came into focus for him during the COVID-19 pandemic when, angered by lockdown orders intended to mitigate the spread of the virus, Leaf refused to enforce social distancing rules. In an interview, Leaf said he first learned about the constitutional sheriffs in 2010 when Richard Mack, a former Arizona sheriff and founder of CSPOA, reached out. Let me tell you a little side note about Mr. Mack, okay? Mr. Mack's son was, I think a couple of years ago, found guilty of sharing and seeking out child sexual abuse material. That's right. That's right. That's right. Richard Mack's son was convicted of child pornography, etc., etc., etc. So there's that. And it was, yeah. Okay. In an interview, Leaf said, okay, I think they were just calling sheriffs up, especially new sheriffs, said Leaf, who was intrigued enough by their movement to attend a conference in Las Vegas. What he heard there, he said, was a big wake-up call. Yes, Harris 2024. I think it is going to be. Oh, is it? Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I have it live, so we should be able to hear when they go back on the record. Most important, Leaf said, was what he learned about Prince v. United States, a Supreme Court case brought by Mark and Jay Prince, a Montana sheriff who argued that a provision of a federal gun violence prevention bill that required law enforcement agencies to conduct background checks was unconstitutional. They won. The Supreme Court ruled that the federal government could not compel state agencies to enact such a measure. Quote, the case proved that local officials have the right, the power, and the duty to stand against the far-reaching inclusions by our own federal government, Mack later wrote in his book. Oh, a book. Fantastic. The ideas behind the constitutional sheriffs movement are shared by a startling number of sheriffs. Still, actual membership in CSPOA appears to be low. One study produced by the Howard Center for Investigative Journalism and the Arizona Center for Investigative Reporting identified 69 sheriffs who publicly endorsed the CSPOA or claimed membership in the organization. Let's see. A national CSPOA conference in Las Vegas this year drew about 100 attendees, among them January 6 defendants, conspiracy theorists, and right-wing influencers, but few actual sheriffs. Since assuming the office 2 decades ago, Leaf has developed a passionate following in Berry County. Quote, Dar is the most well-known person in the community, said Berry County resident Olivia Bennett, who described Leaf as a family friend. You just can't get away from his name. Bennett's father served in Leaf's posse, a word Leaf used to describe a group of citizens who don't work for the sheriff's office, but assist him in his duties. Oh, well, that vigilantism? Oh, my goodness. What is this? Walking tall? Walking short? Okay, my dad would come home and say different things like, if terrorists come, they're going to come from these small towns first. And I just thought it was stuff my dad said, Bennett said. When later I heard Dar speaking about it, I realized, oh no, my dad got these beliefs from Dar himself. Dar really does make people feel scared and make it sound like he's the only one who can really protect you, Bennett added. Leaf has long flexed his beliefs that sheriffs are guardians of order. Quote, we're not here to intimidate people, he told local media in 2014. This is still a badge, it's not a swastika. We have to prepare for the worst, we have to prepare for things you don't like talking about. Okay, never mind. I know what you mean, and it's all dumb. Since joining the CSPOA, Leaf has strived to introduce his community to the group's lofty ideas about sheriff's unique role in upholding the Constitution. Leaf hosts bi-monthly study groups focusing on Christian faith and common law and leads a course on militias titled Awaken the Sleeping Militia Clause, promising attendees willing to pay the $175 entry fee that they'll, quote, learn a militiaman's duty and earn a certificate of completion. Well, isn't that special? In one meeting, whose recording Bolts and The Guardian reviewed, Leaf expounds on Michigan's new red flag law, which allows police to take firearms away from individuals who a judge has determined pose a threat to themselves or others. He describes it as illegitimate, implying that he had the authority to make that determination within his county. No, my people do not consent to that, said Leaf. It's jurisdictional thing. Or it's a jurisdictional. Let's see, is that him? Dar Leaf. Oh no, is that him? Center right. I don't know. Anyway, they all look alike to me. Okay. During a separate meeting this spring, Leaf updated members on CSPOA's April conference in Las Vegas. He said he was especially pleased to hear from Richard Fleming, a doctor who pled guilty in 2009 to felony charges of mail and healthcare fraud, and who has made a name for himself since then as a proponent of the unsubstantiated theory that COVID-19 was created as a bioweapon. Fleming's claims, Leaf said, are pretty much being ignored by the cabal that's trying to take over the world. Oh, my Lord. As COVID-19... Whoa, that's a Tina Peters face! As COVID-19 spread across the country in March 2020, Leaf vowed to strike back against stay-at-home orders that he viewed as an example of governmental overreach. During that period, Gretchen Whitmer, the Michigan governor, briefly prohibited the use of motorboats, permitting only kayaking and canoeing as a form of outdoor recreation. The order, which Whitmer later walked back, infuriated many residents of Berry County. Leaf said he would not enforce the order. The sheriff came out and said, I don't care if your boat has a motor or not. If you're getting in a heated argument with your wife, go on in the lake and go fishing, if that's what it takes to cool off, said Ibbotson, who used to be an outspoken supporter of the sheriff and is now running as one of his primary challengers. They are weirdos. I agree. Let's see. Blur, blur, blur. Leaf took part in a rally. I think they're coming back. That's a good one. I think I made that. Let me just copy it again.
I took a few moments to look at HH8, specifically the emails that were provided or identified as relevant to the argument. I also scrolled through some of the other records in here. We'll make HH08 a part of the record here too.
Your Honor, I did offer to the clerk the attestation. It's one page, about 7 lines, and I asked her to mark it.
What's the, of Conan Hayes?
Yeah, the attestation of Conan Hayes for the court.
Okay. Well, I didn't know we were talking about that now.
Oh, dear.
Okay.
Oh, dear.
I'm sorry, what was that, Mark?
It's not notarized. Anyway, Miss Drake.
Yeah.
The party's over. We do have a little bit of breaking news.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm not sure what it's been marked as, but
Oh,
also...
I have it as Special Record A.
Defendant Special Record A?
Yes, that's what it says.
And I haven't heard any argument from defense on why they're marking it or bringing it to the court's attention or how they would like to use it.
Why don't you go ahead and, if we could be
Your Honor.
brief, that'd be
Really,
fantastic.
please.
It's relevant because previously there was, the DA had represented the court that he had not
CNN,
worked for
several
government
U.S.
and that he was not conducting other investigations.
Well, I don't, was that the breadth of the representation, or was it something more limited? I understood it to be he wasn't a government informant for the FBI at this time. Is that right, or
That's
was it,
correct,
or is it,
Your
has he never been an informant ever?
Your Honor, I believe that our evidence would show that there's no credible evidence he's been an undercover agent for the FBI and possibly any other federal agencies.
Go ahead, Mr. Rubenstein. Let's just get, I want to
Judge,
move this.
so I spoke to Special Agent Zappi, who verified that he is not now and has never been an informant for the FBI. With respect to this affidavit, I can tell the court it says in line 6, or number 6, I began working with a local public safety, intelligence, and counterterrorism division in September of 2020 and worked in collaboration with federal agencies. So this unnotarized statement doesn't even say he was an informant.
Right, I don't know what this says.
Who did he work
So, Your
for?
Honor, two things. The first thing is, we offered him as working as a government informant.
Oh, my
and that he
God.
had provided information. They said it had to be an FBI to qualify, and that fallacy was a thing they introduced. We've never represented he worked as an FBI informant. The second thing is when they were arguing that his status was not relevant, we've indicated at the end of the day it doesn't matter whether he was or was not a government informant, but whether or not Tina Peters' belief that he was a government informant at the time she made the promise to conceal his identity was that it would jeopardize other investigations. And all I said previously, Your Honor, was the prosecution got up here and made an argument that because he's not a government informant, her belief was unreasonable. And I know the court had not had a lot of time to digest and hear a lot of evidence in the case, and that's why I'm bringing it back up now. Because it is germane, because all of this relates to...
There you go.
I have laid out before the court the theory of the defense that we have a due process right to produce, that Tina Peters believed that she was acting right and not violating the law, and that she was legally empowered in execution of her duties to investigate the deletion of records and whether
Wait.
a crime was being committed.
What does that have
And
to do with-
As part of that, she concealed his identity, which is, though not law enforcement, Tina Peters is also a government actor.
Oh, no, stop. You're stretching all the way, baby. You are a rubber band man. And it's breaking. This judge is
So
going
I
to
have,
snap it.
previously ruled, well, let me actually look at one case real quick.
Well, he's an informant. He probably just wooed her with his spy wiles. He probably Tom Cruised her. You know what I'm saying? He probably Jason Bourne her. Yeah, that's right. Some chicks dig that. What can I say? They found the right chick. They made it through 60 of 62 counties. They found one. I mean, this is, I hope the jury is really like as convinced as I am that this is a load of crap. I don't know what it sounds like to people who don't know the players involved. So I'm a little bit biased in that regard.
So
now what? Oh, shit.
the defendant seeks to admit at bottom evidence that the voting machines produced by Dominion were, on the one hand, able to be connected to the internet, which
Oh my God.
is something that at the time, according to her, Dominion had said they couldn't be. Two, that the Secretary of State was engaged in some type of felonious conduct by failing to preserve voter records.
Because
Three,
they did the build and it updated the system.
that she was working with a government agent or someone that she thought was a government agent, Mr. Hayes, and because of all of these things in conjunction with her role as the elected county
So
clerk
she
in
was
Mason
duped?
County, she was justified in
Okay.
her actions to
Right,
bring Mr. Hayes into the
right.
trusted build process, make images of the voting machine, even though he was not someone who the Secretary of State personnel had previously said would be permissible to be there.
Let alone make a
I
copy.
note that I did not make comment on, as I said, or not, as I didn't say, the issue of whether the defendant engaged in any kind of deceit in order to affect the decision of various public servants for this effort she was engaged in. But rather, this was her goal and this was her intent. And therefore, she wants to introduce evidence related to all of these things, the actions of the Secretary of State, the functionality of voting equipment, and the like, because it reflects on her intent to do something other than the crimes charged. The defendant is charged with several offenses, none of which have anything to do with the functionality of voting equipment. This is plainly evident from the charges. They include attempt to influence 3 public servants by deceit, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation, and a completed offense of criminal impersonation related to using the alleged identifying information of Mr.
Jerry
Wood to secret in Mr. Hayes, a count of identity theft, which is somewhat similar to the criminal impersonation charges, but of course requires different elements, and then failure to comply with various duties relative to what happened after the trusted build took place. It is hard to follow some of the arguments that are made. I've done my level best. I don't profess to be the smartest person in this room, probably not even the 15th smartest.
I don't know. I think you
when
are.
the argument is made, there was a lot of different reasons for why this evidence would be admissible. For a lot of different ways, the defense was given a remarkably robust opportunity to make a convincing argument for why I should let this in. The problem, however, remains as it has been throughout this case, and that is that the defendant argues that given her role as the clerk and recorder, as an elected official, she could engage in an investigation. She could engage in deceit to accomplish her ends. The problem is the ends can't justify the means. There's no case, there's no law, there's no rule that the court is aware of that would allow any public official, clerk and recorder or not, to simply engage in a host of crimes in order to expose some other crime.
Oh
a
my
private citizen
God.
can't do it. The court is not aware that
Love
law
this
enforcement
judge.
can do that either.
Smart.
It's a distinct difference between engaging in a series of offenses to accomplish an end versus
Neil.
law enforcement engaging in a means of deceit to investigate crimes, which, as I've said before, there's case law to support that. The argument that because she was an elected official, she was able to do the things she did here is just simply not persuasive and unsupported by any applicable law that the court can find, and certainly hasn't been presented with any. The information that's contained within HH08 has not been shown to me to be information that she was aware of at any time prior to engaging in the alleged criminal conduct. Because it wasn't something that she was aware of at that time, it is not something that she could have relied
Oops.
upon to elucidate her
Yeah,
intent
bitch, that's how it
for the
works.
purposes of
Timing
the
matters.
jury, making a decision as to what her intent was. So it's therefore not relevant. It's also misleading, it's confusing, and it makes no fact at issue more or
Here
less
comes
likely.
the disbarment.
Finally,
Censure him. Censure him.
the issue is at its core seems to be that the argument is that she was right, and because she
hold
was
him in
right, she was
contempt.
justified, and because she was justified and she was right, she's therefore not
Spank him.
guilty, which is tantamount to jury nullification. This is not an incident where, under these facts, such an argument is properly made to the jury. It doesn't matter. This is somewhat akin to a situation where you have an assault charge and the defendant wants to bring in the history of the victim, the alleged victim being a propensity for violence. That wouldn't be admissible in Colorado, generally speaking, unless the defendant was actually aware that the victim had engaged in acts of violence before as a justification for why the defendant did what they did. Here, that just simply isn't connected. She didn't know these things. She had suspicions, perhaps, but all of this in HH08 just isn't something she was aware of, such that she could have relied on it in informing her decisions. But at its core, it simply is, because I was right, I was justified in doing it, and therefore I'm not guilty, is not a defense.
Sorry.
I'm also very concerned that this is a type of choice of evils argument, or less applicable duress. It's, I had no other choice but to do these things in order to protect the election records, and I've previously ruled on that issue that the choice of evils defense could not, under the information provided to me now or at any point in time prior to the case, prior to today, establish that choice of evils is something available to the defendant. Choice of evils requires that all other lawful means have been exhausted prior to engaging in the criminal conduct, and it has been well established that at a minimum here, she could have just said, I'm not complying with the directive from the Secretary of State as to who to bring to the trusted build, and that would have stopped the issue altogether, among a host of other reasons that the court has already explained.
Oh shit, he's
in
ruling
previous
from the
orders that I'm
bench.
not going to revisit here. So at the end of the day, what it
I mean, I
appears
guess that's what you're
is
supposed to
the
do.
attempt here is to
I don't
try
really
and
know.
bring in all of this evidence to show that other people were engaged in crimes, that the voting machines didn't
I don't
work.
know.
And
We'll
none
see.
of those things have
Juries are
anything
funny.
at all to do with what it is that the jury is going to decide. None of the charges relate to computer crimes. None of the charges relate to anything relative to the Dominion voting equipment. And because of that, this type of offered evidence is just simply irrelevant.
And stupid.
It is misleading, it is confusing, it's a waste of time, and the like. This is not the forum for the resolution of those issues.
You're about to lose your license, baby sweet. I got news for you. You fucked up. I'm telling you, they drank their own Kool-Aid. They thought they could do this. They go on these little TV shows or these little podcasts and they fucking say shit. And everyone goes, oh my God, you're so smart and you're so wonderful. And oh my God, thank
as
you
I
for
said,
saving the country.
Before the
But
issue
in real life, they're
is
not. They're the villains.
the same.
They're not the
It
heroes.
hasn't yet been explained to me in any cogent manner that what it is the defendant is trying to argue is just another nullification argument, that her intent wasn't to deceive public servants, but rather to protect the identity of Mr. Hayes, which in and of itself is an intent to deceive public servants so that they wouldn't know who Conan Hayes was. That argument is the definition of a circular argument.
Oh, he is very good.
It becomes confusing, and because of that, it doesn't actually rebut any argument about intent. It just establishes it and tries to justify it in a way that is improper under the law. So it's not coming in. That's the ruling of the court.
Oh yeah,
Let's get
what are you going
the
to do
jury
about
in.
it,
Your Honor,
Skippy?
can you add to the record the offer that I made, that it was for the bias of the witness based on what Mr. Romero knew, because those were his emails?
No.
I know you ruled on Tina's knowledge.
Sure.
But I would like the court to make that record too.
Yes, I don't find that the emails, what emails are we talking about? Because HHO, I don't,
8801, I think it is 9, is one of them that Mr. Romero is, and Mr. Casillas were both included in.
Oh my God. Uh-oh. Is that
Yeah,
right?
I don't even think that
Okay.
this establishes what you're suggesting it establishes, so.
Oh my
um,
God,
I am
Must be hard to be this mean, but he's got to be mean.
continue to be confused by
Direct.
the argument as to how this goes to bias as it relates to anything in this case. And because the issues you brought up aren't relevant, whether they're biased as it relates to those issues is similarly irrelevant.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right, I think the jury will be in a moment.
You're done, babes. Oh, actually, he's still cross-examining, isn't he? Okay. Anyway, several U.S. personnel were injured in a suspected rocket attack Monday against U.S. and coalition forces at Al Assad Air Base in Iraq, a defense official said.
Not Mr. Romero, Mr. Casillas,
Initial
yes,
indications are that several U.S. personnel were injured. Base personnel are conducting a post-attack damage assessment. This is CNN reporting this.
Go ahead and take a seat, everyone. Thank you. Mr. Casillas, if you could just come on up here and we'll get you back on the witness stand. I'll remind you that you're still under oath.
I don't see any more updates, but there might be some updates on Twitter. So, hoping everyone is alive.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Hartman, your cross-examination.
Hello, sir.
Not
How are you
in-
today?
Not over.
Good.
And
All
not
right.
injured.
So the trusted build is a software upgrade, correct?
Correct.
It's basically a replacement, though, isn't it?
Yes, it's an image replacement.
So the image is that you bring. You've talked
Reminder,
about
this
the
witness
fact
has
that you
asked not to
reset
be
the BIOS so
visually
you can boot
identified,
off
and
the
he works
disk,
for the Secretary
and
of
that's
State's
basically
office.
because you're doing a hard reset of the system. True?
He actually did the reset of
Booting off
the
a thumb
Dominion
drive that
system.
contains the software that is the booting imaging software.
Okay, so in this case, we've been talking about an election management server computer, but there are actually other computer components to a voting system. True?
True.
Objection, relevance.
I'll allow some leeway. Go ahead.
So during this trusted build and this list of passwords that were exposed, those are to the various different components that you had to put a new image into.
Yes.
And I think there were 10 in Mesa County?
I think 9.
9, okay. And so just to be clear here.
I don't think they're supposed to show
you,
him.
In your process of the Secretary of State,
God damn it.
you testified a few moments ago that sometimes when you arrive to counties, the clerks have not backed up the system, correct?
Correct.
In Mesa County, you checked with, I believe you testified to Sandy Brown. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. So now, is there, when you talked about that you have to go into BIOS to make it so that the system can boot off of a thumb drive, that's different than being able to back up to a thumb drive. Agreed?
Agreed.
So, in other words, that when you're telling a clerk,
I know it's stupid,
or
but I don't care.
Sandy Brown, who was new, that they have permission to back up the system to the extent that the Secretary of State has a voice in that, you know they're going to insert a removable drive in to back it up. True?
No.
You do not.
No.
So how would they follow your instructions to back up the system without putting a removable drive in?
Well, the backup is done, saved to the voting systems computer, and then they can get a hookup of
Sentenced?
removable hard drive
For
to
New York?
store it off of the computer.
Okay. So, in other words, the computer, the voting system computer, and I'm sorry, my question was poor. The voting system computer has.
This
a
is one of those
removable thumb
times that
drive
it's
or
probably good to
removable
have a
drive
small
that they
channel.
put the backup onto.
Correct.
Okay. And do they
Watch
back
this go
up
viral.
all of the 9
Damn it.
components?
No, the election programming is on the server only.
Okay. So it's only on the EMS server that you want them to back up, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the other components are separate computers, though. True?
8 hours and
And they have their
21
own
minutes.
operating
Woo!
system and records
We're
with
amazing.
processes?
True. Yes.
And so, has this always been the way? You said you've done this in multiple counties and multiple years. Has this always been the way we back it up in Colorado? Like in 2019?
Always for the Dominion's voting system. Yes.
All right. Who designed what gets backed up? The clerk recorders, the Secretary of State, or Dominion?
Objection, lack of foundation beyond the scope, relevance.
I'm going to.
I feel like it is.
So object. I'm going to sustain the objection as to relevance.
Okay, so you arrived for a trusted build. Do you have
Oh, no.
a script you follow?
I got in the way of chores again.
And do you prepare that script?
Dominion prepared it.
Okay. And do you know if, in order to access the voting system computers or any of the components, you need a UB key from the county?
A what?
A UB key.
Well, I'm going to say
not
that's
sure
a
that is.
no.
Do you need a password from the county to access any part of the voting system?
Is he an expert in the
No.
protocols?
I just need to restart the computers.
All right.
Yeah.
And so if you want to
Oh my
restart the
God.
computers, you hit F2.
This
and
guy
it
did the
loads
software
BIOS
update.
system, correct?
That's what he did.
It accesses the BIOS system when you hit F2 when it's restarting.
All right. And that gives you the core operation of the system, true?
It gives me access to the BIOS
Okay.
system.
So, did you previously in an interview make the statement that in 2019, the Secretary of State took the BIOS away from the counties, the
Objection.
password?
Objection, relevance beyond the scope.
What's the relevance, Mr. Hartman?
Your Honor, it goes to the two things. Number one, it goes to the first thing is that the control of the BIOS operating system is the very thing that is supposed to have been published online. And this password and its function and how it relates is kind
That's
of the
not the
germane of
question.
what led to the investigation of this case.
What?
And so I'm just going to briefly
What?
explore how it works.
That wasn't even. I hope it's not.
Can you ask
Oh,
the
it might
question
be.
again, please?
No, he's actually just standing really fucking still.
Once the computer sets to the BIOS, you have to enter a password. True?
True.
Okay.
Objection. Your Honor, I have an objection pending that related to a question about what was happening in 2019.
Right. So because I'm going to presume that question has been withdrawn.
I was rephrasing and laying a foundation.
Sure, sure. That's because that question is not the same one that I heard before.
It
The
did go
objection
out
is,
once for me, but it's been
moved
back.
because it's been withdrawn. The question that is. Go ahead.
So the BIOS password, that was your concern that you testified
Looks like
to
we're okay on this
when
end
you
on my
saw
analytics.
It was online. Do you remember that?
Yes.
It could be bad.
Okay. That BIOS password, how did the Secretary of State get control of the county computer that they contract with Dominion? How did you get the BIOS password for Colorado, Mesa County, 2021?
In 2019, when we did the trusted build, we set the BIOS password at that time.
Okay, can you show me a law or a rule that allows you to take control of the county BIOS password?
No.
Objection, lacks foundation beyond the scope.
He
Oops.
said no, so overruled as to scope.
Thank you.
Overruled as well.
Okay. So you were talking about that Mr. Romero is your boss.
Yes.
Are you a direct report to him, or is he like a boss's boss?
Direct report.
Okay. How many different people that were with you at the trusted build on May 25th and 26th report directly to Jesse Romero?
Just me.
Just you. Who were the other Secretary of State employees, and who do they report to?
I was the only one.
You're the only Secretary of State employee.
Correct.
Okay. So, were you aware of the COVID policy in effect at the time?
Yes.
And you testified during your direct examination that you were required to wear a mask?
Yes.
And you testified today you did wear a mask.
Yes.
Were you also required to wear gloves?
I don't think so.
If I were to approach you with what's been marked as QQ01, ask you to review it, would that refresh your memory?
You can approach.
Thank you.
Oh, Gustafer
Cue
came
up,
in.
Prosecution exhibit number 29.
It did buffer? Oh, God.
Your Honor, it's not admitted.
You did not offer 29?
Oh, 29, I'm sorry.
Prosecution exhibit 29.
Oh, dear.
Yes, you can publish it. And, let me.
Number 29 that the
we go.
prosecution has admitted, please. Can you look at 3C to help you refresh your memory?
Okay.
Does the policy require you to wear gloves during the trusted build?
Yes.
Is that a picture of you and the prosecution has put up in exhibit number 29?
Yes.
Are you wearing gloves in that picture?
No.
Do you recognize that policy QQ001 as an accurate policy that was attached, that you were included in to the email explaining the...
Oops, there he goes.
Yes.
Oh yeah, he's going down. He's going down.
Exhibit QQ.
Charge the council with obstruction of justice. I don't know.
All right.
It's so weird. This is so weird. I mean, they're just trying to like give this guy like a credibility issue because he didn't wear gloves. He didn't follow that one rule, and Tina didn't follow those 17 rules.
That is a symbol of the Secretary of State of Colorado. Is that correct? I'm going to point that right there.
Yes.
Okay. That you were included on?
I don't know.
I cannot read this.
We'll see if we can refresh your memory.
I knew what you meant, Carla. It's all good. Okay, there we go. Background and purpose. During the COVID-19, it's critical that the department staff, vendors, contractors, and county partners each do our part to protect one
I'm
another.
going to show you what's been previously marked as people.
Blah, blah, blah.
17.
I don't know what the point is.
You wish to approach?
Get a spot on Steve Bannon's show? I have no idea.
Yes, go ahead.
Be Trump's last lawyer? I have no idea.
Could you review?
Could be a million
it's
different
been marked
things.
as exhibit
Pussy? I don't know. Could be.
17?
Stranger things have happened.
People's Exhibit 17. Can you scroll down to 3? Be on page 2. That's the same COVID policy that that email is referring to, correct?
Whoa, the sound's out? Hold on. Oh my gosh, what's going on? Oh shit. You guys? No, it's not. Oh fuck. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Oh my god. You know what it is? Wait, where is
I'm
it?
not sure what you mean by the same.
Performance.
The Secretary of State only had one policy on April 30th, 2021 related to the trusted bill. True or false?
Okay.
I don't see a reference
Can't
to
even-
that
can't even
QQ
communicate.
number.
Well, the
Yes.
QQ
Hold
is
on.
my marking on it, but
Oh,
the
okay.
policy, can you go to the top of the exhibit, Caleb? This portion up here. If you could look at your copy on the QQ, that's just my marking here.
Yep.
This is a Secretary of State policy that you've agreed, correct?
Let me see if I can.
That was the
Hold
only
on.
COVID policy in effect on.
Video's
April 30th,
buffering.
2021.
I believe so.
And that email on April 30th, 2021 discusses the COVID policy, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. You can turn off the exhibit. You can turn those two exhibits over.
Ah,
Okay, as we move forward here, Sandy Brown was new, correct? This was her first trusted build. How's that?
I think that's correct.
You were at the last trusted build and she was not, true?
I think that's correct.
Okay. Do you know the difference between backing up an election project, as Dominion stated, and backing up the rules and the requirements of Rule 20 of the Colorado Rule, .19.2? Are you familiar with that rule?
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Sir, I have your resume here, and it indicates under your job duties that you participate in rulemaking, correct?
Correct.
Objection, relevance, beyond scope.
Okay.
What's the relevance of rulemaking, the rules to the charges here, Mr. Hartman? Please let me know.
Rule 20.19.2 is something that he has knowledge about. He's one of the rule makers, and that relates to the requirements of an access record and an audit record that the clerk is required to maintain. And specifically, I want to ask him whether or not it's included in backing up an election project, as the April 30th email included instructions to do.
May we please approach?
Okay, sure. The objection is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to let you know, because we had that somewhat, the delay, however long it was, we're going to go probably closer to 5. I've gotten a colleague, I think, who's going to be able to help me with the matter I had at 4:15. So I want to continue to make up some of that ground that we lost. I'm sorry to get your expectations thinking you might get done early today, but the last thing I want to do is not be on time come the end of the case when we told you it would be the end. So we're gonna make up some time as best we can with the time I said we would not be in session. So just as a heads up, go ahead, Mr. Hartman.
Clerk Peters was at the beginning of your trusted build procedures, true? She was there when you first started.
I believe she showed up a few minutes later. I don't know.
Okay. Were you guys early?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So who let you in?
Sandy Brown.
Okay. So Sandy Brown was with you when you went into the system, correct?
Yes.
Was there ever a time when neither Sandy Brown or Tina Peters were with the Secretary of State? Were you guys always with somebody, one or the other?
Yes.
So therefore, Mr. Hayes would have been always with one or the other. True?
Objection. It's not been established that this witness knows who Mr. Hayes is. No foundation.
Great point. I'll rephrase.
I was going to overrule the objection. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't.
The person that was introduced as Gerald Wood, he was never alone in that room, was he?
There were times when I was out of that.
I guess I can't even close the window, but I could close it on my other monitor. I wonder if I can sign out. No, I can't. Oh, wait. What's this? Refresh? I kind of like that. Can I refresh over here? Refresh. Could refresh the desktop. Oh. Oh, wait. What? Can I refresh this? If I close it, is it going to stop streaming? I don't even know. Oh,